Hey you, if you are ready to take learning English seriously and make real, actual progress with your language skills, then you clicked on the right video. Today, I have prepared my largest video ever for you. In this video, you will find 12 of my best Learn English with a Story lessons. Each one is jam-packed with listening practice, speaking practice, tons of useful vocabulary, and grammar tips as well. So put it on as you study or relax, adjust the subtitles and playback speed as needed, but most of all, enjoy. Thank you all for your support and for making my work here on YouTube possible. As always, click the like button, let me know where you're watching from, and let's jump in. Let's jump into the story. Here's what the format is going to look like today. Like I mentioned, we're going to go chunk by chunk, piece by piece through this story. I've got the original text right here at the top in green. And then if you find it a little challenging, I've got a paraphrase section here in blue. Basically, the paraphrase section just very simply and clearly explains the original section. So if we are talking about the original section, if we're reading it and you feel lost, you feel confused, take a look at the paraphrase section. That will help you. The last section for each chunk is vocabulary, where you can see some of the more challenging language with some synonyms and some explanations. So with all of that being said, let's go ahead and get started, guys. A Lamb to the Slaughter is the name of this story. And let's just begin here. I'm going to read the original chunk to you. Let's take a listen. The room was warm and clean, the curtains drawn, the 2 table lamps alight, hers and the one by the empty chair opposite. On the sideboard behind her, 2 tall glasses, soda water, whiskey, fresh ice cubes in the thermos bucket. Mary Maloney was waiting for her husband to come in from work. Okay, so yeah, the house was cozy and tidy. We have a character here, Mary. She's got some drinks prepared for her husband. Whiskey, soda, ice. She's got some whiskey sodas on ice. And she's waiting for her husband to come back from work, to return from work. The curtains are drawn. Okay, the curtains. She's got the windows covered. The curtains are drawn tight. Okay, and yeah, there are 2 table lamps alight. She's got the lights on and the curtains drawn. Okay, so we're kind of setting the scene here. Okay, now and again, she would glance up at the clock, but without anxiety, merely to please herself with the thought that each minute gone by made it nearer the time when he would come. There was a slow, smiling air about her and about everything she did. The drop of a head as she bent over her sewing was curiously tranquil. Her skin, for this was her 6th month with child, had acquired a wonderful translucent quality. The mouth was soft, and the eyes, with their new placid look, seemed larger, darker than before. Okay, yeah, so she is looking up at the clock happily. Why is it happily? Well, every minute that passes, every minute that goes by, brings her closer to her husband coming home, okay? And, she's sewing. She's kind of moving around calmly. She's pregnant. Remember, it said she is with child. This was her 6th month with child, kind of an old-fashioned way of saying you are pregnant, you are with child, right? And her skin is glowing, her mouth is gentle. She's looking good, right? Love this word here, tranquil, calm and peaceful. Okay, so all is good, all is well. When the clock said 10 minutes to 5, she began to listen. And a few moments later, punctually as always, she heard the tires on the gravel outside and the car door slamming, the footsteps passing the window, the key turning in the lock. She laid aside her sewing, stood up, and went forward to kiss him as he came in. Okay, yeah, so it's 10 minutes to 5, so it's 4:50. She's listening closely. She hears his car pull up. She hears the tires on the gravel, right? The gravel, like the crunchy rock of the driveway. So she hears him come home. She puts down her sewing, stands up. She goes to kiss him. Great word here, punctually, exactly on time. All right, so he's always punctual. Okay, he's always on time. He comes home, I guess, at exactly 4:50, and I guess he always comes home at exactly 4:50. Let's keep going here. "Hello, darling," she said. "Hello, darling," he answered. She took his coat and hung it in the closet. Then she walked over and made the drinks, a strong one for him, a weak one for herself, and soon she was back again in her chair with the sewing, and he in the other, opposite, holding the tall glass with both hands, rocking it so the ice cubes tinkled against the side. Okay, right, so they are sitting now. They've got their drinks. She is sewing again. He's sitting across from her with his drink. He's kind of moving his drink around, and the ice in the drink is making this tinkling noise. It's kind of a light ringing sound. You can close your eyes and just imagine some ice in a cold glass clinking, ding, 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 against the side of the glass, or tinkling against it. Clinking, tinkling, same thing. Let's keep going here. For her, this was always a blissful time of day. She knew he didn't want to speak much until the first drink was finished, and she, on her side, was content to sit quietly, enjoying his company after the long hours alone in the house. She loved to luxuriate in the presence of this man and to feel almost as a sunbather feels the sun, that warm male glow that came out of him to her when they were alone together. Wow. Okay, so she's kind of drinking him in, right? This is Mary's favorite moment of the day. This part makes me laugh a little bit. She knows he likes to drink quietly before talking. She lets him finish his first drink before they start to make conversation, before they start to chit-chat, right? But that's okay. She's happy to just sit with him. She enjoys being near him, his presence, just him being there, kind of gives her warmth. He's giving off warmth, right? She is, love this word, luxuriating. You don't hear this word very much, but it's a great word. She is luxuriating in his presence. She's just drinking him in, deeply enjoying him being there. Okay, let's keep going. She loved him for the way he sat loosely in a chair, for the way he came in a door, or moved slowly across the room with long strides. She loved the intent, far look in his eyes when they rested in her, the funny shape of the mouth, and especially the way he remained silent about his tiredness, sitting still with himself until the whiskey had taken some of it away. Okay, so Mary, she just adores everything about her husband. She deeply loves everything about him, how he sits and walks. He has these long strides, so he takes really long steps, right? She loves his eyes, his funny mouth, right? She admires how he never complains, just sits there quietly and lets the whiskey relax him. Okay, so yeah, she is just loves her husband, right? Tired, darling? She asks him. Yes, he said, I'm tired. And as he spoke, he did an unusual thing. He lifted his glass and drained it in one swallow. Although there was still half of it, at least half of it left. She wasn't really watching him, but she knew what he had done because she heard the ice cubes falling back against the bottom of the empty glass when he lowered his arm. He paused a moment, leaning forward in the chair. Then he got up and went slowly over to fetch himself another, to get another glass, right? So what's happening here? She asked if he was tired. He said yes, and he does something unusual, something he doesn't normally do. He drained his glass, right? He finished it all at once. He knocked it back, just downed the entire thing. Okay, and I guess that's not really like him. That's unusual for him. I'll get it, she cried, jumping up. Sit down, he said. When he came back, she noticed that the new drink was dark amber with the quantity of whiskey in it. Uh-oh. So she offers to get the drink for him. He is kind of gruff with her, kind of direct. Not very nice, not very polite. He just says, sit down. All right. She's like, okay. When he comes back, he has a very stiff drink. Yeah. The new drink was dark amber, dark brown, very dark brown with the quantity of whiskey. So she sees, wow, there is a lot of whiskey in there. He poured himself a very strong drink. It seems like he's in a strange mood. Darling, shall I get your slippers? No. She watched him as he began to sip the dark yellow drink, and she could see little oily swirls in the liquid because it was so strong. She sees these little swirls, little oily swirls. She notices how strong the drink is. And once again, he's pretty gruff with her, isn't he? She's being very accommodating. She's really tending to her husband. She says, can I do this for you? Can I do that for you? He's giving her these very short, terse replies, just kind of stiff, not very friendly. He just says, no. What is happening here? I think it's a shame, she said, that when a policeman gets to be as senior as you, they keep him walking about on his feet all day long. He didn't answer. So she bent her head again and went on with her sewing, but each time he lifted the drink to his lips, she heard the ice cubes clinking against the side of the glass. Ooh. So she's trying to make conversation here. She says, man, I think it's a shame. I think it's unfair that a senior policeman has to walk all day. So he's a police officer, we're learning, right? And I guess he's a senior police officer. He's been doing it for a long time. He's a high-ranking police officer. And she says it's not fair that he has to walk around on his feet. He should get to sit down. Basically, what she's saying is, I can see how tired you are. It's not fair that you're so tired, right? Darling, she said, would you like me to get you some cheese? I haven't made any supper because it's Thursday. No, he said. If you're too tired to eat out, she went on, it's still not too late. There's plenty of meat and stuff in the freezer, and you can have it right here and not even move out of the chair. Okay, so she's really doing everything she can to make him comfortable. She's trying to be a sweet, accommodating, thoughtful wife. I'll get you some cheese. I'll get you this. I'll get you that. You don't even have to move. You don't even have to get out of your chair. Her eyes waited on him for an answer, a smile, a little nod, but he made no sign. Anyway, she went on, I'll get you some cheese and crackers first. I don't want it, he said. Ooh, this is pretty tense. It's pretty awkward between them. He's really being difficult. He is being difficult, right? I mean, he's not being very nice. He's being quite nasty to her, to his wife. Okay, let's keep going here. She moved uneasily in her chair, the large eyes still watching his face. But you must eat. I'll fix it anyway, and then you can have it or not, as you like. She stood up and placed her sewing on the table by the lamp. So she's getting nervous. She's watching him closely, and she's moving uneasily in her chair. Great word, nervously, restlessly, uncomfortably. Sit down, he said. Just for a minute, sit down. It wasn't till then that she began to get frightened. Go on, he said. Sit down. She lowered herself back slowly into the chair, watching him all the time with those large, bewildered eyes. He had finished the second drink and was staring down into the glass, frowning. Oh, man. He tells her firmly to sit down. She starts to feel afraid, right? She obeys him, but she's looking at him with large, bewildered eyes, right? Confused and surprised. He's just staring down into his glass, frowning. There's a big frown on his face. Goodness, this is pretty frightening stuff. Listen, he said, I've got something to tell you. What is it, darling? What's the matter? He had now become absolutely motionless, and he kept his head down so that the light from the lamp beside him fell across the upper part of his face, leaving the chin and mouth in shadow. She noticed there was a little muscle moving near the corner of his left eye. Oh, man, there is something really wrong here, right? He says he has something to tell her. She asks what it is, and then he's just sitting there. Half of his face is covered in shadow, concealed in shadow, right? He's just motionless, not moving at all. What is happening here? This is going to be a bit of a shock to you, I'm afraid, he said. But I've thought about it a good deal, and I've decided the only thing to do is tell you right away. I hope you won't blame me too much. And he told her. It didn't take long, 4 or 5 minutes at most, and she sat very still through it all, watching him with a kind of dazed horror as he went further and further away from her with each word. Oh no, what is he telling her? He says he's got something shocking to tell her. He says, this is going to be a bit of a shock to you, I'm afraid. Basically, I'm sorry, this might be hard to hear. This might be disturbing. And then he tells her it takes about 4 or 5 minutes for him to tell her, and she's just staring at him with this kind of dazed horror on her face. Dazed is like stunned and shock, right? Horror is this feeling of fear and disgust. So there it is, he added. And I know it's kind of a bad time to be telling you, but there simply wasn't any other way. Of course, I'll give you money and see you're looked after, but there needn't really be any fuss. I hope not anyway. It wouldn't be very good for my job. Uh-oh. He is telling her that he has no choice. He's promising to give her money so she'll be taken care of. What's going on? Are they separating? Are they getting a divorce? Let's just keep going and find out. Her first instinct was not to believe any of it, to reject it all. It occurred to her that perhaps he hadn't even spoken, that she herself had imagined the whole thing. Maybe if she went about her business and acted as though she hadn't been listening, then later, when she sort of woke up again, she might find none of it had ever happened. Okay, so she is in shock. She's in disbelief. She's thinking, maybe I can just pretend like I didn't hear any of this, and it will be like none of this ever happened. Wow, what did he tell her? I'll get the supper, she managed to whisper, and this time he didn't stop her. So it looks like for now she's ignoring what he said, right? And she just quietly tells him, I'll go get dinner, supper, dinner, right? She whispers it. She managed to whisper. So it was difficult for her to whisper this, difficult for her to speak at all, probably, but she manages. Guys, if you're enjoying this video so far, I want to make a suggestion. Become a channel member. Now you can become a channel member for only $1. That's crazy. Think about how expensive English lessons can be. Even buying courses online can be, dozens or hundreds of dollars even. So this is really a fantastic deal. You are not going to find a deal like this anywhere else. $1 to get all the benefits of channel membership and support me. You can get PDFs for all of my lessons. You can get hours and hours of bonus content. And guys, the money goes right to me. It makes my work possible. Okay, I'm just one guy. I don't have a team. I do all of the researching, the filming, the editing, the posting, the replying to comments. It's all me. And I still have a full-time job outside of YouTube. So this money really makes it possible. If you like me, if you like this content, support me. It's only $1. All right, guys, let's get back to the video. When she walked across the room, she couldn't feel her feet touching the floor. She couldn't feel anything at all, except a slight nausea and a desire to vomit. Everything was automatic now. Down the steps to the cellar, the light switch, the deep freeze, the hand inside the cabinet taking hold of the first object it met. She lifted it out, looked at it. It was wrapped in paper, so she took off the paper and looked at it again. A leg of lamb. Okay, so she's just kind of floating along, gliding along. She feels sick, right? She feels this slight nausea, this sensation, this feeling like she wants to vomit or throw up. It's like she's on autopilot, like she's just kind of going through the motions without really thinking or really being present. All right, then, they would have lamb for supper. She carried it upstairs, holding the thin bone end of it with both her hands. And as she went through the living room, she saw him standing over by the window with his back to her, and she stopped. Okay, so she goes and gets this leg of lamb, right? This big leg of meat, lamb meat, and she's carrying it upstairs, bringing it back upstairs. She sees her husband standing by the window with his back to her, so he can't see her, right? And she pauses. She stops. I wonder what she's doing. For God's sake, he said, hearing her, but not turning around. Don't make supper for me. I'm going out. Okay, so he's very upset, very angry. He says, for God's sake, don't make me dinner. I'm going out. So he doesn't want to eat with her, right? At that point, Mary Maloney simply walked behind him, and without any pause, she swung the big frozen leg of lamb high in the air and brought it down as hard as she could on the back of his head. She might just as well have hit him with a steel club. Oh my God, you guys. Without stopping to think, what does she do? She walks up behind him. She swings this big frozen leg of lamb down. She brings it down hard on his head, and it's like a steel club. You know, this is frozen meat, so it's really hard. It's like a metal weapon. She stepped back a pace, waiting. And the funny thing was that he remained standing there for at least 4 or 5 seconds, gently swaying. Then he crashed to the carpet. Oh my God, I can't believe this. She steps back. She's waiting. She stepped back a pace. So 1 step back, right? She just watches him kind of swaying back and forth, moving from side to side, looking very wobbly. And then he crashes to the carpet. He collapses. He falls down. The violence of the crash, the noise, the small table overturning helped bring her out of the shock. She came out slowly, feeling cold and surprised, and she stood for a while blinking at the body, still holding the ridiculous piece of meat tight with both hands. Oh my God. So he falls down and there's this loud crash. There's a small table that tips over. It overturns, right? So it kind of flips over and she's just standing there, dumbstruck, just blinking and staring at his body with this leg of lamb in her hands. All right, she told herself, so I've killed him. She's coming to terms with what's happening here, coming to terms with the situation. She's starting to realize what's going on. It was extraordinary now how clear her mind became all of a sudden. She began thinking very fast. As the wife of a detective, she knew quite well what the penalty would be. That was fine. It made no difference to her. In fact, it would be a relief. On the other hand, what about the child? What were the laws about murderers with unborn children? Did they kill them both, mother and child? Or did they wait until the 10th month? What did they do? Okay, so her mind feels sharp and clear now, and she's realizing there are going to be some serious penalties, punishments for murdering a detective, right? And she's thinking about what is going to happen legally here because she's pregnant. She's 6 months pregnant, right? And she doesn't care so much about herself, right? She even says, it sounds like a relief to be punished, maybe even, who knows, put in jail for life, killed over this, put to death, who knows? Will she get the death penalty? What will her punishment be? But it sounds like she's worried about her unborn child way more than herself, right? Okay, Mary Maloney didn't know. And she certainly wasn't prepared to take a chance. She carried the meat into the kitchen, placed it in a pan, turned the oven on high, and shoved it inside. Then she washed her hands and ran upstairs to the bedroom. She sat down before the mirror, tidied her hair, touched up her lips and face. She tried a smile. It came out rather peculiar. She tried again. Okay, so she puts the leg of lamb in a pan, shoved it into the oven, right? Put it in forcefully, pushed it in, shoved it in. Then she washed her hands. She's doing her hair and makeup. Okay. She's looking at herself in the mirror. She's practicing smiling, but she's noticing that her smile looks a little peculiar, a little odd, a little strange, a little weird. "Hello, Sam," she said brightly, aloud. The voice sounded peculiar, too. "I want some potatoes, please, Sam." "Yes, and I think a can of peas." That was better. Both the smile and the voice were coming out better now. She rehearsed it several times more. Then She ran downstairs, took her coat, went out the back door, down the garden, and into the street. So she's kind of rehearsing, right? It's like she's getting ready for a performance. And it is going to be a performance. She needs to pretend like everything is just fine, like nothing is amiss. Nothing is strange. Nothing is out of the ordinary, right? Okay. She's using this name Sam. She's like practicing talking to whoever this person Sam is. It wasn't 6 o'clock yet, and the lights were still on in the grocery shop. "Hello, Sam," she said brightly, smiling at the man behind the counter. "Why, good evening, Mrs. Maloney. How are you?" "I want some potatoes, please, Sam." "Yes, and I think a can of peas." All right, so she goes to the grocery store, okay, the grocery shop, and she's talking to Sam. I guess that's the shopkeeper, the man who works there, and she tells him what she wants, right? The man turned and reached up behind him on the shelf for the peas. "Patrick's decided he's tired and doesn't want to eat out tonight," she told him. "We usually go out Thursdays, you know, and now he's caught me without any vegetables in the house." Okay, so the grocer, the shopkeep, he's fetching the peas, he's getting the peas, and she's telling this lie about her husband, Patrick, right? She's saying, "Oh, Patrick, he's decided he's too tired to eat out tonight." So she's spinning a tall tale here. She's making this up. She's telling a lie, right? "Then how about meat, Mrs. Maloney?" "No, I've got meat, thanks. I got a nice leg of lamb from the freezer." "Oh, I don't know much about cooking it frozen, Sam, but I'm taking a chance on it this time. You think it'll be all right?" "Personally," the grocer said, "I don't believe it makes any difference. You want these Idaho potatoes?" "Oh, yes, that'll be fine, 2 of those." Okay, so she's making small talk with Sam, the grocer, right? He asks if she wants any meat. She says, no, I've got this leg of lamb from the freezer. And she's telling him she feels a little uncertain about just putting it into the oven frozen. She's like, "Do you think it'll be all right? What do you think?" He's like, "Personally, here's what I think. I don't believe it makes a difference. I think it's totally fine." So he's reassuring her that it's all right to do that. Okay, and they're just making this idle chit-chat, idle chatter, the small talk, right? "Anything else?" The grocer cocked his head on one side, looking at her pleasantly. "How about afterwards? What you going to give him for afterwards?" "Well, what would you suggest, Sam?" The man glanced around his shop. "How about a nice big slice of cheesecake? I know he likes that." "Perfect," she said. "He loves it." Okay, so they're talking about dessert now, and he cocked his head to one side. Cocked his head, right? Looked at her pleasantly, gave her a pleasant look, a nice look, a friendly look, right? And when it was all wrapped and she had paid, she put on her brightest smile and said, "Thank you, Sam. Good night." "Good night, Mrs. Maloney, and thank you." Okay, so she gets her groceries. She's leaving. She bids him good night. She tells him good night, and she is on her way, right? Okay, here's a long chunk here, guys. Let's focus. And now she told herself as she hurried back, all she was doing now, she was returning home to her husband, and he was waiting for his supper. And she must cook it good and make it as tasty as possible because the poor man was tired. And if, when she entered the house, she happened to find anything unusual or tragic or terrible, then naturally it would be a shock and she'd become frantic with grief and horror. Mind you, she wasn't expecting to find anything. She was just going home with the vegetables. Mrs. Patrick Maloney going home with the vegetables on Thursday evening to cook supper for her husband. Okay, so she's telling herself a story here. She says, I'm just a wife. I'm just coming home with the vegetables to cook dinner for my tired husband. And if I do see something shocking, then I would be very, very upset, right? Okay, so she's kind of coaching herself. She's getting ready. She's kind of weaving, spinning, writing this story, okay? That's the way, she told herself. Do everything right and natural. Keep things absolutely natural, and there'll be no need for any acting at all. Therefore, when she entered the kitchen by the back door, she was humming a little tune to herself and smiling, humming a little tune. Okay, so she is trying to pretend like everything is hunky-dory. It's a very native expression. What does that mean? If everything is hunky-dory, that means there are no problems. Everything is great. Everything is A-okay, just fine. Patrick, she called. How are you, darling? She put the parcel down on the table and went through into the living room. And when she saw him lying there on the floor with his legs doubled up and one arm twisted back underneath his body, it really was rather a shock. All the old love and longing for him welled up inside her, and she ran over to him, knelt down beside him, and began to cry her heart out. It was easy. No acting was necessary. Okay, wow. So she puts the parcel down. A parcel's like a package. In this case, it's her bag of groceries, right? And welled up is a great expression. When she sees him there, all the old love for him and longing for him, her desire to be near him, to be with him, it welled up inside of her. It rose strongly, and she cried her heart out. She cried deeply with real emotion, and she wasn't acting. No acting was necessary. No acting was needed, all right? It was real. So sounds like she's really convinced herself here. A few minutes later, she got up and went to the phone. She knew the number of the police station, and when the man at the other end answered, she cried to him, "Quick, come quick, Patrick's dead." Who's speaking? Mrs. Maloney, Mrs. Patrick Maloney. You mean Patrick Maloney's dead? I think so, she sobbed. He's lying on the floor, and I think he's dead. Be right over, the man said. Okay, so what has she done? She's called the police station, and she's pretending to be shocked, and she's sobbing, crying really hard, sobbing. And she lets them know that Patrick Maloney, their officer, their detective, is dead. The car came very quickly, and when she opened the front door, 2 policemen walked in. She knew them both. She knew nearly all the men at that precinct, and she fell right into a chair, then went over to join the other one, who was called O'Malley, kneeling by the body. "Is he dead?" she cried. "I'm afraid he is." What happened? Okay, so there are 2 policemen. They arrive fast. They get there quickly, right? And Mary, she says she knows them from her husband's work, and she collapses into a chair, and then she joins one of them, his name is O'Malley, by her husband Patrick's body. They're kneeling down. They're kind of hunkered down, low, close to the floor. Okay. Briefly, she told her story about going out to the grocer and coming back to find him on the floor. While she was talking, crying, and talking, Noonan discovered a small patch of congealed blood on the dead man's head. He showed it to O'Malley, who got up at once and hurried to the phone. All right, so briefly, she is telling these two officers her story. There's O'Malley and there's Noonan. That's the other one. These are their last names, right? And she quickly tells them her story. And as she's telling them, Noonan, he finds this kind of congealed blood. Congealed blood is kind of like clotted, thick, dried up blood. And, this proves he's been hit. Okay, so soon, other men began to come into the house. First a doctor, then two detectives, one of whom she knew by name. Later, a police photographer arrived and took pictures, and a man who knew about fingerprints. There was a great deal of whispering and muttering beside the corpse, and the detectives kept asking her a lot of questions, but they always treated her kindly. Okay, so the gears of, investigation and law are starting to turn here. Stuff is happening, in other words. More officials are arriving. Doctor, detectives, photographer, a fingerprint expert, someone who is good at studying fingerprints, and they're whispering, they're leaning over the body, they're asking Mary lots of questions, but they're treating her kindly, gently. Okay, let's keep going here. She told her story again, this time right from the beginning, when Patrick had come in and she was sewing, and he was tired, so tired he hadn't wanted to go out for supper. She told how she'd put the meat in the oven. It's there now, cooking, and how she'd stepped out to find the grocer for vegetables and came back to find him lying on the floor. Okay, so she's repeating her alibi. What is an alibi? That's your story that you tell the police when they ask where you were, right? She's like, here's my alibi. Here's what I was doing to prove that I'm not the one who killed him, to prove that I'm innocent, right? Which grocer? One of the detectives asked. She told him, and he turned and whispered something to the other detective, who immediately went outside into the street. In 15 minutes, he was back with a page of notes, and there was more whispering, and through her sobbing, she heard a few of the whispered phrases. Acted quite normal, very cheerful, wanted to give him a good supper, peas, cheesecake, impossible that she... Oh, okay, so clearly a detective has gone to the grocer to confirm her alibi, to make sure she was there, right? And, they're whispering, they're muttering about what Sam the grocer said. He acted normal, he was cheerful, he was talking about the peas, cheesecake, and they say impossible that she... So they're speculating about her. They're kind of talking about, is it possible that she could have killed him, right? Is it possible that she could be the murderer? Well, after a while, the photographer and the doctor departed, and two other men came in and took the corpse away on a stretcher. Then the fingerprint man went away. The two detectives remained, and so did the two policemen. They were exceptionally nice to her, and Jack Noonan asked if she wouldn't rather go somewhere else, to her sister's house perhaps, or to his own wife who would take care of her and put her up for the night. Great expression here. Put her up for the night. Give her a place to sleep for the night. It's kind of an old-fashioned thing to say, but if you put someone up for the night, It means you offer them a room, you give them a place to stay. Okay, right. So Sergeant Jack Noonan makes this suggestion. Why don't you go to your sister's, or you can come be with my wife. My wife will take care of you. They take the dead body, the corpse, away on a stretcher. What's a stretcher? A flat frame used to carry bodies, to carry injured people into an ambulance, right? No, she said. She didn't feel she could move even a yard at the moment. Would they mind awfully if she stayed just where she was until she felt better? She didn't feel too good at the moment. She really didn't. Okay, so she says she doesn't want to leave, doesn't want to go anywhere. I like this expression here. Would they mind awfully if she stayed where she was? It's kind of an old-fashioned way of talking. Would you mind awfully if I did this? Basically just means, is it okay if I do this, right? A yard is 3 feet. It's a short distance, so she can't even move a yard. She doesn't feel like she could move a yard. She wants to stay put. Stay put. Stay exactly where she is, right? Then, hadn't she better lie down on the bed? Jack Noonan asked. No, she said. She'd like to stay right where she was in this chair. A little later, perhaps, when she felt better, she would move. So Noonan, this police officer, is like, wouldn't you feel better if you lied down in your bed? And she's like, no, I prefer to stay here in my chair. I really don't want to move. I'll move later when I feel better. Okay, let's keep going. So they left her there while they went about their business, searching the house. Occasionally, one of the detectives asked her another question. Sometimes Jack Noonan spoke at her gently as he passed by. Her husband, he told her, had been killed by a blow on the back of the head administered with a heavy, blunt instrument, almost certainly a large piece of metal. They were looking for the weapon. The murderer may have taken it with him, but on the other hand, he may have thrown it away or hidden it somewhere on the premises. Okay, a lot to dissect here. Basically, the detectives continued searching the house. A detective explained that Patrick had been killed by a heavy blunt object, probably metal, likely metal, right? The killer might have taken the weapon or hidden it somewhere nearby. One great word here, administered, the blow, the hit to the back of the head was probably administered or given or delivered by a blunt instrument. What does this mean? Like a musical instrument? No, an instrument is really just a tool. So a musical instrument is like a tool for making music. In this case, it's an instrument of murder, right? It's a murder weapon. Okay, so a blunt instrument. Blunt is like something heavy that you would use to hit somebody with. Okay, a heavy object, yes, without a sharp edge. So a sword or a knife would not be a blunt instrument. It's too sharp. It's got a sharp edge. A blunt instrument would be like a club, right? A bat. And they say the killer might have hidden the weapon somewhere on the premises. Okay, the premises, like the house that they're in currently, the property that they're in, right? It's the old story, he said. Get the weapon and you've got the man. So the detective is saying, if you find the weapon, you will find the killer. It's the same old story. Basically, this happens all the time, right? Later, one of the detectives came up and sat beside her. Did she know, he asked, of anything in the house that could have been used as the weapon? Would she mind having a look around to see if anything was missing? A very big spanner, for example, or a heavy metal vase? They didn't have any heavy metal vases, she said. Or a big spanner? She didn't think they had a big spanner, but there might be some things like that in the garage. Okay, now I'm actually learning a new word here, spanner. This is British English. It means a wrench, a tool for turning bolts. Okay. Yeah. All right. So he's asking, is there anything around the house, on the premises here, that could have been used in this murder as a blunt object, as the instrument of the murder, right? So the search went on. She knew that there were other policemen in the garden all around the house. She could hear their footsteps on the gravel outside, and sometimes she saw a flash of a torch through a chink in the curtains. It began to get late, nearly 9, she noticed by the clock on the mantel. The 4 men searching the rooms seemed to be growing weary, a trifle exasperated. Okay, so the police, they're looking, they're searching inside, outside, and she hears their footsteps on the gravel, and she sees their torches. There's more British English. In America, we say flashlights, right? Through a chink in the curtains, a little opening. 9 o'clock, the men seem tired and frustrated. They seem exasperated, like they really are at a loss. That's another great expression, at a loss. They don't know what to do next, right? Jack, she said, the next time Sergeant Noonan went by, would you mind giving me a drink? Sure, I'll give you a drink. You mean this whiskey? Yes, please, but just a small one. It might make me feel better. He handed her the glass. Why don't you have one yourself? She said. You must be awfully tired. Please do. You've been very good to me. Well, he answered, it's not strictly allowed, but I might take just a drop to keep me going. Okay, so she is asking for a drink of whiskey, and she is offering him a drink of whiskey as well. He says this isn't really allowed. It's not strictly allowed, not formally permitted, not officially okay, right? But he says just a little bit. One by one, the others came in and were persuaded to take a little nip of whiskey. They stood around rather awkwardly with the drinks in their hands, uncomfortable in her presence, trying to say consoling things to her. Okay, so the other policemen are taking little nips of whiskey. What's a nip? Just a very small amount. And we usually only say this with whiskey, I think. I'm not really sure we say this for other alcohols. But anyway, with whiskey, you hear this a lot. A nip of whiskey, just a little bite of whiskey, a tiny little sip, right? Okay, so they are like consoling her. They're trying to comfort her, trying to soothe her, trying to say things to make her feel better in this trying time. Sergeant Noonan wandered into the kitchen, came out quickly and said, Look, Mrs. Maloney, you know that oven of yours is still on and the meat is still inside? Oh, dear me, she cried. So it is. I better turn it off for you, hadn't I? Will you do that, Jack? Thank you so much. Okay, so police officer Sergeant Noonan has to remind her that her leg of lamb is still cooking in the oven. He notices that the oven is on, so he reminds her to turn it off. When the sergeant returned the second time, she looked at him with her large, dark, tearful eyes. Jack Noonan, she said. Yes? Would you do me a small favor, you and these others? We can try, Mrs. Maloney. Well, she said, here you all are, and good friends of dear Patrick's too, and helping to catch the man who killed him. You must be terribly hungry by now, because it's long past your supper time, and I know Patrick would never forgive me, God bless his soul, if I allowed you to remain in his house without offering you decent hospitality. Why don't you eat up that lamb that's in the oven? It'll be cooked just right by now. Okay, so she's looking at him sweetly and asking him a favor. Can you do something for me? Since they're Patrick's friends, right, these other police officers, they knew Patrick when he was alive, and it's late right now. She wants to offer them some hospitality, extend to them some hospitality. She's saying, this is what Patrick would have wanted. Please, won't you stay and eat this lamb with me? She's trying to offer them some food. Wouldn't dream of it, Sergeant Noonan said. Please, she begged, please eat it. Personally, I couldn't touch a thing. Certainly not what's been in the house when he was here, but it's all right for you. It'd be a favor to me if you'd eat it up. Then you can go on with your work again afterwards. There was a good deal of hesitating among the 4 policemen, but they were clearly hungry, and in the end, they were persuaded to go into the kitchen and help themselves. Okay, so at first they say, wouldn't dream of it. Great expression in English, wouldn't dream of it. No way, no way. There's no way I'm doing that. They refused politely, or we can say they politely declined, right? But she insists, and she says it would bring her comfort if they would. So after some hesitation, they say, well, it is late and we are hungry, okay? And they eventually, in the end, agreed. They went into the kitchen to eat the lamb. Okay, here's a big chunk here, guys. Let's listen carefully. The woman stayed where she was, listening to them speaking among themselves, their voices thick and sloppy because their mouths were full of meat. Have some more, Charlie? No, better not finish it. She wants us to finish it. She said so. Be doing her a favor. Okay, then, give me some more. That's a hell of a big club that guy must have used to hit poor Patrick, one of them was saying. The doc says his skull was smashed all to pieces, just like from a sledgehammer. That's why it ought to be easy to find. Exactly what I say. Whoever done it, they're not going to be carrying a thing like that around with them longer than they needed. One of them belched. Personally, I think it's right here on the premises, probably right under our very noses. What do you think, Jack? And in the other room, Mary Maloney giggled. That's the end of the story, guys. Wow. So this is so crazy, right? This is really a dark twist. And, Roald Dahl, as a writer, was known for these kind of dark humor plot twists. But what is going on here at the end of the story? Mary is listening to the policemen. They're eating and they're talking with their mouths full. They're belching. They're burping loudly, talking about what the murder weapon could have been. It must have been like some big sledgehammer. And they're saying, ironically, I bet it's here in the house, right under our noses, right? If something is right under your nose, it's right in front of you. And of course, what is the dark irony here? The dark irony is that they are eating the very weapon that Mary used to kill Patrick. Crazy ending to this story. Guys, what did you think? Did you enjoy the story? Personally, I found this to be a really gripping story. I was hooked. I was on the edge of my seat. And I really want to know, what did Patrick say to Mary at the beginning of the story? Remember, he came home from work and he was in a foul mood, a bad mood. He said something to her, and it set her off. It freaked her out, and it sort of set this whole chain of events into action, right? That's what started all of this, is what he said. So what do you think he said? Let me know down in the comments section. I would love to see your guys' thoughts, your opinions, your reactions to the story. What do you think? Did you like it? And now, guys, let's get into a vocabulary quiz to end today's video. There are 10 questions to this quiz. Let me know down in the comments section how many you get correct, okay? Let's start with number 1. After hearing her husband's shocking news, Mary sat in something horror, unable to react. In 3, 2, 1, she sat in dazed horror. Remember that? She was kind of like out of it. She was shocked and confused, right? So that we can call that dazed horror. She's confused and she's horrified, right? Okay, number 2. The detectives searched the entire something looking for the murder weapon. In 3, 2, 1, they searched the entire premises, right? The entire premises. So the whole property. They searched all over the house looking for the weapon, right? They looked out in the garden. They looked downstairs, upstairs. They thoroughly searched the premises, right? Okay. The blood on Patrick's head had already something becoming thick and sticky. 3, 2, 1. Congealed, right? If a liquid, usually blood we talk about, has congealed, that means it's not thin and runny anymore. No, it's more like a solid. It's like turning into a solid. It's thick and sticky, right? Okay, congealed. Mary's voice at the grocery store was unnaturally bright, almost like she had something it many times. 3, 2, 1. Rehearsed, right? Yeah, it was unnaturally bright. It's like she had gone over it many times, practiced it, rehearsed it. The policeman said the murder weapon must have been a heavy something instrument. Blunt, sharp, delicate, fragile. 3, 2, 1. A blunt instrument. Now remember, blunt means there's no edge. So a knife is not blunt. A big club, a baseball bat, that would be blunt, right? Sergeant Noonan grew tired and a little something when the weapon couldn't be found. What did he grow? 3, 2, 1. Exasperated. Yeah, he's fed up. He's like, ugh, I'm so ready to be done with this, so ready to be finished, right? Mary felt a wave of something, like she might vomit, after hearing her husband's news. Comfort, relief, nausea, hunger. 3, 2, 1. Nausea. Nausea. A feeling like you're sick to your stomach, like you want to throw up. We call that nausea, right? Okay. The policemen were sure the weapon was nearby, probably right under our noses. It was right under our noses the whole time. The grocer noticed Mary's unusually cheerful tone when she asked for potatoes, smiling in a very normal, peculiar, ordinary, expected, peculiar way. Peculiar, odd, strange, not normal. Okay, these all mean the same thing. And last question here. The detectives believed if they could only something, the weapon, they would catch the murderer. Okay, very easy question here. If they could only find the weapon, they would catch the murderer. Find the weapon, find the murderer. My dear, dear friends, this video has been so much fun. I really enjoyed this. I hope that following along, you guys really got something from this. I mean, the story was fantastic. We learned a lot of great natural native phrases and vocabulary. Once again, let me know down in the comments what you thought of this story, what you thought of this video. Do you want more content like this? A little bit more long-form content that's better suited to listening. Maybe you can put it on as you drive, as you walk, as you fall asleep at night. Let me know. Comment more like this if you want more like this. And I have made other story videos. I'm going to put one right up here on the screen. Go click on it and I'll meet you there. Come on, let's keep going. The more you watch, the better your English will be. A little bit of context and history about this speech, just a little bit of background information so we have an understanding, an idea of where this speech came from and why it's so famous. This speech was delivered or given by Steve Jobs. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Steve Jobs, a very famous public figure, designer, pioneer in the tech world, okay, on June 12th, 2005. So, wow, 20 years ago at Stanford University. At the time, Jobs was the CEO of Apple and Pixar, okay, the chief executive officer. He was the big boss at these companies, but his journey included being fired from Apple in 1985. Long before he was the CEO, he actually got fired, or we can say he was let go from Apple, and returning then in 1997 to revive the company, to bring the company back to life. So the speech is renowned. It's renowned. It's highly regarded. In other words, people love this speech. Why? For its themes, or in the speech, we can see these different ideas: resilience, not giving up, just really a fancy way to say not giving up; mortality, talking about life and death. There are themes of living and dying, and also it's humor. Like I mentioned, it's a very funny speech. It's really laugh out loud hilarious. So all of these things reflect Jobs's personal struggles, the things he tried to deal with, tried to overcome, the hurdles, right? The hurdles or obstacles he tried to overcome, as well as his triumphs, his victories. Okay, so that's a little bit of background information, a bit of context and history. Now let's jump in to the speech itself and take a look. Okay, so let's take this line by line, shall we? Truth be told, to tell the truth, I never graduated from college. Yeah, Steve never graduated. And this is the closest I've ever gotten to a college graduation today. It's already kind of funny. And remember that he is giving a commencement speech, a graduation speech to a bunch of college graduates. These people are going to graduate from Stanford University and go out into the world. So he's addressing them. He's talking to them. I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal, just 3 stories. I love the nonchalant tone. Nonchalant just means relaxed, it's no big deal. He's very laid back. Laid back, we could also say very casual. Yeah, he's not making it a big thing, right? He's not making it a big deal. He's like, just sit back, relax, listen. Your friend Steve Jobs is going to tell you 3 stories from his life. Let's take a look. The first story is about connecting the dots. Interesting theme here, right? Connecting the dots, drawing lines between points. He says, I dropped out, or withdrew, or left left what, withdrew from what, dropped out of what? Reed College, okay, when he was going to college after the first 6 months. So he only made it 6 months into his stint, his time at Reed College, but then stayed around as a drop-in. Kind of a funny play on words here. First, he dropped out, then he dropped in. Yeah, if you drop into a college class, you are a casual attendee, an auditor, basically somebody just checking out the class, right? He did this for another 18 months or so, right? 18 months, give or take, we could also say. Give or take, about 18 months before I really quit, before I actually stopped going. So why'd I drop out? Why did I drop out, right? It started before I was born. Okay, so we're going to get in the time machine and go way, way back for this story. Let's keep going. Let's turn the page. Jobs tells us that my biological mother, so birth mother, natural mother, the mother who gave birth to you is your biological mother, okay, was a young, unwed or unmarried graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. Yeah, so, his mother, she was single, unwed, unmarried, a graduate student. So she had graduated from college, but she was still researching, right? And maybe she couldn't handle the stress of motherhood. She couldn't deal with it. She couldn't take it, right? So she made a difficult decision. She decided to put little Steve Jobs up for adoption. She's going to give him away to a family, to a set of parents who can adequately care for him. Adequately care for him. Give him the love and care he needs, he deserves, right? She felt very strongly, his biological mother, that I should be adopted by college graduates. People who are educated, who went to college, who understand the world, intellectuals, right? Smart people. So everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by who? By a lawyer. Okay, this guy who practices law as his profession, as his job, and his wife. Okay, except that here's the first point in the speech that really makes me laugh. When I popped out, that's a popping noise, right? So he's describing when he was born, when he arrived in the world. He uses a really funny phrase, popped out. He popped out of his mom, right? They decided at the last minute they really wanted a girl, okay? So my parents, who were on a waiting list, they were on standby to get a kid, right? Got a call in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, unexpectedly get a phone call asking, we've got an unexpected or surprise or unforeseen baby boy. Do you want him? Well, they wanted a girl, but they still said, of course, we will take him, right? My biological mother found out later, so later she discovered that my mother, the non-biological mom, the one who raised Steve Jobs, after his biological mom gave him away, she found out that she had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated, from high school. So not only had Steve's new father not graduated from college, he hadn't even graduated from high school. Now, of course, one of the conditions one of the requirements that Steve's biological mom had was that his new parents should be college graduates, right? They should have graduated from college. So, as you can imagine, she was not happy to hear this. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She said, "Nuh-uh, no way. My Steve is not going to uneducated parents." I think his biological mom, I think she meant well. What does that mean if we say someone means well? You know, this might seem kind of harsh, what she's doing, kind of cruel. You know, she's like looking down on his new parents, these people who want to adopt him because they are not college educated. And that seems pretty offensive, right? But I think she meant well. I think she just was trying to give Steve the best upbringing, the best childhood possible. She wanted great parents to raise him. She wanted him to have a good life. So her intentions, right? Her intentions were good. You know, her goal was good, even though it seemed maybe a little bit mean or cruel or harsh. She only relented. Great word here, relented. She only gave in. She only yielded. We could also say caved. She only caved or caved in, you know, a few months later when my parents promised that I would go to college. So she finally caved, finally relented, finally yielded. We could also say, here's a big $10 word, acquiesced. Acquiesced. She gave in. She said, okay, fine. Why did she say fine? Well, because the new parents, they promised that even though they were not college graduates, Steve, I would go to college, right? Well, 17 years later, I did go to college, but I naively, innocently, or ignorantly chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. Okay, so this was a naive thing to do. It was a rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. It means like, the kind of mistake a beginner would make. He clearly doesn't have a lot of experience. He's ignorant. He's too innocent. He's naive. Why? He chose a really expensive college, almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition, the money it takes to pay for school, right? So, his new parents, they were working class. They weren't college educated. The dad wasn't even really high school educated. They probably weren't making a lot of money. They were working class, probably lower middle class, lower working class. And so, he needed to spend a lot of their savings in order to afford college tuition, in order to be able to afford it, in order to be able to pay for it. Say that with me. In order to be able to afford it. Okay? In order to be able to afford it. Yeah. So after 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it, in this college education. He couldn't see the worth or the merit in continuing on spending all this money, spending money hand over fist. Yeah, hand over fist, spending tons of money. It's hard for him, in other words, to justify spending this much money. It's hard for him to say it's worth it. This is a good use of our money. It's hard for him to justify spending that much. Continuing on here, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. So in other words, he's feeling lost. He's feeling directionless, like he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know where he's going. So he makes a decision. I decided to drop out, quit school, right? And trust or have faith that it would all work out. So he believes in the universe, right? He's trusting the universe. He's saying, okay, I'm taking a big gamble. I'm taking a big gamble here. This is a big risk. I'm really rolling the dice. And it was pretty daunting or frightening or scary. Yeah, if something is daunting, it's pretty intimidating. Makes you afraid, makes you scared. You don't know if you're going to be able to do it or not, right? Say that with me. You don't know if you are going to be able to do it or not. One more time. You don't know if you are going to be able to do it or not. That's a long expression, right? So it was daunting at the time, but looking back now, okay, in hindsight, in other words, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. So in retrospect, or in hindsight, right, looking back, it was actually a great decision because the minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required or mandatory or compulsory classes. There were all these classes he had to take. There was no way around taking them. There was no other option. He simply had to. He had to take all of these mandatory, compulsory, required, just means the same thing, right? These classes he had to take that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on or attending casually or auditing the ones that looked far more interesting, or maybe we could say appealing. Yeah, they appealed to him more. Naturally, they were more interesting. They grabbed his attention. We could also say they intrigued him. It wasn't all romantic, right? This process was not as dreamy or idealistic or rosy as you might think. And then he gives some examples here of why this was not as romantic, not as amazing, not as great as you might expect. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. Ooh, he slept on his friends' floors. Can you imagine how filthy, how dirty those college dorm room floors must have been? Ugh, disgusting. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent payments to buy food with. Wow, he was pretty desperate for money, huh? He was desperate for this 5-cent payment. He would take an empty Coca-Cola bottle, turn it in, and get a very small payment. A meager payment. Yeah, not a big payment, something pretty small. Something insubstantial, we could also say. Insubstantial. In other words, it's not a lot. It's not a lot, but it's enough to buy food with. And I would walk the 7 miles. He would walk 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. So he would go to this religious place in order to get a good meal, because at this temple they would feed people in need for free. But he would walk 7 miles every Sunday night just to get this one good meal. You would think that walking the 7 miles, to get the meal would burn all the calories gotten from eating the meal. But, I guess that's the best he could do. That was his only option, right? Much of what I stumbled into or discovered or encountered by accident, by following my curiosity and intuition, or his instinct, his gut feeling, turned out to be priceless, invaluable, precious, mean the same thing. later on. Okay, so basically he's telling us that at this time he was lost, he was just stumbling through life, experiencing these things that didn't seem to matter that much, but later on he would realize that these lessons he learned were in fact priceless or invaluable or super precious. They had a lot of worth to him. This word invaluable is funny, isn't it? Because in English, we can say that something is valuable, has a lot of value. We can also say that it's invaluable, and they mean the same thing, right? In fact, invaluable is even stronger than valuable, I would say. It basically means priceless. If something has so much worth that you can't put a price tag on it, it's priceless. It's invaluable. So here's an example of one of these lessons, right? Reed College offered the best calligraphy or handwriting, lettering instruction in the country. If you learn how to write cursive, that's calligraphy, right? Beautiful penmanship. Okay? Because I dropped out, I took a calligraphy class. I learned about, how do you say this, serif and sans serif typefaces. These are different fonts, like if you are using a word processor on the computer, there are different letter styles, different typefaces, different fonts. You can choose what the words look like, basically, right? He learned about varying space between letter combinations and also what makes great typography or text design. Guys, don't worry too much about this part. He's just saying he learned a lot about aesthetics. Yeah, how to make things look beautiful, how to make things look visually appealing, visually attractive, right? How to make things look good, especially words and letters. Well, here's the part that I think is really interesting. 10 years later, when designing the first Macintosh computer, the first Mac, right? It all came back to me. In other words, he remembered it all. So because he dropped out and started taking calligraphy and typography classes that actually interested him, he learned a bunch about text design, and this became a really prominent feature on the Macintosh. In other words, this style of design and the lessons he learned from, these design classes became something really important about the first Mac, something that made the first Macs very special, very unique. If I hadn't dropped in on that course, the Mac wouldn't have had multiple typefaces, or, that basically means more than one, right? So 2, 3, 4, more than one, multiple typefaces, fonts, or proportionally spaced fonts. Basically, he's saying the aesthetics of the Mac would have been way different. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward. That's one of the lessons he learned. I love that. That's so interesting, isn't it? He was a very introspective person, very introspective. That means he was willing, here's a little picture, to look inside himself, look inside maybe his own mind, and he was willing to think really deeply about life and about himself and about his place in the world. So we can say he was a thinker. Yeah, he was very introspective. You have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. Again, this theme of trust, of believing in the universe, this theme of having faith, right? You have to trust in something. Your gut, instinct, intuition, they mean the same thing. Trusting yourself, basically, to make your own choices, or destiny, fate, karma, life, whatever. He's saying, it doesn't matter what you believe in, but you need to pick something. You need to believe in something. It's important to have faith, to have trust, to have hope, basically, to believe in something. could be yourself, could be destiny, whatever. Once again, I really love the casual tone, his nonchalant approach to this speech. It's very comforting to listen to. You know, sometimes when you hear one of these big speeches, they seem very formal, right? And they feel a little bit stiff. They feel a little bit rigid or stiff, basically meaning too formal, right? You're sort of like, you feel like you can't relax listening to it. But the tone of Steve's speech is really laid back, really relaxed. And I think because of that, you are able to get his message much better. You're able to relax and really focus on what he's saying. We've got a second story here. My second story is about love and loss. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life was Steve Wozniak, and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20 years old. Kind of a famous origin story. A famous origin story. An origin story is the story of how something began, of how something got started, right? In 10 years, only 10 years, Apple grew from just the two of us in that garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. Man, that is really amazing to think about, that in 10 short years, Apple could grow that much. We'd just released our finest creation, best or greatest creation, in other words. They've created something amazing, the Macintosh, the Mac computer, right? A year earlier, they had created it, and I had just turned 30. And then I got fired. Bam. Wow, what a twist. What a turn. What a plot twist. Things are going so well. He just turned 30. He should be positioned or in a position to make a huge sum of money and become very, very wealthy, right? But then the opposite happened. He got fired. The unthinkable happened. The unimaginable happened. He lost it all. He lost everything. How can you get fired from a company you started? Isn't that crazy to think about? As Apple grew, we hired someone I thought was very talented, right? Very skilled, very gifted, this individual, this person, whoever this person was, to run the company with me. Sounds like he trusted this person. For a while, things went well. You know, it was smooth sailing. Things were going well, smooth sailing. All right, like a ship sailing on the sea. There are no big waves. Nope, it was smooth sailing. But then our visions of the future began to diverge. So their goals for the company, their outlook on the company, what they wanted for the future of the company began to diverge, to split, to differ. Fantastic word here. Diverge, split, differ, come apart, or maybe break apart, right? And eventually, with time, we had a falling out or a big disagreement, a big rift. I think falling out is actually much bigger than a disagreement. If you have a disagreement with somebody, it might not be a big deal. You know, the relationship might be salvageable. Salvageable. You might be able to salvage the relationship. Salvage. In other words, you might be able to save this relationship if it's just a disagreement. But a falling out with somebody is much worse. If you have a falling out with somebody, then your relationship tanks. It collapses. You don't even want to associate with them anymore, right? You don't even want to be around them anymore. The board of directors sided with him. They sided with him. They took his side, right? So at 30 years old, I was out and very publicly out. Ooh, this was a big public spectacle. Basically, it was a big incident, a big altercation. Something big went down, and it went down publicly. Yeah, all eyes were on Steve and on Apple. Everyone watched this happen, basically, is what this is saying. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone. He'd been focused on Apple for so long, poof, it's gone. It went away. It was stripped from him. It was ripped from his hands, if you want to be dramatic about it. It was taken away. And it was devastating or crushing or heartbreaking. It was really tough to deal with this, right? I didn't know what to do for months. He was lost once again, or yet again, we could say. Lost yet again. I felt I'd let the previous generation of entrepreneurs or innovators or business founders, people who want to create in the world of business, down. He felt like he'd let the older generation, like his parents, the entrepreneurs who came before him, he felt like he'd let them down, like he'd failed, basically, that I'd dropped the baton, failed to continue, faltered. Yeah, he failed, basically. This idea of dropping the baton is interesting. If you are running a relay race, something that's called a relay race, then you have like a team of runners, and everyone needs to help get the baton. If you're running with like a baton, right? You hand it off to the next person, and it's the team's job to try and get the baton across the finish line. So he felt like the baton had been handed to him. Here's the baton. And he dropped it. He dropped the baton. He let everybody down. I met with company leaders and tried to apologize, tried to say sorry for screwing up or failing or messing up so badly. He really felt like he let everybody down, but something slowly began to dawn on me or become clear or sink in. These are really terrific spoken native English expressions. Something dawned on him. He had a realization. Something became clear. Something started to sink in. I still loved what I did. Wow, isn't that an incredible realization to have in the midst of all of this? In the middle of all of this drama, he realizes, you know what? I still love this. I still love what I do. The turn of events, or the change in the situation, the shift in things at Apple hadn't changed that. So I decided to start over. He's still enjoying the process of what he's doing, right? Getting fired was the best thing that could have happened to me. It gave him a chance to start over. The heaviness or burden or weight, we could say, of being successful was replaced. It was switched out by the lightness or freedom or ease of being a beginner again. Isn't that interesting? Of course, there are a lot of, good things about being a very successful person who has lots of accomplishments, but also there are advantages to being a beginner. For example, I remember when I first started this YouTube channel, no one was watching my videos, but that was kind of an advantage because no one expected anything from me, and I could try lots of different styles with my videos. In other words, I could experiment. I could try different things and see what worked. see what I enjoyed doing, what people responded to or liked, right? It freed me to enter one of the most innovative or creative or imaginative periods or times or stages of my life. Okay, so he gets fired and he goes into creative mode. He goes into creative mode. He kind of feels like he's reborn and he has a chance to innovate or imagine or create all over again. During the next 5 years, I started a company called Next. I started another company called Pixar. Maybe you've heard of it, right? Super famous animation studio, which later created Toy Story amongst many other famous animated movies. I fell in love with an amazing woman who became my wife. So all of these happened in the next 5 years after he was let go, after he was fired. In a remarkable or amazing turn of events, Apple bought Next. The company that had fired him bought his new company, and I returned to Apple. He went back to work for Apple. The technology we developed at Next became the core or the center of Apple's renaissance. Fantastic word. Renaissance, rebirth, revival. In other words, Apple was not doing well. It's starting to tank, starting to falter. They buy Next, and the technology of Next is central or a core part of Apple's renaissance. It makes a comeback. It comes back from the dead, right? So what's the lesson here? Sometimes life hits you in the head with a brick. Kunk. Right? Don't lose faith. Don't lose belief. Don't lose trust. He was a big faith guy, wasn't he? A big trust guy. Trust the universe. Trust that the universe has a plan for you. He had a lot of belief, faith, trust. The only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did, right? So when he lost everything, he was able to persevere. He was able to push on because of his passion, because of his love for what he did. Man, sometimes I feel like that with YouTube. My channel has not been doing great recently. Views are quite down compared to where they were months ago, but I love making videos for you guys. I love experimenting, trying out new formats. I just love making these videos, so that keeps me going. And of course, your guys' support keeps me going. So if you haven't done so yet, now's a great time to click like on the video. Say hello in the comments. Tell me where you're from or why you're learning English. Maybe become a channel member. That would be a huge support. And keep watching. Let's keep going. We are on to the final story that Steve Jobs shares in this speech. And this one's pretty short, so stick with me, guys. We're almost there. Hang in there. Hang in there. All right, don't go anywhere. When I was 17, I read a quote. If you live each day as if it were your last, someday you'll most certainly be right. Ugh, kind of a scary quote, right? It kind of gives you pause, kind of makes you think, whoa, that's kind of intense, kind of dark, kind of heavy. It made an impression or impact or mark. They all mean the same thing. On me, okay? This quote really affected him. Since then, for 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I'm about to do today? Basically, meaning the things I'm going to do today, are they a good use of my time? Is this how I want to be living my life? Am I living in a way that's exciting or interesting to me? If the answer was no, too many days in a row, I knew I needed to change something. So I really like this because he's realistic too. He knows that some days the answer will be no. Nobody's perfect. Everyone has good days and bad days, right? But if the answer was no too many days in a row, then he knew something needs to give. Something's gotta give. Means something needs to change here. Remembering that you will die is the best way to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. So he's saying that this way of thinking that maybe you have something to lose, that's a trap. Why is it a trap? Because it stops you from making progress. Fear can hold you back. So if you remember that one day you'll die and everything will be gone and behind you, right? Then you remember, hey, I've got nothing to lose. I should just go for it. I should go for it. Why not, right? Why not? Almost everything. External expectations. External, meaning outside of you. There's internal, inside of you, and external, outside of you. So external expectations might be the expectations of others. The plans other people have for you and for your life, the things they expect from you, the things they want you to do, right? So almost everything. External expectations, pride, fear of humiliation. In other words, shame, embarrassment. That's what humiliation is, being really, really deeply embarrassed. Fear of failure falls away in the face of death, leaving only what's truly important. A year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. Diagnosed. The doctors made a diagnosis. They told him, we're sorry to say this, we found cancer. The doctors told me it was almost certainly terminal. Yikes, what is terminal? Untreatable, incurable. In other words, it will kill him. And that I had 3 to 6 months to live. That's what the doctor said. My doctor advised me or suggested, suggested that he get his affairs in order. Yikes, that's so scary. If you get your affairs in order, that basically means you prepare what you need to prepare before death. You settle all of the matters you need to settle. Figure out your funeral, figure out your money, who's going to get this, who's going to get that. You put your affairs in order or get your affairs in order. Later, a biopsy revealed it was a rare, curable, treatable, operable, can be operated on form of pancreatic cancer. Cancer in your pancreas. I had surgery and I'm fine now. This is pretty sad because at the time he was fine, but we know that later in his life it came back and ended up killing him, right? So unfortunately, this cancer did come back. Death is life's change agent. An agent of change makes change happen. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you, right? But someday you will become old. So don't waste time living someone else's life. Love that quote right here. Don't waste time living someone else's life, living someone else's dream. Do the things you know in your heart are important to you, the things you care about. I love the sentiment. Of course, in reality, sometimes it's hard to do that, right? It's not always easy to live your best life because we have responsibilities. Sometimes life throws unexpected things at you. Things happen that are beyond your control, and you just have to react. Sometimes what I'm saying is we are not in full control of our lives, so it's difficult to live a life that feels like the right one for you, right? But I do think it's good to strive to do that, to try and do that, right? To try or strive to live that way. We're almost done, guys. Don't give up on me now. Don't be trapped by dogma, rigid beliefs, doctrine. Don't let others' opinions drown out your inner voice. Have the courage or bravery or boldness to follow your heart. Yeah, he's kind of basically telling the audience to be brave and to trust themselves and to think for themselves. Don't just blindly follow other people. Don't be scared of what other people will think. Be brave. Follow your heart. Try to do what's best for yourself, right? Here's his closing words. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Very famous quote from this speech. Stay hungry, stay foolish. When I was young, there was an amazing publication, I guess like a magazine, right? Called The Whole Earth Catalog. On the back of its final issue, the very last one, was a photo of an early morning country road. So just kind of a dirt road in the countryside with the words, stay hungry, stay foolish. I've always wished that for myself. And now as you graduate, I wish that for you. Look at this. Stay hungry, stay foolish. What does that mean? Stay hungry. I think that one's pretty clear. Don't lose your drive, right? Your drive. Don't lose your ambition, right? You should always be willing to put in the work to follow your dreams, right? But stay foolish. That's a little bit more unclear, right? What does he mean by that? Stay foolish. My personal take on this is that he means be willing to learn. Be willing to admit that maybe you don't know everything. Be willing to admit where you don't know anything at all. Be willing to study, be willing to grow, be willing to learn, right? Be willing to look foolish. Maybe sometimes, right, that means you put yourself in a position where to other people you look silly, you look foolish, you look like you don't know what you're doing, right? But in reality, you are the brave one because maybe they don't know either, but they're not willing to put themselves in your position. But you are. So stay hungry, stay foolish. Really interesting words to live by. If you guys made it all the way through this video, give yourselves a pat on the back. You deserve it, my friends. You've done so well, and I can tell that you're very hungry. So down in the comments section, leave me a comment, right? Stay hungry. Don't go away yet, though, because we're going to do a very quick vocab breakdown. Not every single word we talked about, but I've taken what I think are the most useful and important words. We're going to fly through them, do a super quick review, and then have a little bit of speaking practice at the end of this video. Are you ready? Let's start with unexpected. Synonyms: unforeseen. Surprise. It means not anticipated, not expected, unexpected. The unexpected rain ruined our picnic plans. They didn't expect the rain. It ruined their picnic. Look at this word, relented. Say that with me. Relented. Relented. If you relent, you give in, you yield, you cave. Remember that? To finally agree after resisting. After hours of negotiation, talking back and forth, the landlord relented on the rent increase. He wanted to increase the rent, but then he relented, he yielded, he gave in, he caved. Naively, innocently, ignorantly, acting without experience or wisdom, she naively trusted the email scam and lost money. You don't want to fall for email scams, right? If you do fall for an email scam, somebody trying to get money out of you, they send you an email saying that they are a prince, right? Claiming that they are a Nigerian prince. That's the classic one. And if you fall for it, You are naive. You're too innocent. You're ignorant, right? You are acting without wisdom or experience. Something is daunting, it's frightening, scary, intimidating was another word we used. The final exam felt daunting to the students, felt scary, felt frightening, felt intimidating, okay? Required, mandatory, compulsory, officially necessary. That's another great way of saying it. A passport is required for international travel. In other words, if you want to travel internationally, you are going to need a passport. Intuition is instinct or gut feeling or inner sense of truth. Her intuition told her to avoid the deal. She trusted her gut and she didn't do the deal. She avoided it. Priceless could go to invaluable, precious, too valuable to price, so valuable that you can't even put a price on it, right? Their grandmother's recipes were priceless. The recipes were priceless, invaluable, precious, too valuable to price. Diverge means to split or to differ, to go in different directions. Their college paths diverged after college. She went this way, he went that way. Their paths diverged, went in different directions. If you have a falling out with somebody, you have a big disagreement, a big rift, a relationship ending conflict. That's a great way of putting it. They had a falling out over business ethics, the ethics of doing business, what is right, what is wrong. We could also say the morality, the morals, the sense of right and wrong in doing business. They couldn't agree on it, so they had a falling out. If something is devastating, then it is crushing, it is heartbreaking, it is extremely distressing. The layoffs were devastating to the small town. Layoffs, people getting fired. Yeah, in a small town, that would be devastating or extremely distressing. It would distress you a lot. It would crush you. It would be heartbreaking. Screwing up means failing or messing up, making a serious mistake. I screwed up by forgetting the client's name, right? If something dawns on you, then it becomes clear. It sinks in. You gradually or slowly realize, right? It dawned on me that I'd left the oven open. Ooh, that's a terrible realization. Maybe you've already left the house. You're in your car driving away. Oh my God, I left the oven on. If I don't get home right now, the house is going to burn. Yeah, usually a pretty bad realization, right? Especially sink in. If something sinks in, ooh, it's a bad realization. Turn of events. A change in situation, a shift, an unexpected change. That's what that means. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Only 4 more here, guys. Renaissance, remember that? Means rebirth, means revival, a renewed interest, sort of a second coming of something, right? The city's art scene had a renaissance. Maybe there used to be an art scene and then it died away. You know, all of the painters and photographers and singers, they left town. But then there was a renaissance, kind of a rebirth or revival of the art scene. Impression, impact, mark, a lasting effect. His speech left an impression on me. One thing I want to point out here about this word effect, and I see native speakers make this mistake all the time. Effect, spelled with an E, that's a noun. If you want to use it as a verb, we need to use a. Like if something affects you, we use this. That's a verb. If something has an effect on you, okay, that's a noun, so be very careful with how you use that word. Humiliation means deep shame, deep embarrassment, right? The public rejection caused humiliation. Oh, you were embarrassed in front of everyone. How humiliating. Last one, terminal. If we're talking about a disease, an illness, a medical condition, If something is terminal, it's untreatable, it's incurable, it leads to death. The doctor delivered terminal news. Or the cancer is terminal cancer. Can't be treated, can't be fixed, can't be cured. And here we are, finally, at my favorite part of all of my videos, the sort of cool down speaking practice where we can take a minute and think about what we've read, what we've internalized, right? And we can kind of share our thoughts on it and practice our writing or speaking skills. So, do you agree with Steve Jobs that you should live each day like it's your last? And here's another question. What are some ways you can live life to the fullest? That's a big theme in this speech. You know, really living your life and following your dreams, right? So, do you agree with that? Do you think it's realistic? Or maybe it's a bit unrealistic. If you think this is something that you should try to do, then maybe you can talk about how you can go about doing it. So my challenge for you guys is to speak out loud for a full minute. I'm going to go first. Here's my minute. Here I go. First of all, I love the sentiment. Yeah, the sentiment. I love the idea that he's sharing here. This idea that you should really try to take life by the horns, right? Like it's a raging bull. Grab life by the horns or take it by the horns and live each day in a very full way. Live life to the fullest. But I just don't think that that's that realistic. I think you should definitely try to, but I also think it's healthy to have literally zero expectations of life. Right? You shouldn't expect great things to happen because if they don't, you'll be really disappointed. And if they do, you'll be really surprised. So it goes both ways, right? I think it's a nice sentiment. I think it's a nice idea. In practice, however, I'm not sure how realistic it is. That was my 1 minute response, giving you guys a demonstration of what I'd like for you to try and do now. So take your minute, speak out loud, maybe try to use one or more of today's vocab words, or you can type in the comments. Go ahead, go for it. So, just as a reminder, we will begin with a quick read. Sit back, relax, and listen. Just try to understand the story as best you can. If it feels difficult, too challenging, don't worry, because we will spend the rest of the video making everything clear. Okay, let's get started. The strange story of Tom Cruise, Scientology, and Hollywood. Tom Cruise is one of the most famous actors on the planet, but his smile? Some people say it doesn't add up. Christian Bale once said he based his creepy American Psycho character on Cruise because Cruise smiled big, but his eyes looked checked out. Even in real life, Cruise has come off as strange. In one interview, he laughed while telling a story about cutting off his co-pilot's oxygen during a flight. The co-pilot passed out. Cruise thought it was hilarious. Everyone else, not so much. Cruise had a tough childhood. His dad was abusive. He was diagnosed with dyslexia and struggled in school. The family moved constantly, never really settling down. At one point, he wanted to be a priest, but got kicked out of seminary school for stealing alcohol. Then he set out to become an actor. He learned everything he could, not just acting, but also how lighting, editing, and cameras worked. He was all in. By 1986, Top Gun made him a superstar. But off camera, Cruise was still struggling to keep up, especially with reading scripts. That's when someone handed him a strange book from a church called Scientology. Scientology was created by L. Ron Hubbard, a science fiction writer. He believed every human has a spirit called a thetan, which is blocked by painful memories from past lives. To remove these blocks, you must go through spiritual training. The training isn't free. In fact, it can add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. To move up through the church's spiritual levels, people must pay for auditing sessions, a process where you are asked personal questions while holding metal tubes hooked up to a machine called an E-meter. The goal is to dig up emotional pain and clear it. Scientology also has a secret group called the Sea Org. Members sign up for a 1 billion year contract, live on church property, and work long hours for almost no money. Many join as teens. Some are born into it. Tom Cruise became their golden boy. They set up gyms for him, sent over workers to clean his homes, and planned big events around him. In return, he praised Scientology everywhere, even saying it helped him cure his dyslexia. He wasn't just a follower. He became their superstar. Cruise married Nicole Kidman. At first, she went along with the church, but later she backed away. The church reportedly turned on her. After their divorce, Cruise held on to full custody of their kids. Kidman was cut out completely. His next wife, Katie Holmes, also played along until their daughter Suri was born. Katie became scared. She didn't want her daughter growing up in the Sea Org. So she secretly got in touch with lawyers, used burner phones, and mapped out an escape. When she finally filed for divorce, Cruise was caught off guard. Katie got out. She won full custody. Tom hasn't seen Suri in over a decade. Meanwhile, Cruise's public image began to fall apart. He gave intense interviews. He shouted about how psychiatry was evil. He called antidepressants dangerous. In a leaked video, he made vague promises about cleaning up the planet while grinning wildly. Critics, ex-members, and shows like South Park started calling Scientology a scam. Former insiders spoke out, saying they were pressured, punished, and emotionally abused. The church hit back, often trying to ruin their reputations. And Cruise? He's still making hit movies. He jumps out of planes. He flies jets. He pulls off impossible stunts, but some say he's not in control anymore. Maybe he can't get out. Okay, guys, awesome work. That was a quick look at today's story, and that probably felt a bit overwhelming, right? There is a lot of information there, and some of the language is a little bit advanced, a little bit technical, talking about Scientology and their strange methods that they use. But before we dive back into the story, I want to take a look at some of the phrasal verbs we saw in it, because these are so useful and will make you sound natural and fluent in English if you can use them correctly. Let's start with add up. To add up is to make sense or seem believable. Here's another great expression here. It checks out. Yeah, that checks out. That seems correct. That seems fine. No problems there. Some antonyms or opposite words might be confuse, seem wrong, not make sense. And here are 2 example sentences. Number 1, his story didn't add up. So I started asking more questions. Okay, it didn't add up, right? So it didn't check out, we could also say. It didn't make sense. It didn't seem logical. We can say his story didn't add up. There was something off about his story. Example 2, something about her reaction just doesn't add up. Yeah, the way she reacted, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem logical. It doesn't check out. If you guys don't click like on this video, that really doesn't add up. For me, that doesn't seem logical. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't check out. Yeah, you should click like. That would be the sensical thing to do, the correct thing to do. Another fantastic phrasal verb we saw in the story, come off. If something comes off a certain way, then it appears or seems a certain way. He comes off as really confident, but he's actually shy, right? He comes off as really confident. He seems confident. He appears confident. He gives the impression that he is confident. Here's another great expression here. If you give a certain impression, then you seem a certain way. You appear a certain way. You come off a certain way. I didn't mean to come off as rude. It was just a joke. So it wasn't their intention. They didn't mean to come off that way. As for me personally, I think I come off as kind of a shy person because I don't talk a whole lot when I'm out with a group of people. What about you? What kind of person do you think you come off as? A confident person? Shy person? Happy person? Let me know down in the comments. If you set out to do something, you begin a journey, a project, or a goal. You begin, you start, you launch. Some antonyms might be to give up, to quit, to stay put. She set out to become an actor when she was just a teen. So she began this journey, right? She started a journey to go and become an actor. If you set out to do something, then you have a goal in mind. You have a mission. For example, this year, I set out to get over 1 million subscribers on this YouTube channel. I don't know if I will accomplish that goal, that mission, but I began that journey. That's what I set out to do. What's something you set out to do this year? Quit smoking? Lose weight? Get better sleep? Let me know in the comments. Number 4 of 5 here, we have dig up, meaning to discover or bring out something hidden, like a secret or a memory, to uncover something, in other words, to reveal something, to expose something. Antonyms might be to hide something, cover up something, ignore something. Reporters tried to dig up secrets about his past. They tried to uncover secrets, expose secrets, reveal secrets. About what? About his past. Example 2, the therapy sessions helped her dig up painful memories. So she's reaching into her mind, into her memories, and she's searching for those painful ones, and she's digging them up because maybe she wants to examine them. She wants a better look at them, right? One more phrasal verb to talk about here before we get back to the story, get out, meaning to escape or leave a difficult or dangerous situation. To escape, to leave, to break free. Opposite words, antonyms might be to stay, remain, or be trapped. She wanted to get out of the toxic environment. This reminds me a little bit of my living situation when I was in college. You know, back then, I also lived in a toxic environment. It was a very toxic living situation. Toxic meaning very unhealthy or unproductive or maybe even dangerous, right? I remember my roommates were terrible and we never got along. We were yelling at each other. It was a really bad, toxic situation. And from day one of living with them, I wanted to get out. I wanted to escape, to leave, to break free, but I was stuck in a lease. That's my connection to this word. Example 2, he finally found a way to get out of the contract. Have you guys ever been in a really toxic situation or environment that you wanted to get out of? Maybe it was a relationship. Maybe it was a living situation like what I had. Maybe it was a job. Yeah, people have toxic work environments all the time where they are overworked or underappreciated, right? Not appreciated enough by their boss, by their colleagues, their coworkers, right? Have you guys ever been in a situation like that? Let me know down in the comments whether or not you managed to get out, escape. All right, fantastic. You guys are doing amazing. We took a quick look at the story. We talked about some of the really useful phrasal verbs we saw in the story. Let's come back and go line by line and really dissect this story. Make sure we understand everything crystal clear, 100%. Now, any new words you guys learn along the way, you can post those down in the comments, and over time, we can like each other's comments, giving each other reminders to go back and review. The strange story of Tom Cruise, Scientology, and Hollywood. Tom Cruise is one of the most famous actors on the planet. I'm sure you guys have seen a picture of him at some point, even if the name is not familiar. I'm sure the picture would be familiar. But his smile, some people say it doesn't add up. Here's a really great phrasal verb, right? It doesn't add up. His smile, it doesn't seem right. There's something off, something creepy about it. Here's another very famous actor here, Christian Bale. He had this movie, American Psycho, right? And I thought this was really interesting when I was researching the story. Apparently, he based his creepy character from that movie on the real-life Tom Cruise. In other words, the inspiration for that character was Tom Cruise because Christian Bale had watched all of these weird, bizarre, strange, peculiar Tom Cruise interviews where he would say weird things or go crazy on TV, and Christian Bale thought, man, this just doesn't add up. There's something weird about this Tom Cruise character, right? Christian Bale once said he based his creepy American Psycho character on Cruise because Cruise smiled big, had a big smile, but his eyes looked checked out. Checked out, meaning he's not really there. He's there, but he's not really there. Maybe mentally, he's thinking about something else. Mentally, he is elsewhere, we could also say. Even in real life, Cruise has come off as strange. Yeah, he's come across as strange. In other words, that's the impression he has given people. The impression is he's a weird guy. In one interview, he laughed while telling this really disturbing story. He thinks it's funny. Everybody else is like, dude, that's messed up. That's not right. That was wrong what you did. He laughed while telling a story about cutting off his co-pilot's oxygen during flight.
He slept the whole way. Wow.
So they're up there flying a plane, the two of them. Tom Cruise switches off his co-pilot's oxygen. His co-pilot kind of passes out. Passes out up in the air. You know, Tom Cruise thought it was hilarious. He was laughing then, and he was laughing on TV as well, telling the story. Everyone else, not so much. He was the only person who thought that was even remotely funny. Even remotely funny. Yeah, even a little bit funny. Cruise had a tough childhood, a difficult upbringing, we could also say. His dad was abusive, so he would get abused by his dad. We don't know exactly what that means, but maybe his dad would hurt him physically or emotionally, say terrible things to him. I'm not sure exactly, but his dad was no good and treated him very poorly. We can say that he was abusive. He was diagnosed with dyslexia and struggled in school. Okay, so that's what the doctors diagnosed him with. They gave him some tests and they made a diagnosis. That means they decided what was going on with him medically. So they diagnosed him with dyslexia, which is a learning and reading disorder. So he really struggled in school. He struggled in school. School was very difficult for him because of the diagnosis, dyslexia. The family moved constantly, never really settling down. So that would be tough as a kid, right? He was never in one place for long, always moving over here, moving over there. So if you never really settle down, then you don't have a chance to adjust to your surroundings, get used to your surroundings, right? You don't have a chance to make friends at school or get a feel for the neighborhood, the area you live in. Yeah, that's a real shame if you never have a chance to settle down and get familiar with an area. At one point, he wanted to be a priest. Yeah, he was interested in joining a religion, becoming a priest. But he got kicked out of seminary school, a school for becoming a priest, for stealing alcohol. I guess he was kind of a mischievous kid. Yeah, he was a bit mischievous, meaning he would get into trouble sometimes. Were you guys a mischievous kid when you were little? You can let me know in the comments. Then he set out to become an actor. He set out to do this. He set out to become an actor. That was the journey he embarked on. That was his mission, right? He learned everything he could, not just acting, but also how lighting, editing, and cameras worked. So he wanted to know everything about making movies, essentially. He was all in with film, all in with cinema. It's a really great expression. If you are all in, it's kind of like a game of poker, right? It's kind of like gambling. If you are really convinced by something, then you are putting it all on the line. You are totally invested in that thing. For example, me personally, I've decided to go all in with YouTube. I bought a very expensive microphone. I bought a new computer. I bought new cameras. I bought new lights. I changed our home office so that I can make videos more easily. I bought a printer. I really went all in and spent thousands of dollars so that I could make my videos higher quality for you guys. Have you ever gone all in with something or all in on something? You can let me know in the comments. By 1986, Top Gun made him a superstar. Yeah, this movie was massive. This movie was a true blockbuster hit. What's that? It's an expression we use for movies. A blockbuster hit just means everybody saw it. It was a super popular movie. It made millions and millions of dollars. But off camera, Cruise was still struggling to keep up. Yeah, if you are struggling to keep up, then whatever material you are dealing with or handling is very difficult for you. And for Tom Cruise, we're talking about reading scripts. Remember, he has dyslexia, which is a reading disability. And for his movie roles, he's required to read a lot, right? Well, that's very difficult for him. And so he is struggling to keep up. He's feeling like he's in over his head, like it's too much for him to handle. That's when someone handed him a strange book from a church called Scientology. This is the moment when Scientology entered his life. In other words, this was the big watershed moment. This was the big turning point for him. Now, I love this part of the story because we get a little bit of background on Scientology. It was created by this guy, L. Ron Hubbard, a science fiction writer. And I'm pretty sure that L. Ron Hubbard holds the world record for most books published. He wrote something like hundreds or maybe thousands of books in his lifetime. He was a science fiction writer, and he would just crank them out. What does that mean? He would write like mad, write like crazy, and was constantly putting out new books. Now, were these high quality books? Were these really good books? I don't think so, but he sure published a lot of them. He was a real interesting character, this L. Ron Hubbard guy. He was the founder of Scientology, and he had a very quirky belief system. That means he believed in some really strange things that most ordinary people do not subscribe to. They do not subscribe to it. In other words, they don't agree with it. They don't believe in it. What did he believe? He believed every human has a spirit called a thetan, which is blocked by painful memories from past lives. So this guy has some ideas that are really out there. Out there means crazy. If you have ideas that are really out there, that means you have some crazy ideas. He also believed to remove these blocks, you must go through spiritual training, okay? You have to train your spirit. Now, of course, in my opinion, right? This is just my opinion, but this is all such a big scam. He would tell people, oh, your spirit is blocked. You need this training. And then, of course, the training isn't free. In fact, it can add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, in my personal opinion, this is all a big money-making scheme. It's all a big scam. To move up through the church's spiritual levels, there's different levels that you basically have to pay for, right? That's how they get your money. They say, you really need to reach this level up here. Your spirit is stuck down here. So that'll be $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. Yeah, people had to pay for auditing sessions. This was a process where you are asked personal questions while holding metal tubes hooked up to a machine called an e-meter. Is this really a scientifically proven method? It seems pretty out there to me. Basically, it was like therapy, like a therapy session, talking to a therapist or a psychologist, right? But the people who were undergoing this process, they would hold these metal tubes, and the machine they were hooked up to would take some kind of measurement of their spiritual levels, right? Was it really doing anything? Was any science really taking place? That's for you to decide. The goal is to dig up emotional pain and clear it. Okay, so Scientology also has a secret group called the Sea Org. It's connected to Scientology. It's related to the Church of Scientology, but it's kind of like the secret organization, the secret group. If you are a member of the Sea Org, you sign up for a 1 billion year contract. A lot of us, if we are signing the lease for a new apartment, we might sign a 1 year lease, a 2 year lease. That's a rather short contract, right? But it's a normal length contract. If you're signing a work contract, maybe you sign for 1 year or 2 years. Well, if you wanted to be a member of the Sea Org, you had to sign a 1 billion year contract. Yes, billion with a B. You also have to live on church property. You also have to work long hours for almost no money. Sounds a lot like manipulation to me. Sounds a lot like the Sea Org was trying to, control its members, manipulate its members, and use them for slave labor as well. These people are working difficult jobs, making almost no money doing it, right? I had no idea about this organization before I was researching today's video. I found it to be really interesting, yes, but also disturbing. It really bothered me. Many join as teens or teenagers. Some are born into it. Well, Tom Cruise became their golden boy. Yeah, their idol, okay? Their favorite. They set up gyms for him. They got all this stuff ready for him. They sent over workers to clean his homes, with an S, multiple properties, and planned big events around him. In return, he praised Scientology everywhere. He sang its praises. He had nothing but positive things to say about it, nothing but good things to say. Everywhere he went, he would say how good, how great Scientology is. He even said it helped him cure his dyslexia. Many people found that to be irresponsible, right? To suggest, to insinuate that Scientology can cure legitimate medical, disabilities, learning disabilities. Many people were not on board with that. They were not happy when he made that claim. He wasn't just a follower of Scientology. Just like his blockbuster movies, he became their superstar. Cruise had several high-profile relationships. A high-profile relationship means that it's in view of the public. Everyone is paying attention. The media is talking about it. The paparazzi are following them around, taking pictures. Cruise married Nicole Kidman. At first, she went along with the church. She said, okay, this is a little weird, I guess, but it's fine. I'll go along with it. But later, she backed away. She decided she had had enough. The church reportedly, according to reports, turned on her. They turned against her. After their divorce, Cruise held on to full custody of their kids, meaning after they got divorced, the kids went to Tom, and Nicole was cut out completely. So she did not have access to her kids following this divorce, right? He got full custody of his kids. It's a legal term, meaning he has the right to keep the kids. She does not have that right. Well, his next wife, Katie Holmes, also played along until their daughter Suri was born. Okay, when their daughter Suri was born, Katie became scared. She didn't want her daughter growing up in Sea Org, this weird, manipulative organization. So here's what she did. She secretly got in touch with lawyers. She secretly reached out to them, contacted them, got a hold of them, right? She used burner phones, cheap little Walmart phones that you can set up easily. And then when you're done using it, break it, throw it away. Untraceable back to you, cannot be traced back to you. So they're safe to use if you are trying to remain anonymous, right? You don't want people to find out what you're doing. You can use a burner phone. And she mapped out an escape. She was planning her getaway, planning her escape. Well, when she finally filed for divorce, Cruise was caught off guard. Caught off guard. That's a great expression here. He was caught off guard. He was like, huh? Really? Where did that come from? He hadn't been expecting it at all because she had been doing this secretly or in secret. Thankfully, Katie got out. Thanks to how carefully she went about doing all this. She did all of this very carefully and in a very smart way, right? Legally speaking. So she was able to get out and she won full custody. So she got their daughter, Suri. Tom, to this day, hasn't seen his daughter, Suri, in over a decade, 10 plus years. It's very sad he hasn't been able to see his daughter. But, if you look at the situation from Katie Holmes' standpoint, from his ex-wife's standpoint, from Suri's mom's standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. You don't want your kid growing up in a cult, right? You don't want your kid growing up in this shady organization that manipulates and tries to control people. That's just not a good way to raise a kid. It's very scary, right? And the church really does have a lot of power. She was right to be afraid of the church. Meanwhile, Cruise's public image began to fall apart. So things are starting to turn for Tom Cruise. His image, his public image, the way people see him, the impression that people have of him is starting to change and change for the worse. It's starting to fall apart. Yeah, he started to give these really intense interviews. If you're giving off intense energy, then you're giving off very strong energy, not chill at all. He was like shouting, right, about how psychiatry was evil. He called antidepressants dangerous. If somebody is feeling very low, feeling very depressed, they take antidepressants, right? So he started yelling about psychiatry and how antidepressants are dangerous. Then, in a leaked video, this video was leaked, meaning that it wasn't originally supposed to be made public. Right? People were not supposed to see this video. The public was not supposed to find out about it, but somebody put it out there. Somebody leaked it. In the video, he made vague promises. Yeah, kind of blurry, vague, not super clear promises about cleaning up the planet while grinning wildly. So in this weird leaked video, it sounds like he has some strange plans for the world, right? That's kind of scary. Well, after all of this bad press, after all of these weird things happened publicly, critics of his, ex-members of the Church of Scientology, they're ex-members, so they used to be members, but not anymore, right? And shows like South Park started calling Scientology a scam. So more and more publicly, he is hurting the image of the Church of Scientology, not just his own image, but the church's image as well. Former insiders, ex-members, they spoke out. They came forward, right? Saying they were pressured, punished, and emotionally abused. So a lot of people are coming out of the woodwork. It's a good expression. Coming out of the woodwork. They're coming forward and going public about their stories and what happened to them and all of the abuse, the emotional abuse that they suffered when they were a member of the church. They were saying that they were pressured. A lot of pressure was put on them to not speak out. They were threatened and punished if they did speak out. All of these terrible accusations against the church, right? Well, the church hit back. The church hit back, often trying to ruin their reputations. So the church would target these people who were speaking out and slander them, say bad things about them, try to ruin their reputations, and make them seem untrustworthy, right? Like they couldn't be trusted, like they were unreliable. not a good source of information. Well, as for Tom Cruise, he's still making hit movies. If you've ever seen Mission Impossible, that's him. You know, he's 60 plus years old now, still doing his own stunts, still a big movie star. He jumps out of planes, he flies jets, he pulls off impossible stunts. A stunt is like a trick, right? Something cool. But some say he's not in control anymore. Maybe he can't get out. Maybe, just maybe, he is trapped in the Church of Scientology. If you made it all the way through that story, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend, and you are doing an amazing job. Before you go away, though, don't go yet, because we still have our speaking practice challenge. Very quickly, before we get into that, I just want to say a quick thank you to my channel members. These are the people who pay $5 a month to support me and my work here on YouTube. I don't know if you guys know this, but YouTube barely pays me any money. So I really, really rely on my channel members to keep me going. But they don't just do it for nothing. They get PDFs for all of my videos so that they can review the lessons and really remember what we've talked about. They get exclusive bonus videos just for them, not for the public. They also get access to my English book club. We read books together every month and discuss them. If that sounds cool to you, if that sounds interesting, or maybe if you just want to support me, I would appreciate it so much. Become a member today by clicking the join button here on YouTube or going to my Patreon. And if you are already a member, God bless you. Thank you so much for your support of me. It means the world. Now, here we are at the final part of today's video, the speaking practice challenge. What I'd like to do is try to talk for 1 full minute about your thoughts on Tom Cruise or Scientology, anything we've talked about in today's lesson. For an added bonus challenge, try to use at least one of these expressions when you talk. Add up, come off, set out, dig up, get out. If you can use one or more of those, that would be amazing. Now, I'm going to go first and give you a demonstration of what I'd like you to try and do. And if you are not in a position where you are convenient to speak right now, in other words, if you are not able to talk out loud, feel free to post your opinions down in the comment section as well. Man, what a crazy, crazy story. The story of Tom Cruise and Scientology. Well, ever since I started learning about Scientology and Tom Cruise's involvement in the organization, something just seemed really off about it to me. It didn't add up. Yeah, and the more I looked into it, the more Tom Cruise came off as this weirdo, this guy who had, you know, these big plans for the world. And it's like, who are you to decide the fate of the world or try to clean up the world? The whole thing came off as very bizarre and unsettling to me. I don't know if he can get out of the church or if he even wants to get out of the church, but hopefully if he wants to, one day he'll find a way. That was my response to today's topic. Now it's your turn. Take your minute and speak out loud or go down to the comment section and let me know your thoughts. All right, go ahead. here's our story today: The Journey of Coffee, a tale from ancient berries to global brew. Now, as you can see, some of the more difficult vocab words are highlighted blue. Okay, now as we go along, we are going to be looking at different synonyms for these difficult blue words. Let's take a look at the first sentence in the story here. In the ancient highlands of Ethiopia, a goat herder discovered some intriguing red berries, right? So for example, here, this word intriguing could be replaced with either of these synonyms: some curious red berries, some interesting red berries, some red berries that caught his eye. These are all different ways of saying the same thing. By learning these synonyms, by learning different ways to say the same thing, we are increasing our linguistic flexibility, which is very important for fluency, right? We need to be able to say something in several different ways. So this is the setting of our story: Ethiopia, right? The country of Ethiopia, the ancient highlands of Ethiopia. So this was a long time ago, right? We have a goat herder, a man whose job it is to look after these goats. He's walking along, making his way along, when he makes an interesting discovery, right? He discovered some intriguing red berries, some interesting red berries, some curious red berries. Once again, these are all different ways of saying the same thing. He noticed that his goats became unusually energetic after nibbling on these berries. Okay, so he noticed something, this goat herder. Looking at his goats and observing the reaction they had to eating the berries, he saw that they became unusually energetic after nibbling on the berries. Nibbling, taking small bites. That's nibbling, right? So he's looking at the goats. They become extra energetic, extra lively, extra spirited. They become full of energy. They become hyper. These are all different ways of saying they had lots of energy after nibbling on the berries, or taking small bites of the berries, or eating the berries. Unusually energetic, unusually lively, spirited, full of energy, hyper, right? So more than usual, more than what would be expected. Before long, word spread among local tribes about the remarkable boost the berries provided. Okay, so people are hearing about these fascinating red berries, and word is spreading quickly, right? Before long, word spread. So people are hearing about the berries. They're talking about them. The local tribes, the groups of people who live nearby, they're all hearing about the remarkable boost the berries provided. Okay, so the berries provide a boost. What's a boost? We could also say pick me up. Yeah, a boost of energy. They fill you with energy in a remarkable way. What's remarkable? If something is remarkable, then it's worth noticing. It's worth paying attention to. It's special in some way. The tribes began experimenting by roasting the berries over open fires, releasing a delightful aroma. A really good smell is an aroma, right? We could say scent, a delightful scent, a delightful fragrance. Okay, an aroma is a good smell. A scent is usually a good smell. A fragrance is definitely a good smell. So these tribes, they are experimenting with the berries, right? They're roasting them over open fires. So adding some fire to the berries and realizing that when this happens, they can smell something delicious, something very fragrant, right? A fragrant scent, a fragrant aroma. Or we could just say a fragrance fills the air. It smells really good when they cook these berries. They brewed a simple drink that awakened their senses and energized them for the day ahead. Okay, so these local tribes, they're experimenting, right? They're adding fire to the berries. They brew or just, make a simple drink that awakened their senses and energized them for the day ahead. So this drink, it's a simple drink. It's a basic drink. It's a very straightforward drink. It's a plain drink. It's an uncomplicated drink. These are all different ways of saying that this drink was very simple. We could also say there wasn't much to it. Wasn't much to it. Very straightforward, very basic, right? But when they made this simple drink, it awakened their senses. In other words, it really woke them up and energized them. Remember, filled them with energy for the day ahead. So they would have this simple drink at the beginning of the day in order to get an energy boost. Preparing this beverage or drink, right, soon became an essential part of their daily routine. Their daily routine, what they would do every day, how they would go about their day, right? So it became an essential part of their daily routine. In other words, an indispensable part of their daily routine, a crucial part, a fundamental part, a key part, a central part. These all mean the same thing. Preparing the drink, preparing the beverage, getting it ready became a very important part of their daily routine. In other words, they couldn't do without it. They really needed it to go about their day because of this amazing energy boost that it provided them. So word of this magical drink traveled fast throughout the region, okay? It traveled quickly throughout the area, throughout the land, throughout this territory, okay? Throughout this place. Local traders started to exchange these roasted beans in the bustling marketplaces. Okay, so we have traders. You give me this, I'll give you that. We can trade, right? And local traders, so people who live in this area, they start to use these beans in their trading, right? They are exchanging the beans in bustling marketplaces. Bustling, we've talked about this word before. It means full of life. There's a lot going on, full of commotion, right? There are lots of people and they are doing things and, there are crowds and noises and it's full of life, full of energy. A lot is happening. So the traders are exchanging these roasted beans. They are trading the beans. They are bartering with the roasted beans. These all mean the same thing, right? As time passed, the intoxicating scent, intoxicating scent of coffee began to fill the air in towns across Yemen. Okay, so it's spreading out from Ethiopia. The intoxicating scent, the alluring scent, the enchanting scent, the amazing scent. When you smell it, you want more. You want to keep smelling because it smells so good. So we can say that it's intoxicating. In Yemen, Sufi monks adopted coffee to help maintain focus during their long nights of prayer. Okay, so this is really interesting. As coffee is spreading out, it's being used in different ways, right? In Yemen, this new place it has spread to, we have Sufi monks, okay, monks, these religious figures, and they have adopted coffee, or in other words, they are using coffee for a special purpose in order to help maintain focus during their long nights of prayer. So these monks, they have to stay up all night long praying, and this is not easy to do. This takes a lot of energy, and sometimes they lose focus. They lose concentration. They lose alertness. It's difficult to stay awake, right? So coffee is adopted by them as a tool to help maintain focus. Ooh, big sentence. Coffee was adopted by them as a tool to do what? To help maintain Maintain what? Maintain focus or keep up their concentration, keep up their alertness in order to stay awake. Coffee houses, known as, I'm not sure I can pronounce this foreign word here, Quavakane, I think, emerged as popular venues for conversation and community. Okay, so as coffee is spreading and it's being used by different people in different ways, we have the emergence of coffee houses. Yeah, coffee houses emerged. They started popping up, right? You can see them popping up more and more. In other words, we're starting to see them more and more. They've emerged as popular venues for conversation and community. Popular venues, popular locations, sites, meeting spots, or places, we could also say, for conversation and community. So people are gathering in these coffee houses, they're getting together, they're chit-chatting, having conversation, building community, seeing friends, maybe even talking about work, these kinds of things. So coffee houses, they emerge as venues or places where you can go and do these things. These establishments, or these coffee houses, quickly became favored spots for poets, scholars, and thinkers alike. What does that mean, favored spots? It means the preferred spots. Yeah, the places that these people prefer. Well-liked spots. Yeah, spots that scholars and poets and thinkers like a lot. The chosen spots for these people. Poets, people who write poetry. Scholars, people who study. Thinkers, like philosophers, right? People who think about the important issues and ideas of the day. Okay, so these coffee houses are attracting these kinds of people. These coffee houses are really drawing in these kinds of people. Okay, along ancient trade routes, coffee beans traveled far and wide, reaching distant lands. So it's really spreading out. Coffee beans journeyed far and wide, spread far and wide. Here's a great word, circulated far and wide. Or we can say the beans were in wide circulation. They're going all over the place, journeying all over the place, traveling all over the place, spreading out far and wide. By the 16th century, coffee had made its way to Europe, sparking widespread interest. Wow, so it's gone all the way to Europe by this time in the 16th century. A century is 100 years, right? So the 16th century would be the 1500s. Okay, and it's sparking widespread interest. Sparking widespread curiosity, widespread fascination, widespread intrigue. These all mean the same thing. It means that lots of people are becoming interested in coffee. Lots of people are becoming intrigued by coffee. They're becoming curious about coffee. They're becoming fascinated with coffee. Okay, so European society was hooked on this exotic drink and its energizing effects. European society, they can't get enough. They couldn't get enough of it. They were crazy about it. They just couldn't do without coffee. So we can say they were hooked on it and its energizing effects. The way it fills them up with energy, they love that, right? They want more. It's a very exotic drink. What is exotic? If something is exotic, then it's appealing to you. It's interesting to you. You are curious about it because it is foreign and very different than what you're used to. For example, to an American like me, there are so many foreign vacation spots, vacation destinations that feel really exotic. Like Thailand feels exotic to Americans because it's just so different. And we're so curious about it, right? It's very attractive, very alluring to us. Japan seems really exotic. Europe seems really exotic. To Americans, these can be very exotic places. What about to you? Is there a foreign country that seems really exotic? Like you're curious about it. It's very different than what you have back home. You want to know more. You want to go explore. Let me know down in the comments section. Coffee houses in Europe soon evolved into centers or hubs or gathering places or meeting spots, or here's that word from earlier, venues. For what? For lively discussion and intellectual exchange. Ooh, in other words, for big conversations, right? People love to go to these coffee houses and talk, socialize, have big, important conversations. Artists also frequented these cafes to share ideas and collaborate, share ideas and cooperate, share ideas and team up, partner up, work together, all mean the same thing. So artists frequented these cafes. What does it mean to frequent a place? That means you go there a lot. You go there all the time. Not everyone, however, welcomed coffee without hesitation. Some were skeptical of its influence. So some people are looking at coffee and they're feeling skeptical. They're feeling doubtful. They're feeling cautious. They're not totally on board. They're on the fence about coffee. They're feeling iffy. Yeah, they haven't made up their minds if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, so not everyone is just welcoming coffee without hesitation. In other words, not hesitating at all, not thinking carefully, just welcoming, saying, yeah, this is good, this is definitely good. Some people aren't doing that. Some people are more skeptical of what coffee is. They're not totally sold, is another way we could say this. They're not totally sold on coffee. Means they're not sure about it. A few religious leaders even expressed concerns, so they're a bit worried about it, right? Labeling coffee as a disruptive novelty. So they have labeled coffee. They have given coffee a label. They have said something about it. They are describing it as a disruptive novelty. If something is disruptive, what does that mean? Let's pretend that we are all sitting in English class together, right? And everything is going perfectly well, perfectly smoothly. There are no issues. Everything is going great. But then one student comes in very, very late, makes a big commotion, makes lots of noise, is talking on the phone, is drinking a drink. This would be very disruptive, right? It would destroy the flow of the class. It would break up the flow. Things were going so well, and then this person disrupted the class. Or we could say they were a disruptive person in the class. Novelty is just something new, something people haven't seen before. So these religious leaders, they're looking at coffee and they're saying, this is a disruptive novelty. This thing is new, we're not sure what it is, and it's causing problems to the way we usually do things. Nevertheless, the growing demand for coffee could not be ignored and continued to flourish. What does that mean? It continued to flourish. It continued to thrive, to expand, to grow, even to skyrocket, which means to grow quickly. In other words, it continued to do well. It's still growing. There's high demand for coffee, right? And the demand is so high and it's growing so quickly that it could not be ignored, even though there are groups of people who aren't totally sold, not totally on board with coffee. They're on the fence about coffee, right? They're skeptical. They're hesitant. Even though there are those kinds of people, the reality is that So many other people want coffee. The demand for coffee, give me coffee, is so high that it just can't be ignored. And it continues to flourish, to thrive, expand, or grow, right? Grow, skyrocket. Across the Atlantic oceans, in the New World, in the Americas, large coffee plantations began to emerge or pop up, right? You can see them more and more. A plantation is like a large-scale farm. So these are places where they are producing or they are creating a lot of coffee. We could also say they are putting out a lot of coffee, right? Coffee cultivation became a major industry. A major industry. It became very lucrative. In other words, you could make a lot of money doing this. It became a very powerful industry, a very influential industry, okay? Transforming economies and lifestyles around the globe. In other words, around the world. All of this is to say that coffee is becoming a big deal. A big deal, right? It is affecting the economy, right? It's affecting money around the world. It's affecting lifestyles, the way people are living their lives. Socially, we saw the emergence, the rise of coffee houses. That's affecting people socially very much. Thinkers and poets and artists are gathering in these places and having big, important conversations. But yeah, we can see it's really becoming a major industry affecting the economy as well. Innovative farmers refined their growing techniques, improving both the quantity and quality of the beans. Ooh, this is a hard sentence, huh? So, innovative farmers. Farmers who are innovative. What does innovative mean? It means that you are good at coming up with new ideas. You are very creative. You have a creative mind, right? You're good at thinking up new ideas. Innovative farmers. So why are they innovative? What are these farmers doing that makes them so innovative? Well, they are refining their growing techniques. What's refining? They are improving the way they grow the beans. They are perfecting the way they grow the beans, polishing their growing techniques the way they grow the beans. They're honing their growing techniques. In other words, they are always finding better and better ways to grow coffee beans. By doing this, they improve both the quantity and the quality of the beans. Quantity meaning the amount of beans, right? The amount, so they are making more and more and more of these coffee beans, and the quality of the beans. The beans are of higher and higher quality. So there's more coffee beans and they're better coffee beans. That is what makes these farmers so innovative, right? They're very innovative. Advances in brewing methods allowed coffee to develop a richer and more complex flavor. Oh, another tough sentence here. Advances in brewing methods. So basically, as people are making coffee, they are also coming up with smarter and smarter ways to make coffee, right? So every time they find a new way to make coffee, a smarter way to make coffee, we can say there has been an advance in brewing methods, right? They've advanced their brewing methods. So we can use it as a noun or as a verb. Here's in the verb form, right? They have advanced their brewing methods. They've made their methods of making coffee, the way they make coffee better, right? Okay, so as they do this, as they are making, their methods better and better, they are getting better and better at making coffee or brewing coffee. Coffee itself is changing. It's developing a richer and more complex flavor, a more sophisticated flavor, a richer flavor. In other words, it's not such a simple flavor anymore. It's the opposite of simple. Now it's very complex, very sophisticated. That's a big $10 word, right? Sophisticated. A richer flavor. There's more to it. There are more layers to the flavor of the coffee. It's more interesting to drink because the flavor profile or the way it tastes is more complex, more complicated, right? So over the centuries, drinking coffee evolved into a daily ritual enjoyed by millions worldwide. It evolved into this daily ritual. It turned into a daily ritual. It became a daily ritual. It grew into a daily ritual enjoyed by millions worldwide. Okay, so that just means over the years, over the lots of years, the centuries, right? Drinking coffee, the act of drinking coffee, the ritual of drinking coffee, this thing that people like to do every day. They have their little rituals. This turned into something that was enjoyed by millions of people all across the world. Guys, we're almost done with today's story. Don't give up yet. Keep pushing. We are almost there. In today's world, modern cafes blend tradition with innovation, offering a wide range of brews. Okay. So modern cafes that you can see in the year 2025, they blend two things. They mix two things. They're mixing together these two ideas. Tradition, like the old way of doing coffee, old coffee culture, right? And they're mixing that with innovation, new ways of doing things. And that offers a wide range of brews, a wide variety of brews, tons of different brews to customers, right? There are lots of different kinds of coffee you can choose from, you can pick from. Expert baristas, or people who make coffee, right? They craft or make coffee drinks, often creating beautiful latte art as a personal touch. Yeah, they will personalize your drink for you, right? If you get a latte, maybe the barista will make a special picture in the foam of the latte, the foamy part on top. So that's a nice personal touch. It's like they're making it special just for you, right? So expert baristas, experts who make coffee, this is something they do just to make the whole experience a little bit more special, a little bit more personalized, right? The aroma of freshly brewed coffee continues to evoke fond memories and inspire new ideas. Ooh, okay. We remember aroma, that's a good smell, of freshly brewed coffee. It continues to do what? Continues to evoke fond memories, to stir up fond memories, awaken fond memories, bring back fond memories, conjure up fond memories. So yeah, when you have a cup of coffee, maybe that is something really special to you and it takes you back. You have lots of fond memories drinking coffee, and it continues to inspire new ideas as well. I'm sure there are plenty of us who will go and have a cup of coffee and get lots of work done. The reason you are so effective at getting work done is because you got that energy boost from your coffee, right? So it helps us make lots of progress with our work. Coffee is now more than just a beverage, so it's not just a drink anymore. It's a symbol of connection and shared experiences, an emblem of connection, a representation of connection and shared experiences. This is kind of an abstract sentence. An abstract sentence. It's a little tough to understand literally, right? So basically, this is saying that coffee means more than just a beverage to us. It is more than just a beverage to us. It symbolizes more than that. It's an important symbol of connection, shared experiences. In other words, it brings people together, right? So, as you enjoy your next cup, remember the fascinating tale or story that turned humble berries into a global brew. What is humble? You know, these berries, they were very inconspicuous, very unassuming. Just by looking at them, you wouldn't expect that they were so amazing, so impressive, so incredible. By looking at these simple red berries, you would never have guessed that someday they would change the entire world, right? All right, my friends, if you are still with me, then you are doing amazing. So take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. We finished today's story. Now, let's take a vocabulary quiz. The quiz is 10 questions. And then after the quiz, at the end of today's lesson, we have some speaking practice as well. So let's jump in. Let's keep going. Number 1, the detective found the hidden clues. Absolutely what? Yeah, what did he think about the clues? The clues were very boring, intriguing, or unexciting. In 3, 2, 1. Yeah, intriguing. He found the clues absolutely intriguing, absolutely interesting, fascinating. Here are some bonus example sentences. The new puzzle game is so intriguing that I can't stop playing it. The documentary was intriguing, especially the part about ancient civilizations. So boring, unexciting, those are antonyms, opposite words of intriguing. Question number 2, my little puppy is so what that he never stops running around. So energetic, so lethargic, so sluggish. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is energetic. Let's take a look at some bonus example sentences here. The music festival was filled with energetic performances that kept everyone dancing. Energetic performances, performances that were full of energy, lively performances, right? After a good night's sleep, I feel much more energetic and ready to work. You have a lot more energy after a good night's sleep. Lethargic and sluggish, those are 2 words that mean you don't have a lot of energy. You are moving slow. Question 3, water is what for all forms of life on Earth? Is water optional, essential, or irrelevant? And 3, 2, 1, water is essential for all forms of life on Earth. You cannot do without it. It's crucial, it's critical, it's very, very important, right? So, a warm coat is essential in cold weather to stay comfortable. Very important. Good communication skills are essential for success in most careers. 4, the what scent of freshly baked bread drew everyone to the kitchen? The sickening scent, the nauseating scent, the intoxicating scent. In 3, 2, 1. Intoxicating. It smells so good, right? The intoxicating scent or aroma. Remember, we could say aroma or fragrance. The intoxicating scent of freshly baked bread drew everyone to the kitchen. It drew them in. It attracted them to the kitchen, right? So the view from the mountaintop was so intoxicating that we stayed for hours. We can see that a view can be intoxicating. A really beautiful view can be intoxicating. The crowd was swept up by the intoxicating rhythm of the drums. Yeah, the rhythm of the drums was intoxicating. Sickening makes you sick to your stomach. Nauseating, same thing, makes you feel sick, makes you want to throw up. So, an aroma, a nice scent, a nice fragrance is not going to be sickening, not going to be nauseating. It's going to be intoxicating, makes you want to smell more. My friend something, that new TV series. He watches episodes back to back. My friend was fed up with the new TV series. My friend was hooked on that new TV series. My friend was tired of that new TV series. And 3, 2, 1, my friend was hooked on that series. Yeah. If he was watching episodes back to back, what does that mean? That means he is binge watching these episodes. Binge watching. He can't stop watching. So he's hooked, right? He can't stop. After trying that new video game, I was hooked on it instantly, right away. She was hooked on the mystery novel and stayed up all night reading. If you're hooked on something, you're like addicted to it, right? But if you're fed up with something, you're so sick of it, you don't want to do it anymore. Ugh, I'm fed up with my work, right? I'm fed up with my job. I don't want to go there anymore. I don't want to work there anymore. I'm fed up with it. I'm tired of it. That's the opposite of hooked on, right? Hopefully, you guys are hooked on my videos and you want to keep watching. He was something about the new diet plan and wanted more evidence before trying it. He was enthusiastic about the diet plan. He was skeptical about the new diet plan. He was certain about the new diet plan. In 3, 2, 1, he was skeptical about the new diet plan. He wasn't sure about it. He was hesitant to go all in with this new diet plan. He was on the fence, right? People were initially, or at first, they were skeptical of her proposal, but she proved them wrong. Yeah, this proposal, this idea that this woman had, people were skeptical. They weren't sure about it, but in the end, she proved them wrong. I'm skeptical of advertisements that promise huge benefits with no effort, right? If there's some fad diet pill that says, just take a pill and you'll lose 100 pounds in 1 week, obviously you should be skeptical of something like that, right? Oh, get rich quick, get rich fast. You should be skeptical when you hear language like that. Don't be certain about it. Don't be enthusiastic. You should be skeptical. Sometimes a certain level of being skeptical is healthy, right? A certain level of skepticism. Skepticism is healthy. The meeting was postponed or delayed because of the something noise from the construction site next door. The tranquil noise, the serene noise, the disruptive noise. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is disruptive. Yeah, the noise is messing everything up, right? So it's disruptive. The toddlers became disruptive during the ceremony, so their parents took them outside. Yeah, the toddlers, the little kids, they're making a lot of noise. They're going to mess everything up. They're going to ruin the day, right? So they are being disruptive. A broken air conditioner can be disruptive to a comfortable work environment. This is a good example here. If you're at work, at the office, trying to get some work done, but the temperature is really, really high. You're really hot. You're sweating. You're very uncomfortable. Why are you so uncomfortable? The air conditioner is broken, right? So that's really disruptive to you and your work. It's stopping you, preventing you from getting your work done, right? We've talked about these 2 words before. If something is tranquil or serene, then there's no stress, there's no worries, it's relaxing, it's quiet, like maybe reading a book next to a pond, right? And there's no noise and the temperature's perfect and you're so relaxed and calm. That's a very tranquil scene, a very serene scene, a very peaceful scene. Plants tend to something when they receive adequate sunlight and water. Adequate means enough. Yeah, enough of something. So what do they do when they get enough sun and water? Do they wither, flourish, or dwindle? In 3, 2, 1, the answer is flourish, right? Her business began to flourish after she introduced online ordering. So her business is doing really well. It's flourishing, right? The arts community can flourish when given proper funding and support. So this community, this art community, it can do really well when it's given the proper amount, the right amount of funding or money and support. You are supporting it enough, right? If a plant withers, then it dies. If it dwindles, then it dies, right? But if a plant flourishes, then it grows and is healthy and strong. He something his painting style by practicing new techniques every day. He worsened his painting style, deteriorated his painting style, or refined his painting style. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is refined. Just like coffee makers refined their brewing techniques in our story, their methods of making coffee. They refined these techniques, right? The chef refined the recipe until it reached perfection. He refined the recipe. He made it better and better and better until it reached perfection. In other words, until it was perfect, right? She refined her presentation skills by joining the debate club. So she joins this club where you argue and debate with each other, right? And in doing so, she refined her what skills? Her presentation skills. Yeah, so by joining this club, her presentation skills are getting better and better. She's refining them, right? She's not worsening her skills. Her skills are not deteriorating. That's a big word. Deteriorating. Her skills are not deteriorating or getting worse and worse, right? Nope, just the opposite. She's refining her skills, improving her skills, perfecting her skills, honing her skills, making her skills better and better. Final question, question 10. Push, guys, don't give up. This old photograph can what? Powerful memories from my childhood. Can evade, evoke, or erase powerful memories from my childhood. In 3, 2, 1, evoke. Evoke. Basically meaning bring back these memories, right? A familiar song can evoke strong emotions, can bring up strong emotions, and transport us back in time. The painting was designed to evoke a sense of calm and nostalgia, right? This painting, it was designed to make you feel a certain way, make you feel calm, give you a sense of nostalgia, or make you remember the past in a fond way. That's what nostalgia is, right? If you think back to your childhood and you think about the good times and you miss those good times, that's nostalgia. That's feeling nostalgic, right? Guys, how many of those 10 questions did you get correct? Let me know in the comments section, and let's move on to my favorite part of my videos, the speaking practice. So guys, what we're going to do is I have 3 questions for us to respond to. I will respond first, and I will talk for 1 minute. This is a great opportunity to practice your listening comprehension skills. Just listen to me and try to understand what I'm saying. Then it will be your turn to respond. Try to speak for 1 whole minute. Now, 1 minute doesn't sound like a long time, but sometimes it can really feel like a long time. But even if you're halfway through and you don't know what else to say, keep pushing. Retell the story of coffee. Talk about your day. Talk about this or that. Don't stop talking, because the more we push ourselves to speak, the more we speak at length, okay, the better our speaking skills will be, the more progress we will make with our speaking skills. So here's question 1. Do you prefer coffee or tea, and why? Very simple question. You can start your response with this. I prefer blank because, then tell me why you prefer that. So basically, are you a coffee person or a tea person? And give a reason or 2 why. I'll go first. Here I go. So this is an interesting question for me because I really want to be a tea person. I really want to live a slow and comfortable lifestyle where I'm not rushing around. I don't feel hectic. I don't feel stressed out. I take things slow. I go slow, right? I really want to be that kind of person. But the reality is, I just love coffee so much. I'm hooked on coffee, right? I can't get enough of it. In fact, I have a cup of coffee with me right now, and I just love it. So I think I'm more of a coffee person, even though it messes with my sleep and sometimes just makes me feel tired instead of waking me up. I'd like to make a change and become a tea person, but that's easier said than done, right? That was my 1 minute response to this question. I talked for the whole minute. Now it's your turn. Push yourself. Don't stop talking. Go ahead. Question number 2. Do you think children should be allowed to drink caffeine? Caffeine is the chemical in coffee and sometimes found in tea and in soft drinks like Coca-Cola that makes you feel awake, that gives you energy, right? So here's how you can start your response. In my opinion, kids or children should or shouldn't be allowed to drink caffeine because, and then give some reasons why. Once again, I'll go first. Here's my minute. This is an interesting question, and I think the best way to respond is to put yourself in the shoes of a parent and pretend that you have kids, or maybe you do have kids. Now, I don't have kids yet, right? I don't have kids yet. Maybe someday I will. Right now, I don't. But if I were a parent, I do not think I would allow my children to drink caffeine. Now, my reason for that is very simple. Kids have lots of natural energy, right? Kids have tons of natural energy. They don't need coffee. They don't need tea. They don't need these soft drinks. Kids don't wake up in the morning groggy like adults who have to work do, right? So because of that, I think adding extra energy is not a good idea. We don't want them too energized, right? That was my response. Now it's your turn. Answer this question. Take the full minute. Go for it. final question for today's video. How would the world be different if coffee was never discovered? This one ties back to the story that we heard today. How do we respond? If coffee was never discovered, the world would be different because, and then give some ways that the world would be different, right? So once again, here's my demonstration. I'll go first. Here I go. If coffee was never discovered, the world would be different because people wouldn't have as much energy. In today's story, we learned about the history of coffee, the origin story of coffee, like where it comes from, right? And we learned that throughout the ages, throughout the last handful of centuries, the last couple hundred years, coffee has been giving people energy. It's been bringing people together too, bringing communities together. So I don't think that the world would be advanced as it is now if coffee had never been discovered. I'm sure that lots of inventions and innovations and, advances in medicine and science are related to coffee, right? Because it makes people work hard. So without coffee, those might not exist. Ooh, this is a tough one. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, guys. Don't give up. Push, push, push through that minute. Go for it. If you made it all the way through today's video, then I think channel membership would be a great fit for you because you will get so much more out of my videos by becoming a member. What will you get? First of all, you'll get PDFs for all my videos. You can preview lessons. You can review lessons. This way, you won't forget what we talked about. You won't forget what you learned, right? It's very important to review lessons after you study them, or else it could all be for nothing. And you don't want to waste your time, right? You want to remember what you learn. PDFs are a great way to do that. Print them out like I do, or use them digitally. Another benefit of becoming a member is you will get access to hours of bonus videos. Hours and hours of exclusive content just for members that the public cannot watch. Plus, if you like learning through reading, then you will also get access to my English book club. Every month, we read an easy-to-read English novel together. I provide a detailed study guide that will help you with the book and make reading it easier. We also will have discussions. You can make friends. This is a little community we have in my membership, right? And at the end of each month, I post a video reflecting on that month's book so we can all discuss it together. Guys, you can get all of this for just $5, the price of a cup of coffee. Not to mention, you will be supporting me as your YouTube English teacher. The more people become members, the more content I can make and the better content I can make. So if you like me, if you like my teaching style, if you want to take that extra step and support me, I would appreciate it so, so much. Really, I'm just one guy making videos. I write all the scripts, I shoot the videos, I edit the videos, I upload the videos. I do it all by myself. And I still work a full-time job aside from YouTube, so it would really help me out so much. Okay, my friends, here we are at part 1, the quick read of the story. Once again, just to reiterate, just to remind you, in this part of the lesson, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and listen. I will read the story to you quickly the first time. It will probably just take a couple of minutes. Here we go. Once upon a time in ancient China, there was an emperor who had no heir and needed to find someone to succeed him. He came up with a clever plan to find the most honest child in the land. The emperor called all the children together and handed each of them a seed. "Take this seed home and plant it," he said. "After 1 year, return and show me what you have grown. The child with the most impressive plant will be my successor." Ping, a kind and hard-working boy, was excited about this challenge. He nurtured his seed every day, making sure it had enough sunlight and water, and even talked to it in hopes it would grow. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but Ping's seed did not sprout. He tried different pots, added fresh soil, and adjusted the amount of water, but still, the seed remained stubbornly lifeless. Ping started to feel disheartened, especially when he heard other children boasting about their tall plants and bright flowers. Well, as the year passed, Ping's pot was still empty, and he felt a mix of shame and nervousness. He thought about using another seed to grow a plant, but decided against it because it wouldn't be honest. On the day they were all to return to the palace, Ping walked slowly, his hands trembling as he carried his empty pot. When he arrived, the palace was full of children holding pots brimming with impressive plants. Ping wanted to turn back, but he stood firm and joined the line. The emperor walked through the rows, observing each child's pot. He looked impressed at the colorful blooms and lush greenery. But when he reached Ping, the emperor's expression changed. He was astounded by the empty pot and asked, "Why did you bring me an empty pot, Ping?" Ping's voice shook as he replied, "Your Majesty, I tried my best. I nurtured the seed with care, but it wouldn't grow. I didn't want to use another seed because it would be dishonest." In the room, you could hear a pin drop. The emperor smiled, looking proud. "Children," he announced, "the seed I gave you all was boiled and could not grow. All of you, except Ping, replaced the seed I gave you. Only Ping had the integrity to come here with an empty pot. He shall be the next emperor because he has shown true honesty." The crowd gasped in surprise, and Ping's heart soared with relief and pride. All right, guys, that was a quick read of today's story. And as a reminder to you, if there were parts of that story you did not understand, if there was some language that felt kind of tricky, kind of challenging, kind of difficult, then don't worry, because for the rest of this video, we are going to be diving deep into the story to make sure we understand everything. And let's begin with the vocabulary breakdown. The first word I want to talk about is a verb, nurture. Yeah, nurture, nurture. This verb is really important in this story. It means to care for and encourage the growth of something. So, in other words, In other words, here are some synonyms. If you cultivate something, if you foster something, if you tend to something, then you are supporting and encouraging the growth of that thing. Maybe some antonyms or opposite words could be you neglect something so it does not grow, right? You don't give it the attention it deserves, that it needs, and so it is unable to grow. Maybe you disregard it. Yeah, you don't pay it much mind. You don't pay it much mind. You don't give it attention. You don't think it's very important, so you're not taking care of it, and it definitely won't grow that way, right? Abandoned could be an even stronger word. Abandoned, meaning that you completely give up on something. You completely throw in the towel and stop trying to take care of it at all. For example, maybe I neglect my YouTube channel for a couple weeks. I don't upload any videos, right? That's neglecting it, but it's not abandoning it. If I abandon my YouTube channel, then I stop making videos forever. That's totally abandoning the channel as opposed to neglecting it, right? But don't worry, guys. I've been nurturing my channel from the very beginning, carefully tending to my channel and my supporters, gradually cultivating a community where English learners can feel safe and welcome and supported. Here's an example from the story. He nurtured his seed with great care, right? In the story, there's this young boy, Ping, and Ping is taking care of this seed, right? But he's not just taking care of it. He is really nurturing this seed. He's fostering the seed, tending carefully to the seed. He is being very deliberate and careful and gentle with this seed, right? Here is another example sentence unrelated to the story or not related, right? The gardener nurtured the flowers to full bloom. So yeah, nurture, this word, we usually use it when we're talking about gardening, about growing something, or, maybe there's a project, something very near and dear. There's a great expression, near and dear to your heart. There's a project that's near and dear to your heart. In other words, it means a lot to you. It's very special to you. So maybe if you have a project like that, then you nurture this project. You give it a lot of love and care. Here's a question for you guys. Do you have a project in your life that you care a lot about? A project that is near and dear to you, to your heart, that you are nurturing? Let me know down in the comments section. Our second vocabulary word for today is disheartened. Disheartened. Okay, it's an adjective meaning feeling a loss of hope or confidence. So if you lose hope, if you lose confidence in yourself or in an idea or in maybe another person, then we can say you are disheartened. Some other ways of expressing this could be discouraged. Yeah, that's pretty similar. Dejected, dispirited. Yeah, these all pretty much mean the same thing. They mean that you have lost hope. You are not feeling confident anymore. Maybe you used to, but not anymore. What about antonyms? What about opposite words? Maybe encouraged. If you're feeling encouraged, then you're thinking that, yeah, this is looking good. Yeah, I have a good shot at this. I have good chances of success. If you're feeling uplifted, inspired, then that means you are feeling motivated to keep going, to keep pushing, right? You have a lot of hope. You have a lot of confidence. So these are opposite words or antonyms. In the story, we saw Ping felt disheartened as he saw other children. Why is that? Well, Ping is not able to grow his seed, right? And other kids looking around, he's noticing they are able to grow big, beautiful, incredible flowers and plants, right? While he is left feeling frustrated and disheartened. An unrelated example sentence, she felt disheartened after failing her exam. Yeah, maybe if you try really hard, you study really hard, you're going into this exam with a lot of hope, a lot of confidence. You're thinking, you know what? This is going to be a challenge, but I worked hard. I believe in myself. I know I can do it. But then the result is you fail the exam. That would be really discouraging. You would feel totally dispirited, totally dejected, totally disheartened. Now, I do want to let you guys know that these two words are pretty literary. We usually see them in books. We don't really use them in normal conversation so much. Even disheartened is a bit literary. It's something you see in novels, right? So discouraged is a better spoken English word. I'm going to draw a picture down here just for fun. You know, somebody looking really disheartened, really dejected, really dispirited, really discouraged. Maybe they studied hard for an exam. In the end, they failed. Now they've lost hope. They've lost confidence. Just look at that face. Ooh, they even shed a tear. If you guys are feeling disheartened about your English learning journey, if you're feeling like it's tough to make progress with your English, I have a suggestion for you. Watch my videos every day for 1 week. I think that even with 1 week, you will be able to see a big difference before and after. You will start to feel encouraged, start to feel inspired, start to feel uplifted. Your English learning journey will pick up speed and you will charge ahead, making lots of progress. Just try it for a week. I'm willing to bet the results will surprise you. Okay, now how about astounded? Astounded, greatly surprised or amazed. Okay, so we could also say astonished, stunned, and here's a really fun word, flabbergasted. I have no idea where this word came from. I might look it up when I'm editing this video and put it on the screen. Put the etymology or the history of this word on the screen, because it's such a funky word, such a goofy word, flabbergasted. Where did this word come from? Anyway, all of these mean greatly surprised or amazed, like you can't believe your eyes, right? Maybe some opposite words could be unimpressed. Indifferent is a fantastic word. Bored, right? Maybe nonplussed, we could say. Unimpressed, yeah, you look at something and you're like, doesn't do a lot for me. That doesn't do a lot for me. I'm indifferent. I don't really feel strongly about it either way. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I just feel like, kind of bored maybe. So these are opposite words. If we remember the story, the emperor was astounded by Ping's empty pot, and this was a big surprise to everyone. This is where we get the big twist in today's story, because there are all these onlookers, all of these children who have lied, right? And they've switched the boiled seed that the emperor gave them for a healthy seed, and they've grown beautiful plants and flowers. So the emperor's looking at Ping's pot, he's wide-eyed, he is totally flabbergasted, he is astonished, he is stunned by Ping's empty pot. And honestly, everybody who is watching this happen, they feel stunned as well, but they feel really confused, right? They're like, what is going on? Why is he so intrigued by Ping's empty pot? It's just an empty pot, right? Of course, after finishing the story, we know the reason why. The reason why the emperor is so astounded, so amazed, so greatly surprised, so astonished, so stunned, even so flabbergasted by Ping and his empty pot is that he knows Ping is the only one who is telling the truth. All of the other kids are lying. Here's an unrelated sentence. The magician's trick left the audience astounded. Astounded. They can't believe their eyes. They are stunned, shocked, astonished. They are flabbergasted. Love that word. Just for fun, let's draw a picture of someone who is astounded down here. They are just totally shocked. They cannot believe their eyes. Maybe they are seeing how much their English is growing when they use English is easy with Connor. Integrity is a very complex, very powerful word, meaning the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Okay, that might be a little tricky, a little tough, a little challenging to understand. Some other ways of expressing this idea of integrity could be honesty. Yeah, they are pretty similar, these words. Honesty, uprightness, virtue, and here's my favorite synonym, moral backbone. Backbone, right? You can think of your spine. We say that if somebody has backbone, then they have integrity. They are an honest person, a morally upright person, a morally virtuous person. They have principles. In other words, they have a clear sense of right and wrong. Another way of thinking about this could be they have a strong conscience. A strong conscience. Yeah, they are very aware of what is right and what is wrong, and they believe in doing the right thing. Now, someone without any moral backbone, someone without honesty, without virtues, without principles, without integrity, we could say that they are dishonest. They are full of deceit. Maybe they are even full of corruption. These are very strong words, basically meaning that they lack a sense of right and wrong, or even that they choose wrong over right. We all know dishonesty. It means not being honest, right? Not telling the truth. Deceit is another way of saying lying to people. Corruption is slightly different. It's a bit stronger. The idea of corruption is that honesty has been eaten away. Integrity has been eaten away. It has been dissolved. It has been eroded. It has been broken down, right? Maybe a person used to be full of integrity. They used to have a moral backbone. Let's say a politician, for example, when they first got into politics, the reason they got into politics was to make the world a better place. But then big companies offered them lots of money and corrupted them. Big companies corrupted the politicians. So, after you've been corrupted, maybe you choose the wrong way over the right way in order to obtain some money, to get personal gain, right? In the story, we saw only Ping had the integrity to come forward with the truth. So, Ping was the only one with a moral backbone. He was the only one who was honest with the emperor. He came forward and he said, hey, you know what? Actually, I couldn't grow anything, and this is the result of my year. I tried my best, and unfortunately, nothing happened. All of the other kids tried to deceive the emperor. They tried to lie to the emperor. They were full of dishonesty, we could also say. They were not telling the truth. And here's another example sentence. The leader was known for his integrity and fairness. Yeah, this is the kind of leader you want. You want an honest leader, a virtuous leader, a leader with moral backbone and integrity. I drew a very silly little picture down here. We can see a person who has to make a decision. Their friend is hanging on to the edge of a cliff. Their friend needs help, and at the same time, we can see over here a villain. A bad guy is sneaking over trying to steal their money. Well, they take a look at both options. They can save their money or they can save their friend. And what do they choose to do? They choose to give up their money in order to rescue their friend. So we can say that this is a person with lots of integrity, okay? Trembling is our final vocabulary word. It means shaking involuntarily. Honestly, involuntarily might even be more difficult than trembling. If you do something involuntarily, that means you do not volunteer to do it. You have no choice. You do it even though you did not make a decision to do it. So, if you are shaking involuntarily, that means you can't control it. You cannot control the fact that you are shaking. This is often due to fear or nervousness, but honestly, there are so many different reasons someone could tremble. Maybe they are trembling out of excitement, a little kid going to Disneyland. They are trembling because they're so excited, right? So there are some positive ways we could use trembling as well, not only negative. We could also say quivering, shivering, or shaking. These all mean the same thing. It means you're doing this. You are shaking, you are trembling, you are moving very quickly like this, okay? And if you're doing that involuntarily, that means it's against your will. Antonyms, opposite words, we could say steady. Here's a trembling hand. Here's a steady hand on the other side. Here's a shaking hand. Here's a firm hand on the other side. A quivering hand on this side, an unwavering hand on the other side. Think about a surgeon, right? A surgeon needs a steady hand when they are performing operations on sick patients, right? They need an unwavering hand. If a surgeon is making a cut with a knife, and suddenly their hand shakes, their hand quivers, their hand shivers, their hand trembles, then that could be a big problem. In the story, we saw that he presented his empty pot to the emperor while trembling with fear. Yeah, when Ping is showing the emperor his empty pot, he's shaking involuntarily. If he could stop shaking, he would stop shaking, right? But it's involuntary. He can't control it, okay? He can't stop. She was trembling with excitement before her performance. Okay, so here's an example of a positive use of trembling. She was trembling with excitement. On Christmas morning, kids are trembling with excitement, with happiness, with glee, because they run downstairs, they see a bunch of presents from Santa Claus, and they are so happy, so excited that they are shaking involuntarily. They can't help it. Guys, if you're still with me, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. As your YouTube English teacher, I'm really proud of you guys who have made it this far in the video. You're doing awesome. Let's keep going. Now, we are not going to have a quick read of the story. We are going to have a deep dive. It's time for the deep dive, guys. But make sure you keep watching all the way till the end of this video, because we're also going to have a quiz and some speaking practice as well. So keep going, all right? Now, let's take a look at this. Once upon a time in ancient China, okay, there was an emperor who had no heir and needed to find someone to succeed him. Okay, here's a pretty tricky word, heir. An heir. We could also say a successor, someone who is going to take over after him. The emperor is kind of like a king, kind of like a ruler. In this story, in ancient China, this king, maybe he is getting old. Maybe he is nearing the end of his rule, the end of his life. And it's important that he finds someone to take over after he's gone. He needs a successor. He needs an heir, someone to succeed him. We could also say, so what does he do? He came up with a clever plan, a smart plan, an intelligent plan to find the most honest child in the land, a child of virtue, a child with a moral backbone, we could also say, right? A child who will tell the truth. The emperor called all the children together, handed each of them a seed, okay? Just a little seed. You guys know seed, right? You plant it in the ground, you give it some water, you give it some sunlight, and then it grows into a flower or a plant. Take this seed home and plant it, he said. After 1 year, return or come back and show me what you have grown. Show me the results, in other words. Show me what you were able to come up with. Come up with. What were you able to do? What were you able to create? The child with the most impressive plant will be my successor. Okay, we just talked about this word successor. The child with the most impressive plant will be my heir, will be the person who will be king after me. Okay, so the most impressive plant, that's what the emperor is looking for. What does impressive mean in this context? Could mean that it's the most beautiful, could mean that it's the largest, could mean that it's the most breathtaking. The child with the most impressive plant, the child who is able to come up with the most impressive plant will be my successor, will succeed me. Then we're introduced to Ping, a kind and hard-working boy, an honest boy, as we find out later. So Ping is really excited about this challenge. Yeah, this contest. It's a bit like a contest, right, that the emperor is hosting. So what does Ping do? He takes a seed and he nurtures it every day, like a mother nurturing a baby, right? He's making sure it has enough sunlight, enough water, and this part of the story is really cute, really sweet. He even talks to it. Maybe he sings to it, right? He's treating it like a child, like his own baby, hoping that it will grow, trying to give it lots of love and care because this is very near and dear to his heart. Remember that expression from earlier? Well, days turned into weeks, weeks into months, but Ping seed did not sprout. Sprout means come out of the ground for the first time. So Ping is looking at the ground, he's nurturing the seed, watering it, giving it sunlight, talking to it, doing everything that he possibly can, but it still has not sprouted. It still has not popped up out of the soil, out of the ground. So he's still waiting, and it feels like he's sitting on pins and needles. Now, Ping still does not give up. He tries different pots, different receptacles. We could also say to put the seed in, put a plant or a flower in. This is a pot right here. So he tries different pots. He adds new, fresh soil. He adjusts the amount of water. So he is tinkering with a lot of different factors here, a lot of different elements, okay? Basically, he's trying a lot of different things. He's adjusting this, he's adjusting that. He's tinkering with this, he's tinkering with that, making small changes, small adjustments, trying everything he can possibly think to try, but still, the seed remained stubbornly lifeless. I love this sentence. Yeah, the seed remained or stayed lifeless, and it feels like the seed is being stubborn, like it's being hard-headed, almost as if the seed is alive and it's making a conscious decision, a conscious effort to not sprout, to not give Ping what he wants. So Ping started to feel disheartened, discouraged, dejected, dispirited, especially when he heard other children boasting about their tall plants and bright flowers. Okay, so boasting, the other kids are already showing off. They are bragging. They are, of course, lying. We know that they're lying, but they want all the attention. They obviously want to be the emperor's successor. They want to be the heir to the throne. And so they are making sure that their plants, their flowers are the talk of the town. What does that mean? Talk of the town. That means, everybody is obsessed with it. Everyone is talking about it. And obviously they want their flower, their plant to be the talk of the town in order to get the emperor's attention, right? As the year passed, Ping's pot was still empty and he felt a mix of shame and nervousness. So Ping is feeling really disheartened at this point, and he's nervous too because he's thinking, oh my gosh, when I go and present my pot to the emperor, present it to the emperor or show it to the emperor, I'm going to be a laughing stock. What's a laughing stock? That means everyone is going to make fun of him. He's going to look so foolish. He's going to be a total laughing stock, we could say. He thought about using another seed to grow a plant. He thought about cheating, in other words. So it did cross his mind. He did consider it, but ultimately, or in the end, he decided against it. Why? Because it wouldn't be honest. Because it went against his virtues. It went against his principles, we could also say. On the day they were all to return to the palace, you can think of this as they were all supposed to return to the palace, or they were all asked to return to the palace. Ping walked slowly, his hands trembling, shaking, quivering, shivering as he carried his empty pot. Oh no, this is terrifying for Ping, right? When he arrived or got there, in other words, the palace was full of children holding pots brimming with impressive plants. I love this word brimming. It means that these children, the pots they are holding are filled to the brim. Let's pretend that this is a pot, right? If something is filled to the brim, then it's filled all the way to the tippy top. This is the brim. So if the pots are brimming with impressive plants, it means they are filled all the way up and overflowing with impressive plants, exploding with impressive plants, like the plants and flowers that the other kids have brought to the palace are so impressive. They are breathtaking, mind-blowing, right? They look so amazing, so good. Of course, this is really discouraging for Ping. This makes him feel even worse because he is comparing his seed to their plants, right? He's like, oh my God, how can I even show my face here? How can I even show my face? This is so embarrassing. He's thinking, maybe I should just go home. Maybe I should turn back. But he stood firm. He was unwavering, and he joined the line. He's getting ready to show the emperor his empty pot and tiny little seed that never grew at all. The emperor walked through the rows, observing or taking note of, we could also say, each child's pot. So he's checking out all the pots, taking a look at every pot, observing each child's pot, taking it all in. He's taking it all in. He looked impressed at the colorful blooms and lush greenery. Lush, this word is pretty fun. If a plant is lush, that means it's a very vibrant green, a very healthy green, a very striking green, we could also say. Basically, it looks really, really healthy. But when he reached Ping, the emperor's expression changed. Yeah, his expression, the look on his face. We could also say facial expression. He was astounded. He was blown away by, we could also say, he was blown away by the empty pot. Yeah, he was so surprised. And he asked, "Why did you bring me an empty pot, Ping?" The emperor is not confused, but he wants to give Ping one final test. Ping's voice shook, trembled, quivered as he replied, "Your Majesty, I tried my best. I nurtured the seed with care. I really tried to baby the seed," right? We could also use baby as a verb here. I really babied the seed. I used a lot of love and care, but it just wouldn't grow. I didn't want to use another seed because it would be dishonest. That wouldn't be honest. In the room, you could hear a pin drop. The emperor smiled, looking proud. Love this expression. You could hear a pin drop. That means it was totally silent. It was completely quiet. It was so quiet, in fact, that if somebody was to drop a tiny little pin, dink, you would be able to hear it. That's how quiet it was. "Children," he announced. So he's announcing this. If you announce something, then you are letting everybody know. You are speaking to everyone who is present, everyone who is there with you. "The seed I gave you all was boiled," okay, "and it could not grow." So this was the trick that the emperor came up with. He took all of the seeds, he put them in a pot of water, he turned up the heat, the water boiled, and that made the seeds unable to grow, right? Of course, if you boil seeds, that destroys them, and they are unable to grow, unable to sprout. All of you, except Ping, replaced the seed I gave you. So in other words, all of you cheated. All of you used a new seed, a healthy seed. Only Ping had the integrity, the honesty to come here with an empty pot. He shall be the next emperor. Shall is kind of an old way of talking. It just means will, okay? But people don't use this word anymore. He will be the next emperor because he has shown true honesty. We could also say displayed true honesty. He has displayed true honesty. The crowd gasped. That's a gasp. You're really shocked. So they gasp in surprise, and Ping's heart soared with relief and pride. His heart, his emotions soar into the sky, right? With relief. So he's relieved. He feels like, much better. He was worried. Now he feels better. And pride. Yeah, he's proud of himself. He knows that he did the right thing. So right now, his heart is soaring. We could also say he's on cloud 9. He feels tremendous. He feels incredible. He feels great. Part 4, the vocabulary quiz. Let's check and see how well you paid attention to today's target vocab words. Number 1, the emperor was what when Ping presented an empty pot? It's one of today's vocab words in 3, 2, 1. The emperor was astounded when Ping presented an empty pot. He was greatly surprised, in other words. Question number 2. She felt what after losing the match, but she promised to try again. Which of today's vocab words could this be? She felt something after losing the match, but she promised to try again. 3, 2, 1. disheartened. Okay, she lost hope. She lost confidence in herself after losing the match, but not completely. She promised to keep going, to try again. Number 3, the teacher praised him for his what when he admitted his mistake. Ooh, just like Ping being honest, the teacher is praising this kid for being honest. So he has what? The teacher praised him for his what? In 3, 2, 1. Integrity. Integrity. The teacher praised him. We could also say she commended him. She said he did a great job, basically, because he showed integrity. He showed honesty. Number 4, the child was something as he stood before the principal of his school, right? Unsure of what would happen, okay? So the kid is standing in front of or standing before the principal of his school. Maybe we could also say like the headmaster of his school. And he might be in trouble here. He's unsure of what's going to happen. He's very nervous, obviously. So he is what in 3, 2, 1? Trembling. We could also say shaking, quivering. Another fun expression is shaking in your boots. Shaking in your boots, right? So we could also say the kid was shaking in his boots. Okay, final question here. He carefully what his project to ensure it was perfect for the science fair. In 3, 2, 1, he carefully nurtured his project, carefully tended to, babied his project was another verb we used today. He carefully nurtured his project. Why? To ensure or make sure it was perfect. For what? For the science fair. Here we are at the final part of today's video. If you guys are still with me, you are doing so amazing, and I really appreciate you for watching all the way through. A lot of my students, they tell me they don't have opportunities to speak. They don't have environments to speak in. They don't have people to speak with, right? So I try to provide that in my videos. What we're going to do is I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond to a couple of different questions, okay? I want you to really push yourself to talk for the full 30 seconds. Fill up that entire 30 seconds. And bonus points if you can use one of today's vocabulary words. I'm going to go first and give you a demonstration of what I'd like you to try and do. Our first prompt is briefly retell today's story in your own words. I will go first. Here I go. Okay, so in the story, The Empty Pot, we have an emperor who's trying to find a successor. Now, he has a clever way of doing this. He gives a bunch of boys seeds, but these seeds have been boiled, right? And he says, whoever can grow the most amazing plant will be the successor. Well, only one boy is honest that he can't grow an amazing plant. He displays real integrity and honesty, so the emperor picks him. That was my 30-second retelling of the story. Now it's your turn. Give it a shot. Here's my second discussion question for you guys. Do you remember a time when you were left feeling disheartened? What happened? So once again, push yourself to speak for the full 30 seconds, and I will go first to give you a demonstration. Here I go. Yeah, when I first started doing YouTube, it was very disheartening at first. It was very discouraging because nobody was watching my videos, right? But I kept going. I didn't give up. I kept pushing, and my channel started to have some growth, started to have some success, and now I'm astounded that I have almost 150,000 students. I never dreamed I would have that many students. That was my response. I used disheartened and I also used astounded. Now it's your turn. Push yourself for that full 30 seconds. Go ahead. One final question for us to talk about today. What is a giveaway? A giveaway or a sign that someone is a person of high integrity, or someone is a person with lots of integrity, we could also say. So what's a sign? What's a giveaway? How can you tell that someone has lots of integrity? I'll go first. Here's my 30 seconds. Okay, so in my opinion, a giveaway, a sign, an indicator that somebody has lots of integrity is when they are willing to admit their faults, admit their mistakes, right? You know, as adults, as human beings, we make mistakes all the time. It's just a natural part of being human. But if someone is willing to say, I messed up, then that shows me they have lots of integrity. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Push yourself, guys. Go for it. Let's begin with the quick read of the story. Now, you are going to see some language that is very difficult. Yeah, there are some words that you might not know, but don't worry. Just be patient. I will explain everything, and I promise that by the end of this video, it will all be clear. Elon Musk, a polarizing and ambitious figure, is known for shaping industries from electric cars to space travel. Born in 1971 in Pretoria, South Africa, Elon was a curious child who loved books and computers. At age 12, he programmed and sold a video game, showing his entrepreneurial spirit early. His journey to success was filled with controversy and challenges. Elon moved to Canada at 17 and later to the United States, where he studied at the University of Pennsylvania. His first big success came with the sale of Zip2, a software company, for $307 million. He used his fortune to co-found X.com, which eventually evolved into PayPal. Musk didn't stop there. He turned his attention to electric cars and space exploration. Tesla, under his leadership, revolutionized the auto industry. At the same time, SpaceX aimed to make space travel affordable and even colonize Mars. Both ventures faced repeated failures, including Tesla's near bankruptcy and SpaceX's string of rocket explosions. However, Musk's unorthodox management style has drawn criticism. He's known for setting extreme deadlines and firing employees on the spot. critics argue that his actions sometimes push ethical boundaries, like influencing cryptocurrency prices through tweets or laying off employees without proper notice. Despite this, Elon's audacious vision has made Tesla the world's leading electric car company, and SpaceX the first private company to send astronauts into orbit. Today, Musk's ventures include Neuralink, which aims to merge the human brain with AI, and Starlink, a satellite internet service. So, love him or hate him, Musk's relentless pursuit of innovation has reshaped the world, but not without raising eyebrows along the way. That was a quick read of the story, a bird's eye view of the story, and I know it probably felt pretty difficult, pretty challenging, but don't worry, because now what we're going to do is really pick the language apart, and we're going to learn a lot as we do this. Let's get started. The first word I'd like to talk about is controversy. Controversy, that's a noun. It means disagreement or public debate, often involving strong opinions. So if something big happens that people can't agree on, they have different opinions, they butt heads, they do not see eye to eye on this issue, then that's a controversy. We could also say a dispute, an argument, a debate. These are all similar to controversy. These antonyms here are opposite words. Agreement is not controversy. Harmony is not controversy. Peace is not controversy. In the story we read today, we saw his journey to success was filled with controversy and challenges. So along the way, as Elon was getting more and more successful, there was a lot of controversy. There were a lot of issues that people did not agree on relating to him. Things he said, things he did that some people thought were good and some people thought were bad. Now, the opinions involved in this were strong opinions, basically meaning if you think he's good, you really think he's good. If you think he's bad, you really think he's bad. So there was a lot of argument, a lot of debate, right? People were arguing and debating about these things, the things that Elon had said and the things that Elon had done. Take a look at this other example sentence. Now, the second one here is not related to the story. It's a new one. The new law sparked controversy among the citizens. Sounds like some people agree with it and some people disagree, and they feel very strongly, and so they're arguing about it. This is a controversy. Now, you guys know that I love drawing pictures. I love doodling. Visuals really help me remember new words. And so I drew a little picture down here. We can see that there is a controversy going on. Yeah, half the people in this city, this imaginary city, they hate dogs, especially these stray dogs. These dogs running around the city, they don't have owners, they're getting into the trash. Half of the people, the A team, they think that these dogs should be rounded up and, they should be caught and they should be put in the pound, right? They should be dealt with. This issue should be taken care of. But then there's the B team, and these people love dogs, and they think that what A team is doing is really too much. They're taking it too far. It's not right. It's the wrong thing to do. And so, A, these people are very opinionated. They feel very strongly. And B, these people are very opinionated. They feel very strongly. And of course, they disagree. So this creates a controversy. Difficult word number 2 is unorthodox. Unorthodox. Yeah, if you guys could use this, if you guys could learn this word, I'm sure people would be very impressed. This is a high-level word. Unorthodox is an adjective that means different from what is usual or traditional. It's not normal, in other words. It's unconventional. It's innovative, or in other words, new. Something that is not traditional, right? It's unusual, maybe a little weird, maybe a little strange, okay? Some antonyms or opposite words are traditional, conventional, standard. So if something is normal, if something is standard, if it's conventional, if it's traditional, then it is not unorthodox, okay? Unorthodox means no, not normal, not traditional, not what is standard, not what is conventional, not what is expected. In the story, we saw Musk's unorthodox management style has drawn criticism. It has drawn criticism. It has attracted some harsh words from people, right? It has raised some eyebrows, we could also say. Yeah, people are noticing Elon Musk's style of managing his companies, the way he runs things, the way he operates, and, how he takes care of his businesses. He does this in an unorthodox way. He doesn't do it in a very normal way, a very standard way. Yeah, his style is unusual. It's innovative. It's new. It's unconventional, sometimes in good ways and sometimes in bad ways, right? Some people, maybe they focus more on the bad ways and they criticize him. They say bad things about him. Her unorthodox teaching methods helped the students learn faster. I love this example because I tried to use some unorthodox methods in my videos as well, and these methods actually help her students learn faster. So, unorthodox, sometimes it can be a bad thing, sometimes it can be a good thing. Down here, I drew a picture of a mailman, but his methods of delivering mail, the way that he delivers mail, it's pretty unorthodox. It's pretty unconventional, unusual, innovative, new, and a little weird. He is using rollerblades. Yeah, roller skates to help him deliver the mail. He goes faster this way. Now, there are some people who see this and they think it's pretty weird. Yeah, maybe not everyone is on board with it. If you are on board with something, then that means you agree with it. You support it. So some people are not on board, but maybe other people are. They see his innovative way of thinking and they say, hey, I support this. Sometimes new things are good. Audacious is another fantastic, big $10 word. It means bold or daring, often surprisingly so. In other words, if somebody is so fearless that you can't believe it, so brave that you can't believe it, so daring that it just really surprises you, then we can call them audacious. On the other hand, someone who is cautious or timid or reserved, not really willing to put themselves out there, this kind of person is not audacious. In the story we saw, despite this, Elon's audacious vision has made Tesla the world's leading electric car company. So in this example, Elon's vision is what is audacious. He has a fearless vision, kind of like a dream that he wants to achieve, right? A fearless vision, a fearless dream, an audacious vision, a brave vision, a daring vision. His vision is not cautious or timid or reserved. It is quite bold and quite daring. In other words, Elon has taken a lot of bold risks because some of his visions are so bold and so daring and so far out there that they don't seem very realistic. At least they didn't used to seem realistic before he found success making it work. His audacious plan to climb Mount Everest without a guide shocked everyone. So, climbing Mount Everest, that is already a big challenge. But if you want to do it without a guide, that is surprisingly daring, surprisingly brave, surprisingly fearless, maybe even bordering on crazy, right? Maybe even bordering on crazy. That means it's so brave, so daring, so fearless, so audacious, that it's getting close to crazy territory. It's like too much, right? If you look down here, you can see a man with a rather audacious plan. He has an audacious plan to be friends with a grizzly bear, a violent and unpredictable wild animal. He has this plan that's very fearless and daring and brave, but it's kind of too daring, too fearless, too brave, right? It's like too much. So we can call it a bit audacious, or maybe in this case, really audacious. Now, as we can see here, the bear ate him, right? So this audacious plan backfired, as some audacious plans do. Not every audacious plan is going to succeed, right? That's why it's audacious. It seems crazy. It seems, like it could never actually work. Of course, there's a chance it could work, but it's not a big chance. Looks like our friend had to find that out the hard way. How about this word relentless? Relentless, persistent and determined even in the face of difficulties. So if you are relentless, then you are tireless, unyielding, unstoppable. You will not give in. You will not give up. If you are weak or wavering or lenient, then you are not relentless, right? Elon Musk's relentless pursuit of innovation has reshaped the world. Yeah, this is a pretty difficult sentence. So Elon has been pursuing something. He's been going after something, seeking something, and he's been going after it relentlessly. He will not give up. He will not quit. What is he seeking? What is he trying to get, trying to attain? He is pursuing innovation. Innovation is like creating new ideas, right? Creating new things, creating new value. And because his pursuit of innovation was so relentless, he has reshaped the world. In other words, he has really changed the world because his pursuit of innovation was so relentless. He refused to give up, and the result of that was the world changed a lot because of him and his companies and his ideas. The relentless rain made it difficult to enjoy the outdoor concert. Yeah, here it is, used in a slightly different way. The rain was relentless. It would not let up. That's another way we could say this. It wouldn't let up. It wouldn't let up. The rain was relentless. It made it very hard to enjoy the outdoor concert. Down here, we can see a man who, he is not in great shape. He is pretty weak, but he wants to get stronger. Okay, so he starts to work out. Yeah, he starts lifting weights. Well, over time, he gets more and more into exercising, more and more obsessed until he is exercising relentlessly. He has this relentless pursuit of strength and fitness, right? He is relentlessly exercising, meaning that he is persistent. He won't stop. He's determined, right? He has a goal and he wants to make it happen. Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes he faces difficulties, but he is unyielding. He is tireless. He is unstoppable, not weak, not wavering, not lenient with himself. And the result here is that eventually, he achieves his fitness goals. He achieves his fitness dream. Because of his relentless training, he is able to get his dream physique, his dream body. One final word I'd like to talk about here in the vocabulary breakdown, then we will return to the story for a deep dive. The last word here is polarizing, causing people to have opposing views. Now, this is a very similar word to controversial. Okay? Controversial or controversy as a noun. If something is polarizing, then it is divisive. It divides people. It splits them up, right? If something is polarizing, then it is controversial. It is contentious. Another great word here. Maybe there is a new law that comes out, and the law says anyone can buy a gun, right? You do not need a license. You do not need a background check. You do not need a permit. You do not need anything. If you want a gun, pew, pew, you can have a gun. So suddenly everyone has guns. Maybe this would be a very polarizing law, right? It would really divide people. It'd be very divisive. Some would agree, some would disagree. It would be very controversial. It would cause a lot of controversy. This would be a very contentious issue. It would be a very touchy topic. Yeah, very touchy, this topic, sensitive. It would make people argue. They would certainly not unite over this issue. They would certainly not agree on this issue. There would not be a harmonious response, public response to this law, just as an example. Elon Musk, a polarizing and ambitious figure, is known for shaping industries. That's what we saw in the story, and yeah, love him or hate him, Elon Musk is a polarizing figure. He's a very divisive, controversial, contentious figure, right? People cannot agree when it comes to Elon Musk. And so, unfortunately, he does not really unite people as much as he divides people. What does it mean to shape an industry? Well, take a look at Tesla. Elon Musk has really had a huge role, a very, very significant role in the electric car industry. So significant that he has single-handedly reshapen the industry. He's changed it from top to bottom. The politician's speech was polarizing, leaving the audience divided, right? So the audience is split. Some people agree, some people disagree because of the politician who is speaking, right? Because of him and the things he said, these people are divided. So the things he said, these things were polarizing. They were divisive. They were controversial. They were rather contentious. All right, my friends, if you are still with me, you are doing amazing. Take your hand and give yourself a pat on the back to congratulate yourself. Now we are returning to the story. This will not be a quick read. This will be a deep dive. So let's do it. Let's jump in now that we are more familiar with the difficult vocabulary in the story. Elon Musk, a polarizing and ambitious figure, is known for shaping industries. What industries? All sorts of industries, from the electric car industry to the space travel industry. Born in 1971 in Pretoria, South Africa, he was a curious child who loved books and computers, okay? Another word we could use here besides curious might be precocious. Elon was a very precocious child, meaning that he showed signs of high intelligence. He was very smart, clearly very smart, even from a very young age. Maybe he was using big words and reading long, complicated books, even though he was very young. At age 12, he programmed and sold a video game. So he did all of the programming on the computer. He made the video game. Then he sold it. So this showed his entrepreneurial spirit early on. Ooh, what's entrepreneurial? That's a tough word. Honestly, even for native speakers, that's kind of a tongue twister. Entrepreneurial. If you have an entrepreneurial spirit, then that means you show signs of being an entrepreneur as a noun. So what's an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur, simply put, is like a businessman, somebody who is interested in investing, in growing business, in growing their money, and they have big ideas, and they are very smart when it comes to money and business and investing. Maybe they create their own company, or maybe they invest in a company that later becomes very successful. This kind of person, we could say, is an entrepreneur, or we could say they have an entrepreneurial mind, an entrepreneurial spirit. His journey to success was filled with controversy, remember this, and challenges. So there were a lot of things that happened on this journey, things he did, things he said, that divided people. Remember, he's a very polarizing figure, right? A lot of his actions, people can't agree on. They are very opinionated. Some people love him, some people hate him, and they have very strong opinions. Elon moved to Canada at 17 and later to the United States, where he studied at the University of Pennsylvania. Okay, just a little background information on his upbringing, on his education, right? His first big success, okay, the first time he was really successful, that came with the sale of Zip2. He had this company called Zip2. This was a software company. Yeah, this company made software to be installed on computers, okay? Now, he sold this company. His first big success, he made $307 million. Can you imagine that? What an insane amount of money. He used his fortune to co-found X.com. So he used this money to make this new website, showing his entrepreneurial spirit, right? Because a lot of people, they would take that money, they would retire, and they would say, okay, that's it for me. I'm done. No more business, no more money, no more investing. I'm going to just buy a nice house on the beach and relax for the rest of my days, for the rest of my life. But Elon is a true entrepreneur, so he took that money and he wanted to make it grow. He co-founded this website, which evolved or turned into PayPal. But he didn't stop there. He kept going. He was really relentless with his entrepreneurial endeavors, his behavior, all of the things he was doing with money and investing and making these companies. He was relentless. He would not give up. He would not stop, right? He turned his attention to electric cars and space exploration. I love this expression. He turned his attention to. He's kind of redirecting his focus. He's kind of picking a new direction, noticing something new that is appealing to him, that is exciting to him. Tesla, under his leadership, revolutionized the auto industry. Wow, he revolutionized the auto or the car industry. He revolutionized it. So he really made a huge, impactful change in this industry. He totally changed it. At the same time, SpaceX, what was it aiming to do? This other company, it was aiming to or trying to make space travel affordable. Yeah, they wanted to make it possible for people to travel to space in terms of money. They wanted it to be affordable. Yeah. They didn't want it to be too expensive. And guess what? They were even trying to colonize Mars or starting to think about that process of what that could look like. What is colonize Mars? Well, we live on Earth. And then maybe here's a different planet, Mars, over here. Now, there are lots of humans, obviously, us living on Earth, but there are no humans on Mars, on this distant alien planet, right? So, SpaceX, they have this mission to colonize Mars. They want to build colonies, like little cities, where maybe people in the future can even live. Both ventures, both business ventures or business moves, business plans, they faced repeated failures. So they were failing again and again and again. Lots of setbacks, lots of failures, including what? Including Tesla's near bankruptcy. They almost went bankrupt. It's hard to believe because Tesla is such a profitable company now, right? Such a huge company, but Tesla almost went bankrupt. They almost lost all of their money. At the same time, SpaceX, they had a string of rocket explosions, a string of these explosions. So First there was 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, one after the next, a string of explosions. We could also say there was a succession of explosions, right? It kept happening, it kept going. However, Musk's unorthodox management style has drawn criticism. We talked a lot about this. He's known for setting extreme deadlines and firing employees on the spot. I love this expression, on the spot, right? That means he does not give them any warning beforehand. He does not say, hey, you know what? Could you maybe come into my office next Wednesday? I need to have a talk with you. I think you've been underperforming. You haven't been doing very well here at the office. And I blah, 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 right? He doesn't give them that chance. He just says, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. He does it on the spot without any warning. So there were a lot of critics, people who had bad things to say about him and his behavior, and they argued that his actions, the things he did, sometimes these actions would push ethical boundaries. They would push boundaries. Maybe here's a boundary, the ethical boundary, right? This is bad and this is good. These are things we like. These are things we don't like, right? And Elon's actions, the things he would do, they would push the boundary. Now the boundary's here. He would push the boundary. Now the boundary's here. He's pushing it further and further. For example, this idea of influencing cryptocurrency prices through doing what? How was he impacting the prices? How was he influencing the prices? Well, through tweets. Yeah, this website, Twitter, right? He would get on Twitter, talk about cryptocurrency, and because he is such an influential figure, because he has so much power, just making a little post online could really impact the prices of the cryptocurrency. That's one thing he would do. Another thing, as we mentioned, he would lay off employees or fire them, make them lose their jobs without proper notice, without warning them beforehand. We could also say without giving them a heads up. Despite this, or in spite of this, Elon's audacious vision, his dream, has made Tesla the world's leading electric car company. The world's leading electric car company. So Tesla is number one when it comes to electric car companies, right? And SpaceX is the first private company to send astronauts into orbit, okay? So they're doing a lot of big things. Today, Musk's ventures, his business ventures, include Neuralink. He's got this thing, Neuralink, which aims to merge the human brain with AI. This is so crazy. Here's the human brain, right? And this is AI, artificial intelligence, using robot intelligence, basically. He wants to merge these two things, take AI and find a way to put it inside the human brain so that humans can use AI to help them think. So crazy, right? That's one project he has now. There's also Starlink, which is a satellite internet service. Yeah, a satellite. Here's the world, here's Earth, and here are some stars up in space. Well, a satellite is this machine that orbits Earth. It goes around the world, right? And this machine, Starlink, it can give us internet access. So Elon obviously has so many of these big, bold, visionary business ideas, right? SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink. He's really done a lot. He's a big dreamer. Love him or hate him. Musk's relentless pursuit of innovation. He will not stop innovating. He is always thinking of new things, always creating new ideas, bringing new value to the table, right? His relentless pursuit of this. What has it done? It has reshaped the world. It has changed the way the world is. But not without raising eyebrows along the way. This right here is raising eyebrows, right? He's raising some eyebrows. He's making people do this. Not sure if I agree with you. I raise my eyebrow at you, right? So, as he goes, he is raising eyebrows along the way, stirring up a lot of controversy, dividing people, getting a lot of criticism as well. Okay, my friends, here we are at part 4 of today's video. We have a vocabulary quiz. Let's check and see how well you guys were paying attention. The new CEO's something decisions led to heated debates among the staff. Ooh, wow, that's pretty tough. We've got a CEO of a company. He's making some kind of decisions, and the sort of decisions that he's making, the kind of decisions that he's making, led to heated debates among the staff. So people cannot agree about the decisions he's making. What word would fit here that we talked about today? In 3, 2, 1, unorthodox, right? The new CEO's unorthodox decisions. He's doing things in a different way, not the traditional way, a new way, and that is leading to some heated debates. People cannot agree about these changes. Now, to be fair, maybe we could also say controversial decisions or polarizing decisions. Those would be fine here as well. Question number 2, his something dedication to solving the problem inspired the entire team. What kind of dedication did he have to solving this problem? He had, in 3, 2, 1, relentless dedication. So he would not give up. He would not throw in the towel. He kept going and going and going until he solved the problem. And this mindset, this behavior inspired the entire team. The whole team was inspired by what? By his relentless dedication. The artist's bold and something vision attracted both praise and criticism. So this artist has what kind of vision? The vision attracts 2 kinds of people. People who praise them, say good things about them, and people who criticize them, say more negative things about them. What could this word be? We talked about it today in 3, 2, 1. Audacious. Ooh, great word. The artist's audacious vision. Yeah, the vision is so fearless, so bold, so brave that it's almost too much. It's audacious. Number 4, the topic of climate change has become highly something in recent years. Highly means very, right? It has become very what in recent years? This topic, this subject of climate change. In 3, 2, 1, it has become very polarizing. People are really divided when it comes to this topic. They have trouble finding common ground. They have trouble agreeing, right? The movie stirred something for its controversial themes and characters. In 3, 2, 1, controversy. We could also say it stirred up controversy. Yeah, so a lot of these words today are pretty similar. Polarizing, divisive, controversial. A lot of these are pretty interchangeable, meaning you could use polarizing here or you could use it there. So if you didn't get these exactly right, don't feel too bad about it. All right, guys, here we are at the final part of today's video, part 5, speaking practice and discussion. I have 3 questions to ask you guys, and these questions are related to the story we read today, the story of Elon Musk. I'll go first and show you how I would respond to the questions, then it will be your turn. Try to talk for the full amount of time that I give you. Push through, even if you feel like you have nothing more to say. Maybe repeat yourself or try to say something a slightly different way. And as a bonus extra challenge, try to use one of today's vocab words. Here's the first question for you guys. Do you think one person should be able to have billions of dollars? Should they be allowed to? Should they be able to? Is it right for one person to be able to have access to so much incredible wealth? Why or why not? Take 1 minute and reply to this. I will go first. I think that most people would agree with me when I say no. Personally, my opinion is I do not think that one person should be able to have billions of dollars. I think it's excessive. I think it's too much. I think it's immoral. That's my personal opinion. If you disagree with me, fine. But actually, I feel that my opinion here is not very controversial. Yeah, I think most people would probably agree with me. They look at billionaires with their multiple mansions and their yachts and their private jets, and then they look at poor people who can't even put food on the table, and they see a big difference, a big split between these two kinds of people, and it just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem fair. So that's my opinion. Now it's your turn. Try and respond to this prompt, this question, and once again, really push yourself to talk for the full minute. Go ahead. Moving on to our second prompt here. Do you think AI will replace human creativity in the future? What is human creativity? You know, like making art, writing songs, painting paintings, writing novels. This is something that humans love to do, something we're good at. Do you think that AI will take this over in the future? Will we be reading books written by AI? Will we be watching movies created by AI? I'll go first and share my opinion. For the past several years, people have been relentlessly developing AI, putting tons of money, pouring tons of resources into the development of AI, right? Building it up relentlessly. People know that AI is the future. They know that they need to get on board now or they are going to miss out. And yes, I think AI is going to replace a lot of things that humans do. Some of these changes will be very, very good. They will make our lives much easier. But something I do not think AI will ever be able to replace is true human creativity. Genuine human creativity. I don't want to read a book written by a computer. I want to read a human's thoughts. And honestly, I think most people would agree with me. That was my response. Now it's your turn once again. Take that minute, really push yourself to talk for the full minute. Go ahead. And here is our third and final prompt, the last part of our lesson today. What lessons can we learn from Elon Musk? Love him or hate him, surely someone this successful must have a lesson worth learning, right? There must be lessons we can learn from Elon Musk. So let's take one more minute, respond to this question. I will go first. When I look at Elon Musk, yes, I see a controversial figure. Yes, I see a polarizing figure. Yes, this is true. This is true. But at a very basic level, at a very fundamental level, I also see someone who had a dream, who had that entrepreneurial spirit. And guess what? He believed in himself. He really believed in his visions. We saw that even when he made $307 million, his first big success, he didn't let his vision end there. He didn't let his dream die with that. He kept going because he believed in his future and his potential. He really believed in his potential, what he could be. And you know what? That's a lesson we can all learn from. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Go ahead and speak your mind. Respond to this question. Push all the way through. As I mentioned, today's story is based on a true story. Yeah, this is something that really happened, okay? It is non-fiction. It is not fiction. In other words, it is not true. So it's true, okay? There's a really good movie that was made about this story called The King's Speech. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that movie. If you haven't, I definitely recommend it. Okay, so let's take a look at the story with a quick read. Here we go. Ever had to face something that scared the life out of you? This is the story of King George VI, a guy who never planned on being king and had to deal with a huge challenge to lead his country. Prince Albert, or Bertie, as his family called him, was the second son of King George V. He didn't expect to ever be king because his older brother was first in line. But things took a wild turn when his brother, King Edward VIII, gave up the throne. Suddenly, Bertie was King of England. But there was a hitch. Bertie had a terrible stutter. Talking in public was a nightmare for him. And now, as king, he had to speak to the entire nation, especially with World War II on the horizon. Bertie knew he had to fix this, and he had to fix it fast. He met a speech therapist named Lionel. Now, Lionel wasn't your typical doctor. He had some pretty unconventional methods, and to be honest, Bertie wasn't too sure about it at first, but with nowhere to turn to, he decided to give it a shot. The journey wasn't easy. Lionel pushed Bertie to his limits with exercises that were tough and sometimes downright awkward. He also made Bertie face the emotions that had been bottled up inside for years, which was even harder than the exercises. Bit by bit, Birdie started to improve, not just in his speech, but also in his confidence. The big moment came when Birdie, now King George VI, had to deliver a crucial speech to the nation as World War II was about to begin. With Lionel's support, Birdie stood up to the microphone. Well, Birdie basically nailed it. His speech was an amazing improvement. He showed real strength and inspired his people when it mattered most. Okay, that was a bird's eye view. Just a quick, brief, fast look at this story, at the basic idea of this story. Now we are going to jump into part 2 with the vocabulary breakdown. And the first word I would like to take a look at is hitch. Hitch. Okay, this is a very colloquial word, a very spoken English word, okay? It means a problem that stops something from happening smoothly. Some other similar words or synonyms might be, a problem, a snag, an obstacle, or we could say a snafu. That's a very native, very spoken expression, snafu. Okay, so here's the word in the context of the story. In other words, here's how it was used in the story. There was a hitch in Birdie's ability to speak publicly. Birdie, he's trying to speak publicly, but there's a hitch. There's a problem, there's a snag, an obstacle, something he needs to work through, a problem he needs to overcome, a snafu he needs to deal with, okay? And that problem, that snag, that obstacle, that hitch is his stutter, right? When he talks, he has a stutter. We can also call that a speech impediment. A speech impediment. So obviously, if he's a guy who needs to be talking to his country, on a regular basis, if he's a public figure who needs to be addressing his people all the time, then this is going to be a big obstacle, a big snag in his plans, a big problem that he needs to deal with, okay? Here's another example sentence that's unrelated to the story. I traveled all the way from England to Paris without a hitch. Basically just meaning without a problem, without any snags, without any, obstacles getting in the way of my travels. Now, you guys know that I am a visual learner. I love to draw. I love to create doodles to help me remember new words, right? And so what I'm going to do is draw a picture of a guy, and this guy is traveling. We can see his legs and his arms here. We can look into his pants and we can see his pocket here. Now he had his ticket inside his pocket. He was going to take this ticket and get on a boat. Unfortunately, as you can see, there is a hole in his pocket and the ticket fell out of the hole. So when he goes to get on the boat and head to his next destination, he's going to realize there is no ticket, and this is going to be a big hitch in his travel plans. This is going to be a huge problem for him. It's going to be a snag in his plans, a snag in his day. It's going to be a big travel snafu. It's going to be a tricky or difficult obstacle for him to overcome as he goes about his day, as he goes about his travels. Another really useful phrase that we saw in the story was bottled up. And you can see that I have a bottle here, a champagne bottle being popped. Okay, but what does it mean if you keep something bottled up inside? Well, it means to keep feelings or emotions inside without expressing them. In other words, they are suppressed emotions that you push deep down, that you do not allow to come out, that you do not allow to be expressed, okay? You keep these feelings contained. You know, a container is something that you store things in. So like maybe a box can be a container. Maybe a water bottle is a container for your water, right? So this word contain, this verb, if you contain something, that means that you are keeping it trapped within you. You're not letting it be free. You're not letting it out. Okay. So we have some antonyms here as well for this one. An antonym is the opposite meaning. Okay. So what is the opposite of bottled up? Maybe to express something, maybe to release something. Maybe if you actually talk about your feelings, okay? Maybe if you go to therapy and you talk to a therapist and you put everything out there. You put it all out there. Just means that you take all of the thoughts, all of the feelings, and you express them, okay? In the story, we saw Birdie had a lot of feelings bottled up inside him. You can imagine that this is true, right? Because Birdie has a really complicated life. He has a lot of pressure. There are a lot of expectations of him. And also he has this stutter, this speech impediment that he's probably a little bit embarrassed about, right? So maybe he feels some, resentment, some self-resentment. Maybe he struggles with issues of self-worth. Maybe he feels a little bit worthless at times because of this problem. Maybe he feels like broken, and he doesn't express these feelings. He doesn't tell anyone about how he feels. No, he suppresses these thoughts, these emotions. He keeps it all contained within him. He keeps it all bottled up as if his body is a bottle and he would let these things out through his mouth. Instead, he's keeping the cork stuffed into that bottle. He is not expressing his feelings or thoughts, okay? Here's another example of how to use bottled up, okay? She had anger bottled up for years before she finally talked about it, okay? Once again, we can see this woman, was suppressing her feelings. She was pushing her anger deep down. She was keeping her anger contained within her or inside of her. I have an idea for what to draw for this doodle. I'm going to draw a bottle as if it were a person, a very angry person, okay? We can see that this person is feeling really, really angry, right? Very, very angry. In fact, we could say they are furious. They are livid. These words mean extremely angry. I'll teach you guys a $10 word as well. Apoplectic. Apoplectic. Wow, if you can use this word, people would be very, very impressed. Apoplectic means you are so angry that your head feels like it's going to explode, okay? Now, we can see that there's steam leaking out of the top of this guy's bottle head. I think if he, would express his feelings, I think if he would release his feelings, that he would feel much better, right? But sadly, he chooses to keep his feelings bottled up. Another phrase I would like to talk about is nailed it. Once again, a very spoken English, very casual, very colloquial expression or phrase. Something that if you can use this in conversation, native speakers would be very impressed, okay? It means to do something perfectly or very successfully. So if you nail your test, then you ace your test at school. If you nailed a presentation at work, then you really succeeded. We could also say that you crushed it. Yeah, you crushed it. That's another very spoken English expression. We could say crushed it. We could say smashed it. You smashed it with that presentation today. You crushed it with that presentation today. You nailed it, right? Okay, so maybe there are some antonyms to talk about here too, some words that mean the opposite or some expressions that mean the opposite of being really successful, acing something, crushing something, smashing something, nailing something. The opposite words might be flubbed. If you really mess something up, if you really, botch something, you really mess up, you really drop the ball, then all of these words and expressions mean the opposite, means you utterly failed. In other words, you completely failed. Despite his fears, Bertie nailed it during his speech. Okay, so in the story, Bertie was really anxious, really worried, really dreading this speech he had to give, right? But despite his fears, or in spite of his fears, or even though he felt that way, he still nailed it. He crushed it. He smashed it. He aced it, right? He did a really good job and he succeeded, okay? Here's an unrelated sentence. She practiced her presentation for weeks and nailed it on the big day. Now, I think for an illustration here, what I'm going to do is draw someone shooting a bow and arrow, and we can see that they are squinting, right? They're sticking out their tongue. They're aiming at the target over here. They let the arrow fly, and bam, it's a bullseye. It's a bullseye, right? They hit it right in the dead center of the target. They're a very good shot. A very accurate shot. So, maybe their friend challenged them to try and get a bullseye, and guess what? They crushed it. They smashed it. They aced it. They nailed it, okay? They succeeded, and they passed the challenge. Not only did they pass the challenge, but they passed the challenge with flying colors. Okay, that's a really interesting expression. Just means, once again, that you did a really good job. Not only did you win, but you won overwhelmingly. Not only did you succeed, but you succeeded amazingly. You passed with flying colors. One more thing I would like to talk about here in the vocab breakdown, this idiom. You guys know that I love idioms. This is a really relevant idiom to this story. Step out of your comfort zone. Zone is like an area, okay? So basically a space in which you feel comfortable and pushing yourself to leave that space. So here's the definition: to do something that is new or challenging for you, okay? In other words, take a risk. To challenge yourself, to do something new. Okay, an antonym or an opposite word might be to play it safe or to stay in your comfort zone, to remain in that space, in that zone, in that area where you feel comfortable, where you feel safe, where nothing can challenge you or hurt you, okay? In the story, we saw Bertie had to step out of his comfort zone to overcome his stutter. Yeah, it's possible that Bertie could have just lived the rest of his life in his comfort zone. He could have spent the rest of his days in a space where he felt safe, in a mindset that was comfortable and easy for him, where he never had to challenge himself, where he never had to push himself, right? He could have played it safe for the rest of his life. But what did he do? He took a risk. He challenged himself. He did something new, right? And this is really not an easy thing to do. Anyone who has ever actually stepped out of their comfort zone knows how challenging and difficult and frustrating this can be, how tough it can be to do this, okay? Here's an unrelated example sentence. She decided to step out of her comfort zone and try public speaking for the first time. So, seems like she, in this example, this woman, has the same anxiety as Birdie does, has the same fear as Birdie, the fear of public speaking. And let me tell you guys something. I used to have a huge fear of public speaking as well. I remember, I'm 30 years old now. When I was maybe 18, 19, 20, I was terrified of public speaking. I was mortified to public speak. I remember I was so afraid of public speaking in class when I was in college that I would never ask questions. I would never raise my hand. And looking back on that time of my life now, I really wish that I had stepped out of my comfort zone, even though it would have been really challenging, even though it would have been really difficult. I wish I had challenged myself. I wish I had taken that risk, because no pain, no gain. If you don't make yourself uncomfortable, if you don't put yourself in situations that are stressful or challenging to you, then you are never going to grow as a person, right? That's just a simple, hard truth of life. Okay, now to show you guys what this might look like visually, I have a guy who is standing in his comfort zone. This circle here is his comfort zone. If he were to leave his comfort zone, maybe he would be a much more confident person. We can see he's very confident over here. Maybe if he were to go to the gym, he would be a strong person. We can see he's got some big muscles on this side, right? So, if he remains in his comfort zone, he's going to, unfortunately, remain a weak person. Yes, he'll be comfortable. Yes, life will be easy, but he's not going to grow. He's not going to get better, right? Once he's finally willing to step out of the comfort zone, once he's finally willing to push himself, to challenge himself, then maybe he'll gain muscle. He will gain or get muscle. Maybe he will gain or get confidence. Let's jump into this. Guys, if you haven't clicked like on this video yet, please take 1 second to do that right now. Maybe leave me a comment letting me know where you are watching this video from, what country you're watching from, or maybe leave me a comment telling me about your day today. How was your day? Did anything crazy happen today? You can let me know. Leaving comments, leaving me likes, sharing a video with a friend, watching all the way through. These are your ways of supporting me as your YouTube English teacher. Okay. Let's get into the deep dive. Ever had to face something that scared the life out of you? Okay, right away. I love this expression. Scared the life out of you. If something scares the life out of you, maybe you are really freaked out. You are really terrified. So you're not just a little afraid of something. You are really deeply afraid. It scares the life out of you. So I don't know if you guys have ever had to face something like that in your life before. Maybe you are terrified of public speaking, just like I was, just like Birdie was, okay? Or maybe there was a different challenge in your life that really scared the life out of you. Once again, you can let me know in the comments. This is the story of King George VI, okay? V is 5, I is 1. If the I comes after the V, then that means it's a 6. If it comes before the V, then it's a 4, right? We call this system Roman numerals, okay? So this is the story of King George VI. He was a guy who never planned on being king, and he had to deal with a huge challenge in order to lead his country, in order to be a leader for his people. Yeah, if you have to deal with something, we could also say you have to sort out something. Okay, if you have to deal with something, then it implies that the problem that requires sorting out is kind of a big problem. You got to deal with a situation. You got to handle a situation. You got to sort out a situation. That leads me to think that you really have your work cut out for you, or that it's going to be a little bit tricky, a little bit challenging, right? Prince Albert, or Bertie, as his family called him, and we're just going to call him Bertie as well, was the second son of King George V. We can see the V, King George V. Okay, so he's not the first son, he's the second son. So he didn't expect to ever be king. Why? Well, because his older brother was first in line. Yeah, this expression is really very literal. You can imagine a line of people waiting to be king, right? And his older brother was first in line. He was the firstborn son, So naturally, the throne will come to him when it's time, because he's the first in line. He's the oldest heir. He's the firstborn son, so he is the heir to the throne. We can see Bertie is right here. He's second in line, okay? But things took a wild turn, love that expression, when his brother, King Edward VIII, gave up the throne, okay? So his brother says, I don't want it. He gives up the throne. Bertie gets the throne. He becomes the heir, or the person, the royal family member, to take over. Okay, let's talk about took a wild turn. Another way to say this is something took an unexpected turn, right? Things were going along very smoothly, things are going according to plan, then bam, something crazy happens that you did not expect. It was unexpected. In the case of this story, the wild thing that happened, the unexpected thing that happened, was that Bertie's older brother gave up the throne. No one saw that coming. No one expected that to happen. So suddenly Bertie was king of England. Wow. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, in a flash, Bertie had become the king. Okay, but there was a hitch. Remember hitch? There was a problem. There was a snag in this plan. Bertie had a terrible stutter. He had an awful speech impediment. It was tough for him to talk smoothly and clearly, right? So talking or speaking in public was a nightmare for him. In other words, it was a really bad situation that scared him a lot. And now, as king, he had to speak to the entire nation. In other words, the whole country. Okay, especially with World War II on the horizon, okay? In other words, World War II is coming, and everyone can see that it's coming. Now, this was a very dark period in history when the world really required strong leadership, right? Countries needed powerful, strong, confident leaders during World War II, because countries needed guidance. They needed guidance, okay? They needed to be guided. They needed to be shown the way, and that requires a strong, confident leader. So especially with World War II on the horizon, especially with this big conflict, we could also say looming in the distance. For looming, it needs to be something bad, right? A war is looming in the distance. So Bertie knew he had to fix this speech impediment, fix this stutter problem, and he needed to fix it fast. He needed to deal with this. He needed to sort this out quickly. So what did he do? He met a speech therapist. A speech therapist, somebody who will help you improve your speaking skills, your speaking abilities. This guy's name was Lionel. Ooh, kind of tough to say, right? Especially quickly. Lionel, 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 Lionel. I would never name my kid Lionel. It's just too hard to say. Now, Lionel wasn't your typical doctor. Typical, right? Wasn't your normal doctor, wasn't your standard doctor, wasn't your average doctor, okay? Wasn't your common doctor. He had some pretty unconventional methods. Unconventional, some, we could also say, non-traditional, or some pretty different ways of doing things. A method is a way of doing things, right? And to be honest, Birdie wasn't too sure about it at first. Okay, so it sounds like Lionel was so, we could say, atypical, right? So unconventional, so non-traditional, so weird, so different that Birdie was a little unsure about hiring him to help. He thought, maybe I should just get, more of a standard speech therapist, a normal speech therapist, an average speech therapist. But in the end, he had nowhere to turn to. In other words, he had no other options. This really felt like his only choice, the only path forward. So he decided to give it a shot. What does that mean if you give something a shot? We could also say, give it a go, give it a try, okay? He is willing to give it a try. He's willing to try and make it work with Lionel. The journey wasn't easy. Lionel pushed Birdie to his limits. Birdie was pushed to his limits. This means that as his speech therapist, Lionel really challenged him. He pushed him to his limits. He pushed him to the edge. He pushed him to the outer brink of his abilities, right? He pushed him to his breaking point. How? Well, with exercises that were tough and sometimes downright awkward. Downright just means seriously awkward or really, really awkward. Downright awkward. If somebody's really strange, they're downright strange. If somebody's really awkward, they're downright awkward, okay? So these exercises, these things that Lionel is having Birdie do, they're very tough, they're very challenging, they're very awkward, okay? He also made Birdie face the emotions that had been bottled up inside for years, okay? As Lionel is working with Birdie, he sees that, this isn't just a technique problem. This is a confidence problem, and that's a totally different beast. That's a totally different problem, a totally different monster to deal with, right? Yeah, working on your speech technique is one thing, but improving your confidence is an entirely different thing. So this was even harder than the exercises, but it sounds like Lionel recognized this problem. He saw this problem, he identified this problem, and he was willing to help Birdie work on it. Bit by bit, little by little, step by step, right? Birdie started to improve. He started to get better, not just in his speech, but also in his confidence. Okay, so he's making progress. The big moment came when Birdie, now King George VI, had to deliver or give a crucial speech, an important speech to the nation, to his country, as World War II was about to begin. Oh my gosh, the war is about to start. The people need him. They really need him. So this is a crucial speech. It's a critically important speech, a really, really, really important part of his reign, of his rule, okay? So with Lionel's support, Bertie stood up to the microphone. This is the climax of the story, the most important, most exciting part of the story, when the audience who is watching the movie of the King's Speech is wondering, oh my God, it's time. All of the work that Bertie has put in to his exercises and his classes and his work with Lionel, it has all led up to this moment. Can he do it or will he fail? Fortunately, Bertie basically nailed it. He crushed it. He smashed it. He really, really did a great job. He aced it, right? His speech was an amazing improvement. He showed real strength and inspired his people when it mattered most. So at this dark hour, okay, at this really trying time, he was able to stand up and be a confident, inspirational leader for his people. All right, guys, if you are still with me, then I want you to take two hands, give yourself a double pat on the back, because you are really acing it. You're really crushing it. You're really smashing it. You are really nailing your English studies. In other words, you're doing a great job. Now, for the final part of today's video, we are going to take a couple minutes and practice our English speaking skills. We're going to do that with a discussion question. So here's a question, a big open-ended question, meaning there is no right or wrong answer to this question, that we can use to really take a closer look at the story and think more deeply about this story, okay? Why is it important to step out of your comfort zone every now and then? Sometimes, right? Every so often. Talk about a time when you stepped out of your comfort zone and what happened when you did so. So what we're going to do is take 1 full minute, okay, and really push ourselves to respond to this question. I want you to fill up that full minute by talking out loud. Now, if it is not convenient for you to speak out loud right now, then maybe you can type a comment in the comment section responding to this question, okay? And to give you a demonstration of what I would like you to try and do, I'm going to go first. I'm going to take a full minute and reply to show you how it's done. All right, here I go. I think it's super important to step out of your comfort zone every now and then, and I'll tell you about a time when I did so. So earlier in this video, I talked about my personal struggles with public speaking. Yeah, I used to be really, really afraid of public speaking. And to be honest with you, I'm still a little nervous about it now. But when I was really dealing with it in college, when I was 18, I decided to make a change. I decided to step out of my comfort zone, and I found a club at my college called Toastmasters. Toastmasters is a club that helps you get experience and practice with public speaking. So that's what I did. I started going every week, and it really helped me a lot. So if you are struggling with public speaking, want to improve your English, maybe check out Toastmasters. That could be a good move, a good decision. Okay, guys, that was my 1 minute. Now it's your turn. Go ahead, give it a shot. Now, Mahavir was a former wrestler who never got the chance to win a gold medal for India, but he didn't let that dream die. He decided that his future sons would fulfill that dream. Here's the twist. Mahavir didn't have sons. Instead, he had daughters. In a country where girls were expected to stay at home and get married, Mahavir dared to train his daughters, Gita and Babita, to become wrestlers. At first, the entire village mocked him. They couldn't understand why he was making his girls do what was considered a man's job. But Mahavir was determined. He put his daughters through intense training, often pushing them harder than they thought they could handle. The girls faced many challenges, including a lack of support and harsh criticism, but they never gave up. Gita and Babita didn't just learn to wrestle, they became champions. Gita went on to win India's first ever gold medal in women's wrestling at the Commonwealth Games, and Babita followed in her footsteps with her own successes. When push came to shove, Mahavir's belief in his daughters, despite all the obstacles, changed their lives and made history for India. Their story is not just about wrestling, it's about breaking barriers, challenging stereotypes, and proving that anyone can achieve greatness. Awesome stuff, guys. That was a quick look at today's story, the story of Dangal, okay? I believe Dangal means wrestle in Hindi. Is that right? I'm pretty sure that's where that word comes from. So what we're going to do now is jump into the vocabulary breakdown. There were probably some words and phrases that felt a little bit challenging in that story, right? So now we're going to take a close look at them, starting with here's the twist. Here's the twist. It's a phrase, a very useful phrase when you're telling a story in English, okay? So here's the twist. You say that at the unexpected part of the story that changes everything, okay? The surprising part in the story that you didn't expect. It's unexpected, right? You didn't expect it. The turn in the story, okay? So these are synonyms or similar ways of expressing, of saying this idea. Here's the twist, okay? Antonyms or opposite words might be a predictable outcome. Predictable means you know what is going to happen. Okay, if you're watching a movie, you think, okay, these two, this man and this woman, they don't like each other right now, but I know they're going to end up together. They're going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. They're going to be involved with each other romantically, right? It's so predictable. It's so predictable. I don't even need to keep watching and I know what's going to happen, right? An outcome is a result. Yeah, so if the ending of a movie is predictable, then you knew what was going to happen all along. It was expected. You expected it to happen, okay? So anyway, those are antonyms or opposite ideas, opposite words, okay? But what we're talking about is an unexpected twist, okay? An unexpected development in the story. Development is just a fancy way of saying something happens, something big happens, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at this orange sentence, this orange example sentence. It's taken from today's story. Here's the twist. Mahavir didn't have sons, he had daughters. So in Mahavir's mind, right, he always expected to have sons. He always assumed, we could say assumed, he would have boys, right? When his wife gave birth, he would have boys, not girls. And here's the twist. Here's the twist. Here's the unexpected thing. Here's the part no one expected, right? He had daughters, not sons. So that's why we can use this expression. Here's the twist. Twist, right? Here's the thing. you didn't expect. Okay, here's another example sentence unrelated to the story. Here's the twist. The hero was actually the villain all along. Ooh. Wow, that sounds like an interesting story, right? You thought the hero was the hero, but actually, here's the twist. Here's the part you didn't expect. Here's the big reveal. A big secret is exposed or revealed or shown, right? Here's the big reveal. Here's the twist. Actually, the hero was the villain all along. What's a villain? The bad guy, right? Hero's the good guy, villain's the bad guy. So down here, you guys know I love to draw pictures. I'm going to draw a picture of Mahavir from our story, okay? And I don't really know what he looks like, but maybe something like this. And Mahavir is daydreaming about a baby boy, right? A baby boy. And, he loves that idea of having a baby boy. But what actually happens, here's a picture of him looking shocked, right? He's really shocked. Oh no. He's really unhappy with this turn of events, with this big reveal. What he actually gets is a baby girl, right? So here's a baby girl, and he is not happy about that. Now, if you guys are members on my channel and you are following along at home with your PDF, all members on my channel get PDFs for my lessons, by the way, then you can draw this picture or you can draw something else that helps you better remember this expression. All right, let's move on to the next one. Our next word, our second word, is defy. Defy. Okay, it's a verb. It means to go against something or someone. To go against. We could also say to challenge something or someone, to resist something or someone, to oppose something or someone, to take a stand against. Maybe we could also say take a stand. You stand up to something. You stand up against something, okay? Basically, there is a person or an idea that you disagree with. You don't agree with this idea, so you decide to defy it. You say, I don't like this. I disagree. I'm challenging this. I'm resisting this. I'm opposing this. I'm going against this. I'm taking a stand against this, okay? Those are all synonyms. Antonyms, opposite ideas, opposite words might be to obey, to do what someone says, to follow, to be a follower. We might also say to be a sheeple. That's kind of a fun word. A sheeple. It's like people plus sheep, right? You don't want to be sheeple. You don't want to be a follower. You want to be able to think for yourself, right? Comply, to agree, to obey, to follow. These are all antonyms. They mean the opposite of defy. So let's take a look at the two example sentences, right? Orange from the story. Mahavir defied society's expectations by training his daughters to wrestle. Okay, now maybe we should talk about wrestling. Do you guys know what wrestling is? It's a combat sport, right? So two people are struggling against each other. They want to pin the other person down on the ground, right? If you can flip the other person or slam them or pin them down on the ground, then you get some points, okay? So it's a very, very intense physical combat sport, and that's why traditionally it was done by men. But in this story, we can see that the father of these two girls, Mahavir, he is defying society's expectations. Society, the world we live in. The world we live in. Okay, the world we live in and the rules of that society, the expectations of that society, the way society wants us to be, and the things that society wants us to say and do, right? Mahavir defied these expectations of society, right? How did he do that? He did that by training his daughters to wrestle. Yeah, very seldom seen. seldom seen, very rare to see. Rare to see, right? You don't see it every day. You definitely don't see it every day. And this story is from India many years ago. So back then, it was especially rare. It was extra rare. All right, here's another example sentence unrelated to today's story. She decided to defy the odds and start her own business. Okay. She decided to defy the odds. Yeah, okay. Maybe the odds are stacked against her. The odds are stacked against her. Okay. That means her chances of success are very low, very slim. Very marginal chances for success, very low chances of succeeding, right? She wants to start her own business. Well, sorry to tell you this, most new businesses fail. So the odds are against her. It's not looking good. But she decides to defy these odds, these chances. She's going to challenge these chances, oppose these chances, resist these chances. She's going to stand up and say, I'm going to start my own business anyway. Okay, I have kind of a funny idea for a picture here. I'm going to draw a mother and father. Here's the mom, right? Here's the dad. And they really want their kid to eat healthy. So here's an apple on a plate. They want their kid to eat the apple, but the kid does not want to eat the apple. So what he's going to do is he's going to eat a candy bar instead. Look, here's a chocolate bar. He's going to defy his parents' wishes. That's another way we could use this word. You can defy someone's wishes. In other words, you can say no to the thing they want you to do, right? There is a thing someone wants you to do. You do not comply. You do not obey. You resist and you defy their wishes. Moving right along here. Oh, oh my gosh, my voice. Needed a little coffee there. My voice is starting to sound crazy. Another really useful word that we saw in this story is mock. Mock. Now, even if you know what this is, let's keep watching because it's always good to stretch our understanding and usage of words that we think we know, right? You can always find a new way to use something. Here's what it means to make fun of someone or something in a cruel way, right? In a really mean way. Cruel just means mean, like you are hurting someone and you don't even care, right? You have no sympathy for them. You have no empathy for them. Some synonyms might be to ridicule someone, to taunt someone, to tease someone. We could also say make fun. If you make fun of someone, right? And we have our opposite words as well. We have, on the opposite side, instead of making fun of someone or taunting or teasing or ridiculing or mocking them, maybe you praise them. Maybe you support them. Maybe you respect them. These are all really positive ways of interacting with someone, interacting or dealing with somebody, right? When you're talking to them, when you are, hanging out with them, if you praise them, you say good things about them. If you support them, then you help them. If you respect them, then that's a sign that you care about what they think and you value who they are and what they think, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about mocking someone. And if you mock someone, you do not help them, right? You do not help them. You do not say good things about them. You do not value them as a person. In fact, just the opposite. You make fun of them. You're mean to them. So let's take a look at the orange example sentence from our story. The village mocked Mahavir for training his daughters. Mahavir has this big dream. He was a pro wrestler, a professional wrestler, and he had this big dream of getting a gold medal for India, right? He wanted sons to help him achieve that dream. He had daughters instead of sons, so he's training the daughters. And, this is very unconventional, as we talked about. This doesn't really happen in Indian society, especially back then. So the village or the small city where he lived, they mocked him. They made fun of him. They said, Mahavir. I hope I'm saying that name correctly, by the way. They say, Mahavir, you look ridiculous. Mahavir, you are a fool for doing what you're doing. You are really just an embarrassment. You are an embarrassment. You look ridiculous, right? So he got no support. He got no praise. He got no respect from the villagers. In fact, just the opposite. They ridiculed, teased, taunted, and mocked him. Now, taking a look at the green example sentence, he was mocked by his classmates for being different. Okay, maybe this boy we're talking about, he's different in a way that his classmates can't accept, or they are unwilling to accept. Maybe his classmates are being a bit close-minded, It's possible the boy has a learning disability. He has some kind of physical, a deformity or something like this. He's handicapped, or maybe he's gay, or maybe he's too short or too tall or too fat or too skinny. According to them, too tall, too short, too fat, too skinny, right? So whatever the reason is, he's mocked by his classmates. They make fun of him. They put him down. They put him down, right? They don't lift him up, they put him down. Okay, and in fact, I think that is the picture I would like to draw today. I'm going to draw some really mean-looking classmates. They're laughing, and they're pointing. There's one. Here's another one laughing and pointing, not in a fun way, but in a very mean-spirited way. Mean-spirited. That means, your heart is not in the right place. Your thoughts, your actions, your intentions are not in the right place. You are doing it not to have fun. You're laughing not out of a place of fun, but coming from a place of cruelty, right? And we have a classmate here who... The classmate has a very long nose, okay? And so his classmates are making fun of him. There's a tear rolling down his cheek. Oh, I feel bad for this kid. He's being mocked. He's being taunted because of his nose, teased, ridiculed, made fun of. This poor kid. Flying along, one more thing I'd like to talk about here in the vocab breakdown before we go back to the story for the deep dive. It's an idiom. You guys know I love idioms or expressions, sayings, right? I think they're so cool. This is one of the best parts of learning English is the idioms. They are so fun, right? So when push comes to shove, that's what we're talking about. This is, a really spoken English expression, a very colloquial expression, something people really say, okay? So what does it mean? The moment when decisions or actions must be made. In other words, at the crucial moment, at the pivotal moment, in a crisis, when you have to act in a crisis, okay? Let's take a look at these example sentences first to see if we can't understand a little bit better. When push came to shove, Mahavir's belief in his daughters made history. Okay? When push comes to shove, true leaders step up to the challenge. This is a great one right here. Let's focus on this. When push comes to shove, true leaders step up to the challenge. Yeah, anyone can say they are a leader. Anyone can put themselves in the position of being a leader when times are easy. Okay? In easy times when there are no challenges to their leadership, to their way of leading, then it's really easy for them to say, of course I'm a leader. Look at me. I am a leader and I lead and I'm good at leading because they're not being challenged, right? It's only when times get tough, when there is a big crisis, a huge problem, a really serious situation, that a true leader will step up. A true leader will prove their worth. In a crisis, when push comes to shove, a true leader will step up to the challenge. Okay, so for the picture here, I'd like to revisit our previous illustration, okay? And remember in the last illustration, we had some school bullies making fun of a kid with a big nose, right? Well, here's that kid with the big nose, and he's over here, and he's got a best friend. Look at this, a best friend, and this guy is going to stand up for him, okay? We can see that he's putting his hands on his hips. He's saying, stop it. You guys, knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. What does that mean? That means quit doing this bad thing. Stop doing this bad thing. Knock it off, right? So when push came to shove, he proved himself to be a loyal friend. When push came to shove, he proved that he was a good friend to his buddy over here, the guy with the big nose, okay? When push came to shove, when his friend needed him most, he stepped up as a true friend. Wow, that was a really intense vocabulary breakdown. There was a lot that we learned there. So if you guys are still with me, give yourself a pat on the back because you're doing terrific, and you should feel proud because if you're still watching, then that means you are taking your English learning journey seriously and you are willing to make a big time and energy investment in yourself and in your future. Okay, now with parts 1 and 2 of today's video out of the way, let's go back to the story for the deep dive, going sentence by sentence. Let's go. Have you ever had a dream that seemed impossible because no one around you believed in it? Okay, yeah, this should be pretty clear, I think, to us. It's asking a question to the audience. Have you ever had a dream? And the dream, it seemed or it felt impossible. It felt like it couldn't be done. Why did it feel like it couldn't be done? Because no one around you believed. Maybe they didn't think you could do it. So maybe that's true for you guys. You can let me know in the comments. Have you ever been in that kind of a situation where you wanted to do something, but no one around you supported you? No one around you believed in you? You can let me know in the comments. This is the story of Mahavir Singh Bhogat. Once again, I'm so sorry if I get this name wrong. This is a pretty foreign name to me, so I'm trying my best. Anyway, we'll call him Mahavir, right? He's a man who defied all odds. Well, he defied all odds to do what? To turn his daughters into world-class wrestlers. Okay, let's start with that. If you are a world-class wrestler, that means you are one of the best wrestlers in the world. If you are a world-class chef, that means you're one of the best cooks in the world. I know that my students here on this channel are world-class students, right? You guys are some of the best students in the world, okay? And his daughters, he wants to turn them into world-class wrestlers, okay? In a society, yeah, what's the environment he wants to do this in? It's not a great environment because he's in a society that didn't believe women belonged in the wrestling ring. In this time and place, people more so believed that women belonged in these very diminutive, demure roles. In other words, they shouldn't get in the way of men and of what men want to do, right? They believe that, women should take care of the kids and should do the cooking and maybe have some smaller roles in society, but leave all the exciting stuff to men, right? Now remember, Mahavir was a former wrestler. A former wrestler. That means he used to be a wrestler, not anymore, who never got the chance to win a gold medal for India. Yeah, that was a dream of his that never came to fruition. Never came to fruition. Okay? If something comes to fruition, then it is realized. It is made real. It is turned into reality, right? But his dream of winning a gold medal for India, it never came to fruition. It was never realized. It never came true. But he didn't let that dream die. He kept that dream alive by deciding, he made this decision that his future sons would fulfill this dream. His future sons would fulfill this dream. They would make it a reality. They would bring it to fruition. Okay? They would realize this dream in his place or for him. Here's the twist, though. We talked about this, right? Here's the part in the story that no one expected. Mahavir didn't have sons. Instead, he had daughters. So that was the big twist. That was the unexpected turn in the story. In a country where girls were expected to stay at home and get married very early at that, right? Mahavir, he dared to train his daughters. Here they are. Number 1, Gita. Number 2, Babita, right? So fun to say these names. Gita and Babita. Gita and Babita. I love that. He dared to train his daughters. He dared to train them. He stood up against these societal expectations of him and his family. These societal expectations for him and his family. Both are okay. Both ways of saying that are correct, right? Of his family, expectations of someone or expectations for someone, they mean the same thing. So anyway, he defied these expectations. He decides to train his daughters. Train them to do what? Not to get married, not to stay home and take care of the kids, but to become wrestlers. Do something bold and daring that traditionally men did, not women. Now, at first, the entire village mocked him. They sneered, right? They laughed and prodded at him, taunted him in a nasty, mean-spirited, cold-hearted way, right? They couldn't understand why he was making his girls do what was considered a man's job. Okay, I think that should be pretty clear to us. But Mahavir was determined and he didn't give up. And it's great that he didn't give up because otherwise we wouldn't have a good story to tell and learn about, would we? Yeah. It's a good thing that he was determined. He had drive. He wasn't going to give up. It wasn't an option for him, right? Yeah, even though his neighbors and the other villagers, they sneered at him and mocked him and ridiculed him and taunted him, he didn't let it get to him. What does that mean? He didn't let it get to him. That means he didn't allow it to affect him. He didn't allow their opinions and what they thought about him to matter. He said, I don't care what you think. I'm going to do this. I'm determined to make this happen. So he put his daughters through intense training. Yeah, not just any sort of training, not just any kind of training, but very intense training. So it was very difficult, in other words. He often pushed them harder than they thought they could handle. Okay, so he pushed them beyond their limits, right? He was so determined that he knew he couldn't go easy on them. He couldn't go easy on them. He really needed to push them to better themselves, to improve themselves. Because remember, they're going to be competing with men. And sometimes these men were big, tough, strong guys. So he needed to toughen these girls up as well. The girls faced many challenges, including a lack of support and harsh criticism. Yeah, no one supported them. No one believed in them besides Mahavir, their father, right? And, even their mom, I remember in the movie, was pretty against this idea. The mom was like, come on, don't do this, Mahavir. Let's just, marry the girls off to a nice family, or maybe we could send them to school, but Mahavir says, give me 1 year. I remember this from the movie Mahavir. He says, give me 1 year. And if I can't make this happen in 1 year, I will give up on my dreams of wrestling forever. Okay? So These two girls, they don't get support from anyone but Mahavir, their father, and they also receive a lot of harsh criticism. People really have a lot of nasty, mean, hurtful things to say about them. Everyone's laughing at them, but they never gave up. Gita and Babita didn't just learn to wrestle, they became champions. Yeah, okay, they didn't just make a half effort. They didn't just become, like decent or okay wrestlers. They became incredible athletes, incredible champions. Gita went on to win India's first ever gold medal in women's wrestling at the Commonwealth Games. Yeah, so Gita went on to win. That means, she kept going, and eventually she had this big success, this big victory at the Commonwealth Games, this big tournament, basically, right? And this was a really emotional part in the movie because remember, this is the first ever gold medal in women's wrestling. And it was very challenging. It was a very difficult journey getting there. But there's more good news. Babita, the other sister, followed in her footsteps with her own successes. So they both became very successful champions. They became incredibly talented, gifted pro wrestlers. When push came to shove, when times got tough, Mahavir's belief in his daughters, despite or in spite of all the obstacles, all of the barriers, all of the people and ideas and expectations trying to hold them down, trying to hold them back from achieving success, despite all of that, they changed their lives and made history for India. So we have a very happy ending to this story. Their story is not just about wrestling. No, it's about breaking barriers, breaking through obstacles, okay? Challenging stereotypes. What's a stereotype? This is a pretty big word, a pretty big idea, but very simply put, a stereotype is an idea that you have about a group of people, about the way they are. And oftentimes it's not true. Just as an example, women are bad drivers. That's a stereotype, right? But it's not a great idea to generalize. Another way to think about it might be generalizing. If you generalize about a group of people, you say, everyone in this group is this way, right? Everyone in this group is a certain way. Well, it might not be true. There are always outliers. There are always, exceptions, okay? And so you have to be very careful when you stereotype people because, it could be true. I'll admit that. It could be true, but, oftentimes it's not true. Anyway, and proving that anyone can achieve greatness. Anyone can have greatness. Anyone can bring their dream of greatness to fruition. They can realize their dream of greatness. Wow, guys, I love this story. It's so good, and you should really check out the movie. Okay, we just finished the deep dive. And if you're still with me, then let's move on and get some spoken English practice in as well. So here is a discussion question, a question that I have designed to help us reflect on this story and the themes of this story or the ideas that we saw in this story and dissect them or take a closer look at them. Hopefully we'll be able to talk about them too. Right? And bonus points if you can use one of today's vocab words, right? So here's the question. What is a societal norm, should be norm, sorry about that you think is wrong and important to speak out against? What is a societal norm? Or in other words, something that is normal in society, you think it's wrong, and it's important to speak out against that idea or speak up against that idea. Now, I'm going to go first because this is a really big question and really difficult to answer, but I want you guys to push yourselves and really try. We are going to speak for a full minute. I want you to fill up that minute with your speech, with your ideas, with your response to this. So I'll go first and show you what I'd like you guys to try and do. Yeah, okay, so what is a societal norm that I think is wrong and I think is important to defy? Right? There's a vocab word, to defy, to speak out against. Well, I think one norm in society, coming from a male perspective, coming from a man's viewpoint, a man's perspective, is that men need to be these kind of Clint Eastwood style figures, very emotionless and strong, and they never show any signs of weakness. Right? I think that's really hurtful. And I think there are a lot of men who suffer from that stereotype of men, from that expectation for men, right? So that's something I want to speak out against. It's not wrong to be emotional as a man, to cry as a man, to show your soft side, your vulnerable side as a man. Okay, that was my 1 minute response to this big, crazy, difficult question. Now it's your turn. I know it seems scary and intimidating, but I believe in you. You can do it. Push yourselves. Go ahead. All right, guys, starting off with a quick read of the story. Once again, all you need to do is listen. Pay attention to the story. I will read it for you quickly the first time. Here we go. The Emperor's New Clothes. Once there was an emperor who was obsessed with wearing the finest clothes. He loved parading around in elaborate outfits, and everyone in his kingdom admired him. Well, at least they pretended to. One day, two cunning tailors showed up at the palace, claiming they could create the most magnificent clothes ever made, so magical, in fact, that they would be invisible to anyone who was stupid or unfit for their job. Naturally, the emperor was intrigued. Without hesitation, the emperor commissioned the tailors to craft the clothes for him. Days went by, and the tailors worked on what seemed like thin air, but the emperor didn't question it. He feared being seen as foolish, so he decided to go along with the plan, even though he couldn't see the clothes. When the big day finally arrived, the emperor paraded through the streets in his new clothes. He had no clue that the tailors had made up the whole thing. His helpers, who didn't want to look foolish either, praised the invisible clothes. So did the many people watching on the streets for fear of being mocked. But a small child with no fear of judgment called out the emperor. He's not wearing anything at all. He's naked. The emperor was shocked, but he knew the child was right. He had been tricked. Realizing he had been deceived, the emperor tried to maintain his dignity, but the blunder turned out to be too big for anyone to ignore. The emperor learned a valuable lesson that day. A fear of looking foolish often makes us look like a fool. Okay, awesome, guys. That was just a brief, quick, fast read of the story. If some of the language felt unclear or too difficult, too hard for you, then don't worry, because we are going to spend the rest of this video really taking a close look at the language used in the story. Now, in the vocabulary breakdown, I'd like to focus on phrasal verbs. Yeah, phrasal verbs. The first one I want to talk about is make up. What does it mean to make up something? It means to create or fabricate a story, lie, or excuse. Some synonyms could be, fabricate. If you fabricate a story, you make up a story that isn't true, right? We could say fabricate. We could say concoct. If you make up a lie, if you concoct a lie, it means the same thing. We could also say spin a tall tale. A tall tale means a story that's not true, right? Or we could say spin a lie. These are all different ways of saying the same thing, of saying you make up something. Let's take a look at some example sentences. The tailors made up a story about the magical qualities of the clothes, right? They told the emperor, the ruler of this land, they said to him, if you are stupid, then you can't see the clothes. They said that the clothes have this magical quality, this magical thing about them. So, of course, the emperor did not want to look stupid, so he claimed that he could see them, right? This was just a story that the tailors made up. It was a tall tale that they spun for the emperor. It was a lie they concocted. It was a story that they fabricated in order to trick the emperor. Here's another example, unrelated to the story, so this has nothing to do with today's story. He made up an excuse to avoid attending the meeting. Okay. Attending just means, you go to something, you show up to something. So it sounds like this guy really wanted to avoid the meeting. He did not want to go. So what did he do? He made up an excuse. He spun a lie. He fabricated a story. He concocted a story. He made something up. He found some kind of excuse that was not true so that he did not have to go. Have you guys ever made up an excuse to get out of work, or in other words, avoid going to work? You can let me know down in the comments section. Another phrasal verb I'd like to talk about is go along with. Go along with. What does it mean if you go along with something? It means you agree to or support something. So you agree to doing something or you agree to support something. Even if you don't fully believe in it, even if you're not fully on board. We could also say fully on board. Yeah, I don't 100% believe in this plan. I don't really think it can work, so I'm not fully on board, right? Some synonyms for go along with could be you support something, you comply, you agree, you give in to do something. In the story, we saw the emperor went along with the tailor's lie, pretending to see the clothes, right? So even though he could not see the clothes himself, he still went along with it. He still complied with their demands. He still supported this idea of the clothes being magic, having magical qualities, and anyone who can't see them is stupid. All of these ideas he supported. He agreed to all of this and he went along with it. Yeah, when the tailors made up all this stuff, he gave in and he followed along. An unrelated example sentence here: even though she didn't like the idea, she went along with the plan to keep the peace. Really great expression here as well. Keep the peace basically means avoid conflict. Yeah, conflict is like problems with someone, right? If you have conflict with someone at work, then maybe you butt heads. You butt heads could be another way of saying that. You don't see eye to eye could be another way of saying that. You disagree and maybe you argue about things, right? So if you want to avoid all of that, if you don't want to get caught up in all of this conflict and butting heads and not seeing eye to eye and, fighting, then maybe you want to keep the peace. You want to avoid all of that, right? So in this example, we have this woman, and it seems like a plan has been proposed at work. Someone has come up with a plan, and even though she doesn't like the plan, she doesn't like this idea, what does she do? Does she butt heads with the person about the plan? Does she get into some conflict with the person who came up with the plan? Does she start a fight, start an argument? No, she decides she's going to go along with it. She's going to comply. She's going to give in. She's going to support the plan. She's going to agree to go along with the plan in order to keep the peace. In other words, because she wants to avoid all of these negative things, right? Let's pretend that at work, your boss suggested a plan that you thought was a bad idea. What kind of employee are you? Are you the kind of person who would just go along with it and say, you know what, boss, you're right, let's do your plan? Or would you butt heads with your boss? You can let me know down in the comments. The next phrasal verb I'd like to talk about is call out. What does it mean if you call someone out or call something out? We're not talking about yelling or shouting. We're not talking about that sort of calling out. Yeah, we're talking about a different kind of calling out. It means to challenge someone's actions or words publicly. Here is the key word in this definition. You can't really call someone out privately. If you call someone out, you are saying that they are wrong, you're saying that they've made a mistake, you are challenging them, and most importantly, you are doing it publicly. You are doing it in an environment, in a space, in a setting where everyone can see what's happening. Some synonyms could be challenging someone publicly, questioning them publicly, confronting them publicly, even exposing them, right? If you expose them, you are holding them accountable for some decisions they've made that you do not think are right, for some things they've done that you think are wrong. Here's an example from the story. A child in the crowd, in this group of people, right? This crowd called out the emperor's lack of clothing. He saw a weird situation going on, this kid, right? And he called it out. He called out the emperor in front of everyone, right? Now, if this kid had gone up to the emperor in private and whispered, "I don't think you're wearing any clothes," that would not be calling him out, right? Because it wasn't done in front of lots of people. It wasn't done publicly. Here's another example sentence. She called out her coworker's mistake during the meeting. Yeah, that's pretty intense, right? If you call out A coworker's mistake. So basically, you are exposing, you are shining a light on a mistake, a blunder, an error that your coworker has made. A coworker, someone you work with, right? And you do this during a meeting, in the middle of a meeting. That's pretty intense, right? You are really putting them on the spot. Yeah, you're putting them in a pretty uncomfortable position. But you know what? If the mistake is really bad, maybe they should be called out, right? Down here, just for fun, I'm going to draw a picture of somebody calling someone out, right? Look, they're pointing a finger at this person. The person looks shocked. Maybe they weren't expecting to get called out, but this guy is ticked off. He's really mad. Maybe we could even say he is irate. Irate means super mad. He's furious, right? This guy has made a big mistake and he's made him mad. So person A is calling out person B. And look, there's lots of people watching from the sidelines. Lots of people watching, right? So this is being done publicly. Here's some more language I'd like to talk about. Look down on, another phrasal verb. What does it mean to look down on something or someone? It means that you think someone is inferior to you or less important than you. There are lots and lots of synonyms for this idea of looking down on someone, of thinking someone is not as good as you. But here are just a couple examples. If you belittle someone, you put them down. Yeah, you put someone down. If you demean someone, disparage someone, deride someone, these are all different ways of saying that you treat someone as not being as good as you. You treat someone in a way that makes it seem like you think they are worse than you. You treat them in a manner, in a style that reflects what you think, and you think that they are worse than you, inferior to you. In the story, we saw the emperor looked down on anyone who doubted his new clothes, right? Now, why does the emperor do this? The emperor really bought in to this lie that the tailors spun, to this false idea that the clothes are magic and anyone who can't see them is stupid, right? That's what the tailors, or the people who make clothes, told the emperor, right? They said, if someone can't see these clothes, it means they are stupid. It means they are bad, right? And so anyone who doubts that the emperor is actually wearing clothes, how does he feel about them? He looks down on them. He sees them as being inferior to him. He thinks they are less important than him. He wants to demean them. He wants to put them down. He wants to deride them, disparage them, belittle them, because in his mind, they are worse than him because they can't see the clothes, and he believes this fake story about the clothes. Here's another example unrelated to the story. They always look down on people who don't share their opinions. Kind of an interesting example, right? So we have them, right? They, and what do? They always look down on people. People who do what? People who don't share their opinions. So, yeah, maybe these people think it's very important to share opinions. And if someone is not willing to speak up, if someone is not willing to be vocal, or speak up, right, about their opinions, then they really don't respect that. They look down on these people. They see them as being less important. They see them as inferior to themselves. They want to belittle them. They, might demean them or disparage them or deride them. These three right here are very similar, by the way. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I kind of look down on people who are really loud in public and they don't seem to have a lot of respect for other people in this way. Maybe they're having a loud phone conversation on a bus, a crowded bus, or on a crowded subway, right? And everyone else is being quiet, but they are being super loud. I kind of look down on this type of person. I look down on this behavior. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to demean them or deride them or belittle them or disparage them or actually go and put them down. I wouldn't actually do something about it. But I do think that I would look down on them. I would see this kind of behavior as being kind of trashy. Is there a behavior that you guys look down on? Another way of thinking about it is that you don't approve, right? You don't approve of this behavior. Is there a kind of behavior that you guys look down on? You can let me know once again in the comments section. All right, guys, one last phrasal verb to discuss together, and then we are going to return to the story for a deep dive. I want to talk about turn out. What does it mean, turn out? It means to have a particular, we could also say specific, a specific result or an unexpected result. Another way of thinking about this could be like, to everyone's surprise, something happens. People didn't expect it to happen. People didn't think it would happen, but it did, right? So here's an example from our story today. It turned out that the clothes were never real in the first place. So this is a big reveal, right? This is something totally unexpected. Everyone was shocked by this. We could also say it was a twist. There was a twist in the story, right? It turned out it was unexpectedly revealed that the clothes were never real in the first place. Here is this phrasal verb used in a slightly different way. The event turned out to be a huge success despite the bad weather. So even though there is this bad weather, right? The event, some big event going on, in the end, it turned out to be a huge success, right? It was a victory in the end, even though there was bad weather. So, people were looking at this bad weather and they were maybe thinking, man, I don't know about this event. This event is not looking promising. This is not looking like it's going to be successful, right? But then, to everyone's surprise, there was a twist. There was this big reveal. There was an unexpected result, which is that the event turned out to be a huge success, even though there was bad weather. All right, we made it through the quick read. We made it through the vocab breakdown. Now it's time to go back to this story. We're going to return to the emperor's new clothes, and this time we are really going to roll up our sleeves, and we're going to get our hands dirty in the language of this story. Yeah, we're going to take a really close look at every single word, going line by line. Now, guys, this is a really great opportunity at this point in the video. If you haven't done so yet, leave me a like, leave me a comment, make sure you are subscribed, maybe even share my videos with a friend or become a channel member. These are your ways to support me as your YouTube English teacher. All right, let's dive in. The emperor's new clothes. We know what an emperor is, right? Kind of like a king, a ruler, we could say. Someone who rules over an area or a group of people is an emperor, okay? So the emperor's new clothes. Once there was an emperor, a ruler, right, who was obsessed with wearing the finest clothes. If you are obsessed with something, that means you cannot stop thinking about it. It is stuck in your head. You spend a lot of time thinking about it. So we have this emperor here. What is he obsessed with? He's obsessed with wearing clothes, but not just any clothes, not just ordinary clothes, right? He's obsessed with wearing the finest clothes. So another way of thinking about finest is just best or highest quality, right? Of all the clothes in the land, this emperor is obsessed with wearing the nicest, the best, the highest quality clothes. He loved parading around in elaborate outfits, and everyone in his kingdom admired him. Well, at least they pretended to. So if you parade around, right, then that means you're kind of showing off. You're walking around and you're showing off. You're very proud of something, right? So he's parading around because he has these elaborate outfits. An outfit is just like a set of clothing, right? Elaborate means, it's very detailed. It's very intricate. Maybe the design is really impressive. Maybe there's a very fancy pattern on the clothes, right? Something about it is really impressive and really special. Okay, so, this is what the emperor loved to do. Parade around wearing elaborate outfits, and everyone in his kingdom or the area that he controls admires him. What does it mean to admire someone? If you admire someone, you think they are great, right? You think they are awesome. You think they are wonderful. So, he thinks that everyone in his kingdom admires him, but it sounds like they're just pretending to. So moving on, one day something happens. Two cunning tailors showed up at the palace, claiming they could create the most magnificent clothes ever made. Let's stop there. Okay, so we've got cunning tailors, right? If you are cunning, then you are really, really intelligent. You are really, really smart if you are cunning. And cunning is kind of a little bit crafty too, a little bit sneaky. Like we could say a fox is really cunning, right? It's kind of like smart in a slightly deceptive or sneaky way. Okay, so we've got these tailors. They're cunning. A tailor is somebody who works on clothing, maybe trimming clothing. So these two tailors, they show up where? At the palace where the emperor lives, and they claim they can do something amazing. If you claim you can do something, then you are sort of making a big statement. You are making a bold statement. I think I can do this. And maybe other people aren't totally sold. Maybe they're not totally convinced. Other people are looking at this thinking, I'm not so sure. Maybe I claim that I can run an entire marathon without any training. That's a very bold claim, a very big claim, a very big statement, right? So other people would hear that and they would think about it and they would be a little bit skeptical, right? So anyway, these cunning tailors are claiming that they can make the most magnificent clothes ever made. Magnificent means just amazing, just really amazing, really incredible, really breathtaking, right? And they claim that these clothes are going to be so magical, in fact, that they would be invisible to anyone who was stupid or unfit for their job. So in other words, this claim that the tailors are making What is it? They're saying that these clothes are so special, they are so amazing, that if you can't see them, then you are terrible and you're stupid, or you're not good at your job, or you're just bad, right? So basically, anyone who is good can see the clothes. Anyone who is bad can't see them. So, naturally, the emperor was intrigued by this claim, by this bold claim, by this story, right? What is intrigued? If you are intrigued, then you want to know more. You're a little bit curious. They've got your interest. Something has gotten your attention. Without hesitation, without any kind of delay, without waiting at all, the emperor commissioned the tailors to craft the clothes for him. If you commission something, then you order it to be made for you. Like maybe I talk to a painter and I commission a painting. That means that this painting is going to be specially made for me, right? So the emperor commissions the tailors to craft or make these special clothes for him. Okay, now some time goes by. Days went by, and the tailors worked on what seemed like thin air. Just another way of saying nothing. Seems like nothing. But the emperor didn't question it. He didn't make his suspicions known. He didn't raise the alarm. He didn't confront the tailors, right? He didn't try to talk to them about it. He just let it go. He just let it slide. Why did he let it go? Why did he let it slide? Well, he feared being seen as foolish or stupid or inferior or bad, right? So he made a decision to go along with the plan. He's going to comply with the wishes of these tailors, right? He's going along with it, even though he couldn't see the clothes. Okay, so then the big day finally arrives. It finally comes. It's finally here. What's the big day? The emperor's magic clothes. His magnificent new outfit is finally finished. So he puts it on. He's pretending, right? Like he can feel the clothes. He's saying, wow, these look amazing. These look so good. Even though he can't feel anything, he can't see anything. And the emperor, he parades through the streets in his quote unquote new clothes. Does he really have new clothes? No, he's been tricked, obviously, right? He had no clue. He had no idea that the tailors had made up the whole thing. They had fabricated the whole thing. They had spun a tall tale. They had lied to him. His helpers, the people who help him, his assistants, right? They didn't want to look foolish either, so they praised the invisible clothes. If you praise something, then you talk about how amazing it is, how great it is. I like to praise my students who leave comments on my videos, for example. Yeah, people will leave me a comment letting me know how hard they are working, telling me more about their English journey, and I make it a point to praise them, to, encourage them, because I think verbal encouragement is really important, right? So no one is saying anything about this crazy situation. Everyone is pretending like they can see the clothes, and they are praising the outfit, singing praises of the outfit, right? Talking about how great it looks when in reality they can't see it at all. And not just the helpers, so did the many people watching on the streets. Yeah, the people watching from the streets, the onlookers, right? The people watching all of this happen, they praise the clothes as well. They turn to each other and say, hey, did you know that if you can't see the clothes, you're stupid? And the other person says, oh, of course, I see the clothes. They look so cool. They look beautiful. Why? Don't you see the clothes? They're doing this because they are scared of being mocked. They are scared of being made fun of. They don't want people to ridicule them. They don't want other people to put them down or, do mean things to them. They do not want to be the butt of the joke. But then something really interesting happens. I love the twist in this story. A small child, just a little kid with no fear of judgment because he's so little, right? He's not scared of being judged. He's not afraid of other people putting him down. He called out the emperor. He really exposed him. He really put him on the spot. He challenged him publicly. He said, he's not wearing anything at all. He's naked. He's nude. He is without clothes, right? The emperor was shocked. He was stunned. He couldn't believe it. But he knew the child was right. He knew the child was correct. He had indeed been tricked. Realizing he had been deceived just means tricked, right? The emperor tried to maintain his dignity. Ooh, this is pretty difficult. If you maintain your dignity, maintain means to keep, right? Or to hold on to something, to not let something go. So he wants to keep his dignity. Dignity is a very tricky word to understand and explain. But an easy way to think about it is just respect, right? He wants other people to continue to respect him. He wants to maintain his dignity, but the blunder means mistake, right? This big mistake that he's made, this big error that he's made, it turned out to be too big for anyone to ignore. Yeah, they can't look the other way. I mean, the emperor has made such a big mistake that I don't think he's going to be able to hang on to his respect. I don't think he's going to be able to keep his dignity. I don't think he will be able to maintain his dignity. So the emperor learned a valuable lesson that day, a valuable lesson, a very important lesson, a lesson that is very much worth learning, right? What was the lesson? A fear of looking foolish often makes us look like a fool. Yeah. If you think about this story, the people who looked like fools at the end of the story were all the people who were scared of looking foolish, so they just went along with the tailor's plan. The only people who don't look like fools at the end of this story are the kid and the tailors, right? If you have made it this far in the video, you are doing such a fantastic job. And as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. So take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend. Now, what I'd like to do for the rest of this video is dive into a discussion question. Now, there's two ways we can do this, right? You can practice your speaking skills, or you can practice your writing skills if you are not in a place where you are able to speak out loud. Here's the question I want to take a look at. What was a situation you were in that turned out to be way better than you expected, using this phrasal verb that we learned today, turned out? So, in other words, was there a situation you were in? Maybe it was a new environment. Maybe it was a party, maybe it was a trip that you took, and you weren't expecting much. Your expectations were low, or maybe you even thought it was going to be very bad, right? But then in the end, it far exceeded your expectations. In other words, it turned out to be way better than you expected. You were pleasantly surprised. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take 30 seconds and I'm going to respond to this, and then it will be your turn. So I'd like you to take 30 seconds when I'm finished and really push yourself to talk for the full 30 seconds, or use that 30 seconds to write a comment down in the comments section and practice your writing skills. I would say that being a YouTuber actually turned out way better than I expected. I had very low expectations going into this project, into this YouTube channel, and I was even, to be honest, scared of looking foolish, just like the emperor. But I decided to bite the bullet and go for it. And my channel gained a lot of popularity very quickly. It really exceeded my expectations. And that was really cool to see. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that 30 seconds. You can speak out loud or you can type something down in the comments section. Go for it. I'd like to take a moment and give a huge thanks to my channel members. These are people who have joined by clicking join on YouTube, or they've gone to patreon.com/English with Connor, and they support me for $5 a month. Now they get some things back in return for doing so. They get PDFs for all of my lessons, and this really improves the quality of my lessons because they can sit down with a paper PDF or with a digital PDF and really personalize my lessons for themselves, right? But they also get hours and hours of bonus videos, and sometimes they even get early access to my videos. They get to watch them before anyone else. So if you are on the fence about becoming a member, you're not sure if you want to or not, try it on Patreon. If you go to Patreon, there is a 1-week free trial option. You can try it out, see if you like it or not. And to all of the people who have decided to support me for the price of a cup of coffee, I want you to know that it means so much to me. My members make my work possible. So thank you guys for all of your support of me and what I do here on YouTube. Today's deep work story is titled Jamie's Adventure in New York City. This is our main character, this man named Jamie. He is going to have an adventure in New York City. So let's follow along with the story line by line and learn lots of new words as we go. Are you ready? Eager to explore, Jamie boarded the airplane early in the morning. So Jamie was eager to explore. He was thrilled about the idea of exploring. We could also say he was keen to explore, or he was excited to explore. So what did he do? He boarded the airplane early in the morning. That tells us how keen he is, how eager he is, how excited he is that he got on this plane so early, right? He can't wait to get started. Upon landing, he felt the vibrant energy of the city immediately, right away. So Jamie lands in New York City, and right away, immediately, he senses, he feels the vibrant energy of the city. What is vibrant? Vibrant is like lively or dynamic, full of life, full of energy. He, Jamie, decided to navigate the crowded streets using a detailed map. So the streets of New York City are very crowded, and he needs a map, but not just any map, a detailed map in order to navigate or find his way around, in order to traverse the streets, to get around the streets, or to maneuver the streets, we could also say. His first stop was a bustling marketplace filled with diverse vendors. Okay, so this is Jamie's first stop. He's following this map, right? He's navigating the city. He's traversing the city, maneuvering his way around the city. His first stop was a bustling marketplace. Okay, what does bustling mean? If a marketplace is bustling, it's a very busy marketplace. a very active marketplace. There is a lot happening in this marketplace. There's a lot going on. And the marketplace is filled with diverse vendors. A vendor is someone who sells things. And if the vendors are very diverse, then that means a lot of different things are being sold. There is a large variety, right? There's a large variety of what you can find at this marketplace. Maybe there are vendors selling vegetables. There are vendors selling meats. There are vendors selling clothing, selling electronics. You can find everything in this marketplace, this bustling or busy or active marketplace. Jamie was captivated. Say that with me. Captivated by the colorful displays and enticing aromas. So Jamie, he's looking around and he's seeing lots of color visually. With his eyes, he's seeing lots of color and he's smelling lots of aromas. And aroma is a good smell, right? So he's seeing things he likes, he's smelling things he likes, and he is captivated by these sights and smells. In other words, he's enchanted by the sights and the smells, or we could say he's mesmerized by the sights and the smells. He's like in love with what he's seeing and what he's smelling. To experience local culture, he chose to immerse himself, great word, in the neighborhood activities. If you immerse yourself in something, then you involve yourself in something or you engage with something. So he's looking around the neighborhood. He sees that there are some activities going on and he wants to check out the local culture. He wants to experience the local culture. So he decides to engage, to involve himself, to immerse himself. He makes himself a part of the neighborhood activity. He spent hours exploring hidden alleyways and discovering unique shops. We probably know exploring, right? If you explore something, you go check it out. You wander through it. You see what it's all about. So he's spending hours exploring what? Exploring alleyways and discovering unique shops. If a shop is unique, it's very special. It's one of a kind, right? The skyline at sunset was truly awe-inspiring, leaving him speechless. If something is awe-inspiring, then it's breathtaking, right? It takes your breath away. It's so amazing. It's magnificent. Amazing could be another synonym here. So in this example sentence, the skyline at sunset. You know, the sun is going down on New York City and the skyline looks amazing. There are reds and yellows and purples and blues in the skyline as the sun is setting, and it's a really breathtaking sight, a magnificent sight, an awe-inspiring sight. Well, Jamie decided to soak in the views from a rooftop cafe. So he sees that the sun is setting and he says, I want to really soak this in. I want to soak this in. I want to really relish this sunset. Really enjoy, deeply enjoy. That's what this means, to relish or soak in something. Or if you want to really absorb something, this one's a little weirder in this context. Let's say deeply enjoy, right? If you want to deeply enjoy something, you soak it in, you relish it, right? You relish it. He joined a guided tour to learn more about the city's history, okay? So he joins a guided tour. There's a group of people going around, learning about the city's history, led by a guide. So this is an organized excursion. An excursion. I don't know if you guys have heard this word before. An outing. An outing. An activity, basically. You go out and do something. That's an excursion. a lead walk. There's a tour guide leading them around. So Jamie, first, he soaks in the sunset, then he goes on this guided tour. During the tour, he was enthralled, great word, by the stories of old New York. He's hearing these stories about old New York, and he's totally enthralled. He's totally drawn in, totally fascinated. In other words, he's captivated. He's super interested in what he's hearing, right? He's fascinated by the stories, drawn in by the stories, enthralled by the stories, eager to taste authentic cuisine. Jamie visited a renowned food truck. Okay, so Jamie wants to eat like a local. Eat like a local, right? He wants some authentic or real, genuine New York cuisine, food, in other words. So what does he do? He visits a food truck, but not just any food truck, a renowned food truck. What does that mean? If something is renowned, then it's celebrated. It's well known, maybe even famous, like locally famous, internationally famous, who knows? But it sounds like this food truck, everyone loves this food truck. It's very well known. People celebrate it. They love it, right? So we can say this food truck is renowned. He ordered a mouth-watering slice of pizza, savoring every bite. Okay, so this slice of pizza, it was a mouth-watering slice of pizza. It made his mouth water. In other words, it was really delicious, really tasty. We could also say, here's a great word, delectable. This slice of pizza, delectable, so delicious, made his mouth water. It was mouth-watering. It was delectable. It was tasty. It was yummy. It was really, really good. After lunch, he took a serene walk through a peaceful park. Yeah, a calm walk. Here's a great word, a tranquil walk, right? So as he's walking, he's feeling very relaxed. He's very at peace. He's very calm. He's very tranquil. Something like that we can describe as being serene. Serene. Maybe you are out in nature. Maybe you're camping, right? You wake up in the morning, you walk out of your tent, you look around, you see a still pond, you see birds tweeting in the trees, you feel the wind blowing against your skin, you feel so calm, so tranquil. It's really serene, serene. The contrast between the park's tranquility, or serenity, we could say, and the city's hustle was striking. The contrast, or the difference between these two things. The park is really serene, it's really tranquil, but the city is bustling, right? The city is full of hustle and bustle, sometimes people say. There's a lot of commotion, a lot of movement, a lot of energy. It's kind of hectic or chaotic. It's kind of crazy in the city, right? So we can say there is a contrast, a big contrast between the park and the city. We could also say there is a stark contrast. Just means a big contrast between the park and the city. One is peaceful, one is crazy, right? Jamie felt a sense of wanderlust. Wanderlust. He was craving to see more sights. Wanderlust is kind of a millennial word, something young people say a lot. If you have wanderlust, then you have a desire to travel. You have this urge, this feeling to go and roam, to explore, to go adventure, right? That's wanderlust. So Jamie, he feels wanderlust. He wants to see more. He visited an iconic landmark, taking numerous photos. Okay, so he goes and sees a landmark. Maybe it's the Statue of Liberty. Very famous New York City landmark, right? This is an iconic landmark. What does that mean if something is iconic? That means it is culturally significant or maybe historically significant. In other words, it's famous, it matters a lot in culture. It's very important to the culture. Significant just means important, right? Notable, noteworthy. So he visited an iconic landmark and he took numerous photos, so more than one, maybe 10 photos, 20 photos. The mesmerizing lights of Times Square dazzled him. Okay, the lights that he saw in Times Square, these lights were mesmerizing, enchanting, spellbinding, captivating. They really took his breath away. The breathtaking lights of Times Square dazzled him. They dazzled him. They made him think, wow, this is so mesmerizing. Wow, this is amazing. They dazzled him. Jamie decided to attend a live performance at a local theater. Okay, so he decides to go check out a show. He decides to go watch a show. Attend, check out, watch. He's going to go see a show. Where? At a local theater. So he sees the show, he sees the performance, and the exhilarating experience left him wanting more. He sees the show. The experience of seeing the show was really exhilarating, super exciting, super thrilling, right? It was a really exciting experience. So we can use this great word, exhilarating. Maybe you go to an amusement park, right? And you get on the roller coaster and it's a really exhilarating experience. You're going up, 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 and then a big drop. And the experience of riding that roller coaster is so exciting, so thrilling, so exhilarating. What's the most exhilarating experience you guys have ever had? Maybe you can let me know down in the comments section. He enjoyed a picturesque view from a boat ride around the harbor. A picturesque view just means it's worth taking a picture of. You see a sight, you see a scene that's so beautiful, so amazing, you want to snap a picture. We can say it's picturesque. We can say it's scenic. It's beautiful. It's great. A beautiful view, a scenic view, a great view, a picturesque view, right? So he's on the boat going around the harbor, taking in these picturesque views. He felt energized by the day's adventures. He felt invigorated. He felt revitalized. He felt pumped up. Basically, he was starting to get tired, but then this filled him with energy, right? Invigorated, revitalized, pumped up. Now he's got lots of energy. He met fellow travelers and shared stories of their journeys. Okay, so fellow travelers. Fellow just means other. Other people who are traveling. What did they do? They shared stories or swapped stories, we could say. Exchanged stories of their journeys. They're talking about their travels. Here's where I went. Where did you go? How was it there? What was your experience like, right? Stories, we could also say anecdotes. There's a great $10 word. They shared anecdotes. They shared tales of their travels, right? The city's eclectic mix of cultures fascinated him. Eclectic mix of cultures. Diverse, here's that word again. Varied, there's that word again. Eclectic means a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. There's a wide range of stuff in it, right? Very diverse, very varied. Maybe you have eclectic music taste. You like rock music, but you also like pop, you also like rap, you also like country. Lots of different things are included in your music taste. So we can describe your music taste as being eclectic. I have a very eclectic music taste. He spent the evening at a trendy rooftop bar enjoying the nightlife. So Jamie, he goes to a bar. It's on the top of a building, a rooftop bar, and he's just enjoying the nightlife. Nightlife is like bars, maybe concerts at night, clubs, these sorts of things. And if we describe something as being trendy, that means it's fashionable, it's popular, especially with young people. It's cool. This is kind of an old word, but hip. Yeah, my dad's generation might describe something as being hip, being really cool. Nowadays, people don't really use this word so much. Jamie was awestruck. He was amazed. He was impressed. By what? By the grandeur of the city's architecture. The grandeur of the city's architecture, that means, the scale, the size, the scope of the city's architecture is really incredible. The buildings are like the tallest buildings he's ever seen. It's the biggest city he's ever been to. So this is the grandeur of the city's architecture. It amazes him. It really deeply impresses him. He says, wow, this is incredible. He is shocked. He's awestruck. He took a frantic search for souvenirs to remember his trip. So maybe he doesn't have much time left on the trip. Therefore, this search for souvenirs or keepsakes to remember the trip is a very frantic search. He's rushing around. It's a very hurried search, maybe even a little bit desperate. He's like, ooh, I really need to get something, and I really need to get it now, right? Because time is running out. Despite the hectic pace, okay, the chaotic pace, the fast pace, Jamie managed to relax and enjoy the moment. So maybe he makes it to the souvenir shop and he realizes, I've got more time than I thought. I can calm down a little bit here. He felt a deep sense of contentment after a fulfilling day. So after this really jam-packed day, this day was really full of lots of different activities and excursions and outings, right? Lots happened. So this was a really fulfilling day. He is filled with contentment. Satisfaction is a great synonym for this word. Happiness is close, but not quite as close as satisfaction. He is deeply satisfied. He's deeply content. If you're satisfied, if you're content, then you don't need any more. You say, okay, that's enough for me. I'm happy. Before leaving, Jamie took one last stroll through Central Park. A stroll is like a slow walk or a saunter. He sauntered through Central Park. He took a slow walk through Central Park. He took one last slow stroll through Central Park, right? One last time, he's walking through this giant park, not hurriedly, not quickly, not in a hectic or chaotic way, but slowly, really taking his time. He admired the park's resplendent beauty under the evening lights. The resplendent beauty. Wow, this is really an amazing word. If you guys can use this, people will be so impressed. If something is resplendent, then it's dazzling, it's breathtaking, it's splendid, it's amazing. It makes you say, wow, right? So in this situation, what is resplendent? The park's beauty is resplendent. The park's beauty is dazzling. It's splendid. It's breathtaking. It makes him say, wow. Jamie reflected or thought back on his unforgettable experiences in the city. Yeah, these experiences are unforgettable. They're really memorable. They're really remarkable or noteworthy. In other words, he's not going to forget them, right? He promised himself to return, to revisit, to come back and explore more in the future. So this will not be his final trip to New York City. This will not be his last trip. As he boarded the plane or got on the plane, Jamie felt grateful. He felt thankful. He felt appreciative for the incredible journey. Here we are at the end of the story. New York City had left a lasting impression on him, had left a lasting impact or influence on him. We saw a ton of vocabulary words in this story. Maybe some of them were new, maybe some of them were old. What I'm going to do now is show the vocabulary list just for a couple seconds here, and you guys can take a picture on your computer, on your phone, however you're watching this video, take a picture and save the vocabulary list. Here are words 1 through 10. Here are words 11 through 19. Feel free to take a picture of this, take a screenshot. Here are words 20 through 28. Once again, take a screenshot, take a picture. And finally, 29 through 35. So yeah, we saw a lot of new language used in this story. Of course, if you're a channel member, you don't need to take a screenshot because you will get a PDF for this video, which you can use to review the lesson at your leisure. What I'd like to do now is take a quiz with you guys. Yeah, this quiz is 15 questions long. We are going to test ourselves and see how well we paid attention. You guys can let me know how you did on the quiz down in the comments. Did you get 10 out of 15? Did you get 100%? Or maybe you struggled with this quiz. Either way, let's take a look. The first word is eager. What is a synonym for eager? First, let's take a look at some example sentences. She was eager to start her new job and couldn't sleep the night before. The children were eager to open their presents on Christmas morning. So we have a little context. Knowing that context, what is a synonym or a different way of saying eager? Indifferent, thrilled, or bored? What do you think? In 3, 2, 1, the answer is thrilled is a synonym for eager. Yeah, if you're indifferent, you don't really care. If you're bored, then you feel that something is not exciting. But if you are thrilled to do something, you're so excited to do it. If you are eager to do something, you are so excited to do it. Like eager to start a new job, eager to open presents on Christmas. Our second word is vibrant. Vibrant. The market was vibrant, filled with colorful stalls and lively music. Her paintings are known for their vibrant colors and dynamic compositions. So, what's a synonym for vibrant? Is it lively, dull, quiet? In 3, 2, 1. The answer is lively. Lively. Yeah, lively is a synonym for vibrant. Like the market was lively, full of life. It was really vibrant. The market was not dull or boring. The market was not quiet. It was probably very noisy. Here is word number 3, navigate. Navigate. We saw this in the story. He used his compass to navigate through the dense forest. There's one example sentence. It took her a while to navigate the complex subway system. So, maneuver, ignore, abandon. What is the synonym for navigate? In 3, 2, 1. Maneuver is the synonym for navigate. Yeah, find your way around. Ignore something, to not pay it any mind, not pay it any attention. That is not a synonym. To abandon something, to leave it behind, right? That is not a synonym for navigate, but maneuver is. He used his compass to maneuver through the dense forest, to navigate through the dense forest. Question number 4, bustling. 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 The bustling streets of the city were filled with people and traffic. During the holidays, the mall becomes extremely bustling with shoppers. So, what do you think is a synonym for this word bustling? Is it busy, empty, silent? In 3, 2, 1, the answer is busy. Yeah, busy is a synonym for bustling. Question number 5, captivated. What is a synonym for captivated? She was captivated by the magician's incredible tricks. The audience was captivated throughout the entire performance. So is disinterested a synonym? Enchanted a synonym? Or annoyed a synonym for captivated? In 3, 2, 1, the answer is enchanted. Yeah, if you are enchanted by something, you cannot look away. You are super interested in it. She was enchanted by the magician's tricks. The audience was enchanted throughout the entire performance. They were captivated. They could not look away. Number 6, immerse. Immerse. Okay, he decided to immerse himself in the local culture by learning the language. To fully immerse herself in the novel, she read it in one sitting. So what's a synonym here? To immerse is to separate, to immerse is to withdraw, or to immerse is to engage. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is engage. He decided to engage with the local culture. She decided to fully engage with the novel by reading it in one sitting, to immerse yourself in something, to soak yourself in something. What is a synonym for exploring? They spent the day exploring the hidden trails in the national park. Exploring new cuisines is one of her favorite activities while traveling. So what is a synonym here? Is it ignoring, investigating, dismantling? In 3, 2, 1, the answer is investigating. That is a synonym for exploring. They spent the day investigating hidden trails, checking out hidden trails. Investigating new cuisines is one of her favorite activities. Checking out new cuisines, exploring new cuisines, or we could say trying out new cuisines, right? Ignoring, to pay no attention to something, or to dismantle something, to take it apart, is not a synonym for explore. Does awe-inspiring mean breathtaking, mundane, ordinary? The view from the mountaintop was truly awe-inspiring. The awe-inspiring architecture of the cathedral left everyone speechless. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is breathtaking. Yeah, breathtaking. The view from the mountaintop was breathtaking. It was awe-inspiring. The architecture, or the way this church, this cathedral was built, it was awe-inspiring, breathtaking, took my breath away. It was amazing. To soak in something. What's a synonym for soak in something? To absorb something, to relinquish something, to disregard something. She sat by the window to soak in the beautiful sunset. It's important to take time to soak in your surroundings when traveling. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is absorb. Yeah, to soak in something or take in something, really take it in, is to absorb it, right? She sat by the window to absorb the beautiful sunset, take in the beautiful sunset, soak it in, really relish the sunset, right? It's important to take time to absorb your surroundings, take in your surroundings, relish your surroundings, soak in your surroundings when traveling. Number 10, enthralled. Does it mean uninterested, distracted, or fascinated? Really interested. The children were enthralled by the storyteller's vivid tales. She was enthralled by the stunning performance on stage. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is fascinated. To be fascinated by something is to be enthralled by something. Like you're fascinated by stories. You're fascinated by a performance, right? You are enthralled by that. You are enthralled, fascinated. You can't look away. Number 11, renowned. Renowned. Does it mean famous, unknown, obscure? The restaurant is renowned for its exquisite or incredible cuisine. He is a renowned artist, celebrated worldwide for his unique style. In 3, 2, 1. The answer is famous. If something is renowned, then it's very popular, very well known, very celebrated, very famous. The restaurant is famous for its exquisite cuisine. He is a famous artist. To be unknown, to be obscure, nobody knows about you. So those are not synonyms. Number 12, mouth-watering. Mouth-watering. Does it mean unappetizing, tasteless, or delicious? The bakery displayed a variety of mouth-watering pastries. She couldn't resist the mouth-watering aroma of the freshly baked bread. In 3, 2, 1. The answer is delicious. Yeah, if something makes your mouth water, then it's delectable. It's delicious, right? If something is unappetizing, you don't want to eat it. If something is tasteless, it doesn't make your mouth water at all. Serene. Serene. What's another way to say serene? Agitated, calm, or chaotic? The lake was serene, reflecting the clear blue sky above. He enjoyed the serene atmosphere of the quiet library. In 3, 2, 1, a synonym is calm. Yeah, calm. Maybe tranquil, we could say. The lake was tranquil. It was calm. It was serene. The atmosphere in the quiet library was serene, calm, tranquil, not chaotic, not hectic, not crazy, not agitated. If something is agitated, there's a lot of stress. There's a lot of activity. We're getting close to the end, guys. Push. Don't give up now. What's a synonym for hustle? Hustle. Bustle, stillness, silence. The hustle and bustle of the city never seemed to end. She thrived in the hustle of the busy marketplace. This should be an easy one. In 3, 2, 1, bustle is a synonym for hustle. The hustle and bustle of the city. Yeah, all the commotion, all the constant movement and energy of the city never seemed to end. Stillness and silence are antonyms for hustle. And here is our final question of today's quiz. Wanderlust. What is a synonym for wanderlust? To be a homebody, to travel desire, to have travel desire, or to be indifferent to travel. His wanderlust drove him to explore every continent. After watching travel documentaries, her wanderlust grew stronger. In 3, 2, 1, the answer is travel desire. You have an urge to explore. You have a desire to travel. You have wanderlust, right? If you're a homebody, you like to stay home. You don't like to go out. If you have an indifference to travel, you don't really care about it. How did you guys do? Let me know in the comment section. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie A Beautiful Mind. A Beautiful Mind starring Russell Crowe. A great movie, a fantastic movie. Well, the story that we're going to read today was the inspiration for that movie. The inspiration behind that movie, we could also say. So let's take a look. Have you ever felt like your mind was playing tricks on you? This is the story of John Nash, a genius mathematician who, while changing the world with his ideas, found himself battling terrifying hallucinations and voices that weren't real. John Nash's mind worked in brilliant, groundbreaking ways. He developed new theories in math that helped explain how people make decisions, especially in complex situations. But here's the tricky part. As his fame grew, so did the strange and frightening thoughts in his head. Nash became convinced that he was part of a secret government conspiracy. He thought people were following him, and he believed he had to crack hidden codes to save the country. Of course, none of this was real. The illness took a toll on his relationships, his work, and his life. At one point, Nash was so paranoid that he stopped trusting his colleagues and even his own wife. He'd spend hours scribbling on chalkboards, trying to solve problems that didn't exist, all while hearing voices and seeing people who weren't really there. The world around him became a mix of reality and fantasy, and it was tearing him apart. Nash had to come to terms with his illness before he could return to his life and his work. With support and treatment, he found a way to manage his condition. At the end of the day, Nash was able to focus on his math again and even won the Nobel Prize for his incredible contributions to game theory. But his story shows that the line between genius and madness can sometimes be razor thin. All right, awesome work, guys. Yeah, that was a brief look at the story, a quick read of the story. If there was some language in there that felt difficult or, too hard, don't worry, because for the rest of this video, we are going to dissect this story and really pick it apart, really closely examine all of the language in the story to make sure that we understand everything crystal clear. We're going to begin that process with our vocabulary breakdown, and we're going to begin the vocabulary breakdown with this idiom here: come to terms with. If you come to terms with something, what does that mean? It means you accept and deal with something, but not just anything, something difficult, something that's hard to process, hard to deal with, maybe hard to accept, right? So maybe some synonyms or similar words, similar ideas, similar ways of expressing this idea in English could be accept. If you accept something, then you say, okay, I'm okay with this, right? If you face something, maybe you've been avoiding something for a long time, right? But in the end, you decide to face it. We could also say face it head on. To face it directly is to face it head on, right? We could also say you handle a problem. You handle a difficult situation. So those are all kind of similar ways of expressing this idea. Now, what about on the other side? What's the opposite of come to terms with? We could say to avoid something, deny something, ignore something. So let's take a look at this orange sentence. It's a sentence from our story today. John Nash had to come to terms with his illness before he could return to work. Okay, he had to come to terms with his illness before he could return to work. So his illness, right? He is suffering from these hallucinations. He's hearing things that aren't real. He's seeing things that aren't real. He is having hallucinations, right? And he needs to deal with this difficult situation before he can return to work, before he can go back to work. So we need to say that he had to come to terms with his illness, okay? He needed to figure out his illness. He needed to face his illness, handle his illness. Accept might not be a good word to use here, because if you accept something, then that kind of implies that you're not going to change it, right? Now, obviously, he can't go back to work if he's hearing things and seeing things. It's going to interfere with his work, right? So what he needs to do is come to terms with it in a more direct way. He needs to really handle it, face it, deal with it. Now, here's a green sentence, and this is unrelated to our story. It has nothing to do with the story of John Nash. Okay, let's take a look at this. she finally came to terms with her new responsibilities. So let's just pretend that this woman has had a child, right? She has a new baby. And at first, she's really not happy about all of the work that comes along with this, right? There's a lot of new work that she needs to do. She needs to take care of this baby, and it's taking up a lot of her time, right? So at first, let's say that she struggles with this. We could also say that she grapples with this. She struggles with this, right? She's kind of having a hard time with this situation. It's very difficult for her because the workload has increased a lot, right? She's got a job, she's got all of these responsibilities with work, and now she has new responsibilities taking care of this baby. So after some time, however, she comes to terms with the situation. Yeah, she accepts the situation, right? She handles the situation. If you face a situation that's a little more direct, right? Like maybe she makes a decision. Okay, I'm going to step up and I'm going to face these new responsibilities head on. Yeah, face makes me think of take control of a situation. So maybe if she faces this situation, she takes control of it. I'm going to draw a little picture down here at the bottom because you guys know that I love to doodle. I love to draw pictures to help us understand vocabulary. I'm a very visual learner myself, meaning that I learn with pictures and images, right? So I'm going to draw a picture here. And a funny picture, we have a guy here, and this guy is losing his hair. Okay, see this? He's going bald. His hair is falling out. Now, at first, he is really stressed out about this situation. He's really stressed about losing his hair. He thinks to himself, oh my God, like, what am I gonna do? My life is over, right? He's really bothered, really upset by this situation. But in the end, he comes to terms with it. Maybe he finds some acceptance and it doesn't bother him anymore, right? So in the end, he comes to terms with it. He accepts it. Yeah, I would say that come to terms with is a little more like accepting something and a little less like handling something or facing something. It's a little bit more passive, right? So this guy comes to terms with his situation. Maybe he even grows a big beard, and that makes him feel better, right? Just to give you one more example, because I want this to be very clear how to use this expression, I have a weird situation with my shoulders. Whenever I move my shoulders, they crack, they pop, and this has been going on for years. I move my shoulder, it cracks, right? Now, at first, I was really upset about this. And, I even went to doctors. I had x-rays done. I did stretching. I did exercises to try and figure out what on earth is going on with my shoulders, right? Nothing worked. So in the end, I had to come to terms with my weird shoulder situation. I had to accept it, right? How about you? Has there been a situation in your life that maybe you struggled against initially? In other words, at first, you weren't okay with it. It bothered you at first, but in the end, you came to terms with it. You can let me know down in the comments section. Another fantastic word that we saw in this story I want to talk about is groundbreaking. Groundbreaking, an adjective, it means something very new and important that has never been done before. So it's breaking new ground. It's groundbreaking. We could also say innovative. We could also say original, like a fresh idea. We could say a fresh concept, a fresh idea, a new idea. Here's probably the closest synonym: pioneering. Pioneering. Yeah, if an idea is a pioneering idea, that means it's going places that other ideas have not gone before. Some antonyms or opposite words might be commonplace, right? Like ordinary, little spelling mistake, ordinary, like unimportant, right? So in the story we saw, Nash's work in game theory was considered groundbreaking. Okay, so what is game theory? Remember that John Nash was this brilliant mathematician. In other words, he was really smart, really intelligent when it came to math, right? And game theory is all about how people make decisions, predicting how they will make certain decisions, why they will make certain decisions, right? And calculating those decisions. So that was his field. That was his field. We could also say his field of expertise, the area in which he was best, his area of work, his area of study. We could also say his field of study, right? So his ideas and his work in this field were really groundbreaking. His ideas were fresh, original, innovative, pioneering. He was going places where no one had gone before, right? New places. Here's an unrelated example. The scientists made a groundbreaking discovery in medicine. Okay, if you make a groundbreaking discovery, what does that mean? A groundbreaking discovery. You discover something totally new. You discover something totally fresh, totally unseen before, right? It's brand new. So down here, I'm going to draw a picture of Steve Jobs, okay? A really bad picture of Steve Jobs. Let's see, he was bald, right? And he had a beard, just like the guy in our last drawing. And I'm going to draw, let's see, he had some glasses, Steve Jobs holding up the iPhone, okay? Remember when the iPhone first came out? Remember when the iPhone was first released, the iPhone 1, the first iPhone? It was really groundbreaking. That kind of technology was totally new, totally fresh. The idea behind the iPhone was really innovative and original and pioneering. It was not unimportant. It was not ordinary. It was not commonplace. It was fresh and new and groundbreaking. Up next, we've got take a toll on. Take a toll on. Yeah. If something takes a toll on someone, then it causes harm or damage over time. So, yeah, we can say something is affecting you, something is damaging you, something is harming you. And the key here is over time. If something takes a toll on you, then it wears you down. Or we could also say wears away at you, right? It wears away at you. It wears you down. Maybe we could say it breaks you down. It breaks you down over time. This is not something that just happens overnight, right? This is something that takes a long time. So some antonyms could be to improve your situation, to benefit you, to help you. This is the opposite, right? Take a toll on someone is the opposite of all these things, the opposite. So the illness took a toll on Nash's life and work. Yeah, his illness, his mental illness, all of his hallucinations and paranoid hallucinations, this mental illness, it took a toll on Nash's life and his work over time. Here's an unrelated example. Working long hours can take a toll on your health. Yeah, if you work long hours for one day, maybe there's one day where you work 15 hours, you're going to be tired. You're going to be exhausted. You're going to be wiped out. But you can get a good night's sleep and recover from that, right? However, if you do that every day for 10 years, it's going to take a toll on you. It's going to take a toll on your health. It's going to wear away at you. It's going to wear you down. It's going to break you down. You know what this reminds me of? When President Obama first took office, right? He looked young. He looked healthy. He had black hair, right? His skin looked good. He looked like he was full of energy, full of life. If you look at the before and after pictures of Obama before he took office and then after he left office, there's a huge difference. There's a really big difference, right? You can see that the responsibilities of being president, the stress of being president really took a toll on his health. Now that the vocabulary breakdown is finished and out of the way, and we are returning to the story for a deep dive, I want to remind you guys that my videos here on YouTube will always be free, but I really appreciate your support every time you like one of my videos, every time you leave me a comment, every time you watch a video all the way through, or share it with a friend, or become a channel member for only $5 a month. These things really, really support a small YouTuber like me, and they make it possible for me to continue with my work. So if you have decided to hire me as your YouTube English teacher, I thank you so much for doing that. Thank you guys for your support. All right, let's dive in with the deep dive of the story. The story behind A Beautiful Mind. Have you ever felt like your mind was playing tricks on you? Another interesting expression here, playing tricks on you. You know, when I was a little kid and I would go to sleep at night, sometimes the shadows in my room would play tricks on me. I would see things that looked really scary, but they weren't actually there, right? My mind was playing tricks on me. Those things I thought I saw weren't real, right? So playing tricks on you. This is the story of John Nash, a genius mathematician, so a really smart, really intelligent, deeply intelligent mathematician, someone who practices math, who does that professionally, right? Who, while changing the world with his ideas, found himself battling terrifying hallucinations and voices that weren't real. Yeah, he was battling, struggling against these terrifying visions and voices. We could also say visions, right? Like a vision, you see something that isn't really there. And all of this is, of course, really scary, right? Really terrifying, really horrifying. If it's really scary, we could say horrifying. John Nash's mind worked in brilliant and groundbreaking ways, okay? So he's really smart. The way that his mind works, the way that his brain sees the world and processes the world and deals with the world is really brilliant. Yeah, the way that it works is brilliant, and it also works in groundbreaking ways. His brain can do things that no brain has been able to do before. No mind before his mind was able to do the things that his mind can do, right? He developed new theories. Theory is like an idea, a hypothesis, right? He developed new theories in math that helped explain how people make decisions. Game theory, right? Especially in complex situations. A guy goes to the beach and he sees a sign that says, "No swimming. There are sharks in the water." Is he going to go swimming? Of course not, right? That's not a complex situation. That's a simple situation. We could also say a no-brainer. A no-brainer. Say, that's a no-brainer. Don't go swimming in the water with sharks. Are you crazy? That's a no-brainer. The situations we're dealing with here are not no-brainer situations. These are complicated situations, really tricky situations where the correct answer, the right decision, is not always so obvious, not always so clear. So that is John Nash's field of work. But here's the tricky part. The tricky part. Here's the part of the story where things get tricky, where the situation gets messy, right? It gets a little bit complex. As his fame grew, so he's getting more popular, so did the strange and frightening thoughts in his head. So his fame is going up. He's becoming more and more famous, more and more popular, right? More and more people are learning about him, hearing about him and his work at the same time. The frightening, the strange thoughts and ideas in his head, those things are increasing as well, right? So these things are hand in hand. They are growing hand in hand. Now, Nash became convinced that he was part of a secret government conspiracy. Ooh, this is a pretty difficult sentence here, right? So our main character, John Nash, he became convinced. He became certain. His mind was made up. He was sure. He was confident. Confident of what? Confident that he was part of a secret government conspiracy. A conspiracy, we could also say like a secret plot, a secret scheme. A scheme, right? A plan, a secret plan. He thought the government was secretly conspiring against him. Now, of course, this was all part of his mental illness, right? He thought people were following him. Were they really following him? No. He believed he had to crack hidden codes to save the country. Poor John Nash, right? He was very troubled. He was a very, a deeply troubled man. These ideas in his head, these paranoid thoughts, none of this was true. None of this was real. The more he thought about these ideas, the more convinced he became of them, the more certain he became that they were real, the more sure he became that they were true, right? Now, of course, none of this was real. So not overnight, not in a short period of time, but over time, the illness took a toll on his relationships. So in other words, it strained, put stress on his relationships, also on his work, and also just generally on his life. At one point, Nash was so paranoid, he was so sucked into these paranoid thoughts and these paranoid ideas that he stopped trusting his colleagues, the people he worked with, right? He even stopped trusting his own wife. He thought everyone was conspiring against him. In other words, working against him, trying to trick him, trying to cheat him, right? He would spend hours scribbling on chalkboards, trying to solve problems that didn't even exist. All the while, he was hearing voices and seeing people who weren't really there. Super sad situation, right? The world around him became a mix. We could also say a mixture, a combination, okay, of reality and fantasy. Reality, what is true. Fantasy, what is not true, okay? And it was tearing him apart. So, in other words, his reality, his way of seeing the world and what he thinks is real, what he thinks is true, it becomes very muddled. In other words, unclear. In other words, he can't tell what is true. He can't tell what is not true. He can't discern reality from fantasy. Nash had to come to terms with his illness before he could return to his life and to his work. With support and with treatment, he found a way to manage his condition. So he took action, right? He took action. He knew he needed to come to terms with his illness. He knew he needed to figure this out. So what did he do? He got support, from his friends and his family, from his wife, from his colleagues, and he got professional help. He got treatment, and he found a way to manage this condition, to make it work, to deal with it. In other words, we could say, keep it in check. Keep it in check. Keep it manageable. At the end of the day, Nash was able to focus on, in other words, give his attention to his math once again. And this is incredible. He even won the Nobel Prize for his incredible or amazing contributions to game theory. What are contributions? That was the work that he did, all of his successes, all of his breakthroughs, all of the progress he made in the field of game theory. But his story, it shows us that this line between genius and madness. So here's madness, or being insane, right? Insanity, being crazy over here. And here's genius, being intelligent, being smart over here. The line between those things is not always so clear. Sometimes the line can be razor thin. Ooh, what does that mean? This line can be as thin as a razor that you use to shave with, right? In other words, sometimes it can be hard to tell these things apart, to differentiate. There's a big $10 word for you, to differentiate between the two. In other words, to tell them apart. If you guys are still with me, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you're doing fantastic. You made it through the quick read and the vocab breakdown and then the deep dive into the story. Fantastic job, guys. Let's have a little cool down speaking practice session now. I've got a question here, and this question is going to help us think more deeply about this story and also, more importantly, draw a connection. Here's the story. Here's you. It's going to draw a connection between the story and you. Yeah, we're going to create a personal connection here because that really is a fantastic way of internalizing all of the information that we've taken in today. Because if you've seen my video on how to remember vocabulary best, making a personal connection is really important. So what we're going to do is just respond to this question here, and I'm going to ask you guys to push yourselves, to challenge yourselves to talk for a full minute, right? Yeah, let's really work out that spoken English muscle. Now, here's the question we're going to be taking a look at. Have you ever faced a challenge that took a toll on you, either physically, like your physical health, your body, or mentally, like your mind, right? So how did you handle it? How did you face this? How did you deal with this? How did you come to terms with this situation, right? Now, once again, I want you guys to speak for the full minute, but I'm going to go first and give you a demonstration of what I'd like you to try and do. Yeah, let me be honest with you guys. When I was younger, I really struggled with anxiety, and in particular, social anxiety, right? It was hard for me to talk to people, hard for me to get close to people, especially hard to make new friendships and to participate in social activities. It was hard to put myself out there. I was very afraid of people, and this took a big toll on my my mental health, to be honest with you. So how did I handle this situation? Well, I started going to a group called Toastmasters in college. Toastmasters is all about helping people with public speaking, and this was a real game changer for me. In other words, this really changed my life. It really changed the game, and slowly I was able to make progress and build confidence in social situations. Okay, that's my personal connection. And now it's your turn. Push yourself. Talk for the full minute. Go ahead. Let's get started with a quick read of the story. Once upon a time, there was a poor miller who had a beautiful daughter. The miller, trying to appear important, told the king that his daughter could spin straw into gold. The king, curious about this amazing talent, summoned the girl to his castle. The miller's daughter was locked in a room filled with straw and was ordered to spin it into gold by morning, or she would be punished. She had no idea how to do it, and she began to cry. Suddenly, a strange little man appeared, offering to help her spin the straw into gold in exchange for a necklace. The next day, the king was delighted with the gold, but he wanted more. He locked the girl in an even bigger room filled with straw. Again, the strange man appeared, and this time she gave him her ring in exchange for his help. For the third time, the king locked her in another room. This time, the man said he would only help if she promised to give him her firstborn child when she became queen. Desperate, she agreed, and he spun the straw into gold. The king married her, and in time, the queen had a baby. The strange man returned to claim the child, but the queen begged him to reconsider. He agreed to let her keep her child if she could guess his name in 3 days. After 2 failed attempts, one of the queen's messengers overheard the little man singing this song in the forest. Tonight, tonight, my plans I make. Tomorrow, tomorrow, the baby I take. The queen will never win the game, for Rumpelstiltskin is my name. When the queen finally guessed his name, Rumpelstiltskin became so furious that he disappeared forever. The end. Awesome job, guys. That was a quick read of the story, and maybe you feel a little bit confused hearing the story. Maybe it was a little bit challenging for you in certain places. Maybe it felt a little bit hard, right? Well, don't worry, because now in part 2, we come to the deep dive of the story. Yeah, this time we will take a closer look at the story with synonyms added to help you expand your vocabulary. So what I'm going to do is paraphrase a lot. Yeah, using synonyms, using different ways of saying the same thing. This will really help you guys with understanding of the story and comprehension of the story, but it will also help you expand your vocabularies. So let's give it a try. Starting at the beginning here. Once upon a time, every fairy tale begins with once upon a time, right? It means long, long ago. There was a poor miller who had a beautiful daughter. What is a miller? A miller is someone who works with grain, a little bit like a farmer, right? So this miller was very poor. Another way we could say that is the miller was very impoverished. He did not have a lot of money. We could also say that he was destitute. But this very poor miller, he did have something amazing. He had a beautiful daughter. We could also say a lovely daughter, a gorgeous daughter, a stunning daughter. The miller, trying to appear important or seem significant, seem like he was a somebody, right? Like he actually mattered in society. He told the king that his daughter could spin straw into gold. Straw is like long, dry grass that you might feed to a cow. Straw, right? So he's telling the king that his daughter can take straw and turn it into gold, something really, really valuable. In other words, she can take basically nothing and make something incredible out of nothing. Now, the king was very curious about this amazing talent. He was very interested in this incredible talent, right? He really wanted to know more. So, what did he do? He summoned the girl to his castle. What is summoned? That means he fetched her. He called for her. He had her brought over to his castle, his big fancy home where he lives, right? The miller's daughter was locked or trapped or imprisoned, we could also say, made prisoner in a room that was filled with straw, and she was commanded to spin it into gold by when? By the morning, or else there would be consequences, or else she would be punished. She would be reprimanded. Now, of course, the girl's father had been lying. He had been fibbing. He had been untruthful. So she had no idea how to do it, and she began to cry. She began to weep. We could also say, if she's crying really hard, she began to sob, right? Crying really hard, crying a lot. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange little man appeared, offering to help her spin the straw into gold, but he wants something in return. He offered to do this, but in exchange for her necklace, in exchange for the jewelry that she wore around her neck. The next day, the king was delighted. He was overjoyed with the gold. Yeah, it had been successful. And the king, we could even say, he was ecstatic. If you are ecstatic, then you are over the moon. You are on cloud 9. You are so very happy and excited. But Of course, he's greedy and he wanted more. He locked the girl in an even bigger room. It was even bigger this time, and it was filled with straw, more straw. The king wants more gold, of course, and again, the strange man appeared, as if miraculously, as if by a miracle. He popped out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere. He appeared out of thin air. He appeared out of thin air, we could say. Just means she can't tell where he came from. He just suddenly showed up, right? And again, the strange man, he offered to help, and this time she gave him her ring in exchange for his help. They called it a deal well done, and he spun the straw into gold, and the girl gave the strange little man her ring. Then, for the third time, time number 3, the king locked her away in another room, a third room, even bigger than the last, right? This time, the strange little man, he said that he would only help if the girl promised, if she swore to give him her firstborn child when she became queen. What's a firstborn child? It's the first child, the first baby, the first kid that a woman has, right? Kid number 1. So, this girl, she's going to become queen, and she's going to have a baby, and that means the baby will be a prince. And a prince is a very valuable thing, maybe even more valuable than gold, right? So that's what the little man wants. And the girl, she's desperate or in a state of despair. She has no other option, right? So she agreed, and he spun the straw into gold yet again. Well, time went on. Time kept on going, and eventually the king married the girl. And in even more time, a little bit later, the queen had a baby, her firstborn child. Now, the strange man returned to claim the child, to demand that she turn the child over to him. In other words, give the child to him. But the queen, she was heartbroken at the prospect, at the idea of having to give away her firstborn child, and she begged the strange man to reconsider. What's reconsider? Means rethink your actions, rethink your plan, maybe do things a different way. Well, he agreed to let her keep her child if, there's a condition, if she could guess his name, his true name, in only 3 days. So she tries to guess his name, tries to guess. She fails 2 times after 2 failed attempts, 2 unsuccessful attempts. One of the queen's messengers overheard the little man singing in the forest. Yeah, one of the queen's messengers, one of the people who worked for the queen, they heard the strange little man out in the forest singing a very strange song. Here is the song, right? Tonight, tonight, my plans I make. Tomorrow, tomorrow, the baby I take. The queen will never win the game, for Rumpelstiltskin is my name. He didn't realize he was being listened to. He was being observed, that he was being watched, right? So he made a big mistake. He said his true name out loud. And When the queen finally guessed his name and guessed it correctly, Rumpelstiltskin became so furious, so enraged, so very angry, so irate. And here's a really big word. If someone's very angry, we can say they are apoplectic. Apoplectic means you're so angry, it feels like your head is going to explode, right? So Rumpelstiltskin was so angry, so furious, that he disappeared or vanished or went away forever. The end. Awesome job, guys. That was a deep dive into the story. Hopefully you understand the plot of the story a little bit better now. The plot, that just means what happens in a story. Yeah, that's the plot of a story. Now, let's do a vocab builder and let's connect the dots with some words. Yeah, let's tie them together. We saw poor in the story. It means you are lacking money, you lack resources. Lack means that you don't have something. You need it, but you don't have it. So if you are poor, you lack money, you lack resources. We can also say you are impoverished, you are needy, you are destitute. Remember that one? You are penniless. Maybe you are even homeless if you have absolutely nothing. In the story, we saw that the miller, the girl's father, he was a poor man struggling to make ends meet. What does make ends meet? That means that you make enough money to pay for food and shelter and clothing, the bare necessities, the basics. Yeah, making ends meet just means you have just enough money to scrape by. Scrape by. You have just enough to eat and have a home, maybe some clothes, but nothing more, right? So we can say the miller was an impoverished man. The miller was a needy man, a destitute man, a penniless man, a poor man. Moving on is a word you guys undoubtedly know. Beautiful. Yeah, you guys know this word, but it's always good to push our understanding of vocabulary. Try to see words we think we know from a new angle, from a new perspective, right? So if someone's beautiful, they're lovely, they're attractive, they're stunning, they're gorgeous, they're good looking. They are very appealing, right, to the opposite sex. A beautiful woman is very appealing to men, and a beautiful man is very appealing to women, right? So the king, he was mesmerized by the miller's beautiful daughter, by the miller's lovely daughter, attractive daughter, stunning daughter, gorgeous daughter, breathtaking daughter, we can say, right? If she's really, really stunning, really, really beautiful, we can say that she's breathtaking. So the king was mesmerized by her. He was transfixed. There's a great word. Transfixed. That means he couldn't look away. He was like obsessed with her. He was so into her, he could not get her out of his head. Let's talk about some synonyms for curious now. Of course, curious means eager to know or learn something. If you have a curious mind, then you want to learn. You want to learn about the world, right? So we could say that someone who is curious is very inquisitive. They're a very questioning person. They are easily interested in things, in the world. They are easily intrigued by things, by the world, right? We say interested in, we say intrigued by. We cannot say interested by. We cannot say intrigued in, right? So you have to be a little careful. Someone who's curious is interested in the world, interested in learning. Someone who's curious is intrigued by the world, intrigued by, the different phenomenon you can see out in the world. The king, he was curious about the miller's daughter's talent. He was interested in learning more. He was intrigued by the miller's daughter's talent, right? Okay, here's another wonderful word, delighted. It means you are very happy or very pleased. If you are delighted by something, delighted by something. Yeah, you are overjoyed, thrilled, pleased, elated, so happy, right? The king was delighted to see the room filled with gold. He was overjoyed. He was thrilled. He was pleased. He was elated. And remember, he was ecstatic. All of these basically mean the same thing. Yeah, they basically mean that the king was so happy to see this room filled up with gold. It used to be full of straw. Now it's full of this priceless treasure. One more word I'd like to talk about before we get into the end of the video and our speaking practice segment. I want to talk about furious. Furious, it means extremely angry, and we did talk about this a little bit, but just to jog your memory, just to rehash, right? Or talk about it again. It means enraged, infuriated, livid, outraged. We could also say irate, or remember that big $10 word, apoplectic. If you can use that word, you will definitely impress people, because I don't think many native speakers can use that word and use it correctly. So Rumpelstiltskin was furious when the queen guessed his name. Yeah, he was extremely angry. He was enraged. He was infuriated. He was livid. He was outraged. He was irate. Okay? Coming to the final part of today's video, I hope you guys are feeling relaxed. I hope you're feeling chill. I hope that today's bedtime story, this fairy tale, has done a good job of kind of, settling your mind and maybe getting you ready for bed, getting you ready for sleep. There's one more thing I want to do with you, and trust me, this exercise is going to make you very, very sleepy. So it's a great way to end the video, okay? What I want you to try and do is retell the story of Rumpelstiltskin in your own words. Yeah, we heard the story today. Actually, we heard it twice. Now, I want to challenge you to take the story and put it into your own words, because that's how we best learn. That's how we best remember new words and new ideas, by retelling, by paraphrasing in our own words. So I'm going to go first, and I'm going to take 1 minute and retell the story of Rumpelstiltskin in my own words. Then it will be your turn. The story of Rumpelstiltskin is a classic fairy tale, a pretty dark story talking about a poor man and his poor daughter. Well, the man tells the king that his daughter has this amazing ability, right? Where she can turn straw into gold. The king believes this and he takes in the daughter. Now, of course, this isn't true. The daughter can't really do this, so she's in a tight spot. But then a strange little man starts to help her. The little man is magic, and he can turn straw into gold, but he has some big demands. First her necklace, then her ring, then he wants her baby, but he gives her a chance to save the baby if she can guess his true name. Well, luckily for the girl, in the end, she does guess his name, and it's Rumpelstiltskin. That was my 1-minute retelling of this story, and now it's your turn. I know it's a little bit challenging, a little bit difficult, but you guys can do it. Really push yourself. Just try your best and talk for the full minute. Go ahead, tell me the story of Rumpelstiltskin. If you are still listening, if you are still with me, then you must be feeling very sleepy. I really hope that this video has helped you calm down, helped you relax, helped you get ready for bed, and maybe even learn some English. So I'll see you guys next time, and good night.